Conan, are you seeing Runyon Canyon at all from your vantage point?
Well, I know they've been evacuated. I'm not sure if I'm seeing it, quite frankly, because it's dark, Colleen. But I'm seeing fingers of it. There's no question about that. And yes, you mentioned the evacuation warning. When you get an evacuation warning, there's a 90% chance that will be followed up by an evacuation order, and that's what we've seen before. So for those folks on the other side of Laurel Canyon, the warning is be prepared, get your stuff ready, you don't have to go, but you know, dollars to donuts, you're going to get another one later. And it's not necessarily because the flames are really headed toward your neighborhood, because they might not be, but it's in the way it's been described to me, the err on the side of caution. And if they don't achieve supremacy over this fire at a certain point in terms of its proximity to what would be that line, which is Laurel Canyon, then they issue the evacuation order for the rest of the neighborhood. So my guess is that if you've got that alert on your phone, don't take it lightly, because you'll probably be followed up by a second alert saying it's time to leave. And Laurel Canyon, you know, keep in mind, it's part of the beauty of the canyons and the Hollywood Hills. The beautiful vistas, the windy roads, just the bucolic neighborhoods of the mountains. But that's a real problem, of course, for a firefight, because these roads aren't large enough for an apparatus to make, for example, a U-turn. I don't know of how many landing zones they may have, or areas where they may be able to achieve a water supply for an aerial drop, where they need to go for that. And it's these neighborhoods, just like the Oakland Hills, years ago, where they lost 600 homes. It's one of the reasons why these neighborhoods are so popular and wonderful to live in. It's the biggest downside, though, is the inability of fire units to make their way through these streets. If there are any cars in the way, that's a real problem. These are not wide boulevards, and snaking their way through these canyons is part of the job of the fire units that have been assigned to this region, this neighborhood, but it adds to a major complexity in dealing with the structure protection, getting people out, and addressing directly the flame as it makes its way up the canyon and some of these canyon walls towards the homes above. Right now, that doesn't appear to be happening where we are standing. You're looking at the fire. I believe that's the main flank of the fire. It can be seen for miles. I have people telling me from Beverly Hills and Santa Monica they can see it. But it's the wind, such that it seems to be blowing it away from our location.
Well, Jonathan and I are sitting here. We presume they might be doing that water draw from Lake Hollywood, because they've been making some quick turns in terms of the aerial assault here. Conan, you said you went in with strike teams. What are they up to right now? Are they working? Or are they waiting for this fire to come to them?
Well, you know what? First of all, you're right, Colleen. You're smart. That's probably where they're getting it from, Lake Hollywood.
Thank you, Conan.
There are a couple reservoirs here, so I should.
I've been waiting a long time to hear that from you. Thank
you. You and I have been doing this a while, Colleen.
Yes, we have.
The strike team that we saw, now they pair these up. Sometimes they're various units from mutual aid from throughout the state that they pair up. Two engine companies, firefighters, a captain, an engineer, and a battalion chief, and they assign those frequently to go into a neighborhood and just figure out how to keep the fire from burning those homes. Structure protection, sometimes, as I said earlier, they wait for the fire to come to them because it's just too problematic, other than an aircraft, too problematic for them to go after it with a hose down here. Right now, they're praying, though, that the aerial attack will knock much of this fire down before they have to start saving homes here.
All right, Conan, thank you for that. The time now, 7 o'clock, where we stay with your shot here. We continue to track a new wildfire there burning in the Hollywood Hills. They're calling it the Sunset Fire. That is where Conan has been, and that's where News Chopper 4 is over right now.
This, of course, as we continue to update you on the latest on the Palisades Fire, the Eaton Fire in Altadena, and the Hearst Fire in Sylmar. That one's burning as well. Primetime programming will be on Cozy TV tonight. That is Channel 6. Again, this is the fire we've been covering for the past couple of hours in the Hollywood Hills, called the Sunset Fire, just off Runyon Canyon, actually a little bit closer to Franklin Canyon than Mulholland. News Chopper 4 overhead. You can see the orange glow here. This is, as I said, the Runyon Canyon area, very popular hiking area. This fire broke out within the past couple of hours. Water dropping choppers out there tonight. This so far, they tell us 10 acres, but it looks to be bigger than that. That was the initial call of 10 acres on this.
We anticipate that number is going to rise, though they are making some really good progress tonight with the aerial assault on the Sunset Fire, something that was not available to fire crews last night. We're also keeping a very close eye on the Palisades Fire. This is the one that has now burned close to 16,000 acres there in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, as well as nearby Santa Monica, with no containment still tonight. Evacuation orders have been extended for parts of Santa Monica, which include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente are still in place. More than 15,000 people do not have gas in the Malibu area, and there's also a boil water advisory right now for the Sunset Mesa community. On the Eaton Fire, from the news conference from the last hour or so, the fire has now burned more than 10,600 acres, and it continues to grow at this hour. We did learn, sadly and tragically, at least 5 people have been killed in the Eaton Fire, and that more than 1,000 buildings have been destroyed. Those include homes as well as businesses, and city leaders there with Altadena, Pasadena, and nearby communities asking people to leave the fire area immediately and to stay out of that area. We've seen a lot of people stay behind to try to put out the flames in some homes. Firefighters say they're trying to get in there to work because there are still active fires burning. There are evacuation centers open right now at the Pasadena Convention Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center, and we have live TV coverage right now on all those fires. We want to start, though, with our meteorologist, Melissa McGee. Melissa.
Hi there, Jonathan and Colleen. And yeah, we're tracking the very latest with the Sunset Fire. Very interesting to look at the pictures and the images coming in from our chopper shot because as we had LAFD earlier, they were saying that they were using the aerial attack to stop the hot flanks from spreading. And then they start to stop the forward progress of this fire here. I do want to show you the latest observation data as we're looking at the Sunset Fire here. And like Conan was saying, we had him on just 5 minutes ago. He was saying that the winds are not as strong as they were last night. So I want to show you some of the observation sites. Franklin Canyon Park, we've got a gust up to just 25 miles per hour, but they're coming in out of the north in some spots. So this is a big concern. Also, as we look at the pictures and the images you can see on the other side of the screen here, this is really when we start to talk about that wildfire triangle, because we've got a few components to make this fire really grow and really blossom. First of all, it's all about the topography. We're very familiar with Runyon Canyon. There's a lot of slopes, there are a lot of hills, there are a lot of trails in that region. And then we talk about the fuel. That's the dense, dry brush in that air, the trees, the bushes, the grass, and it's very dry. Add on top of that the weather we have right now, the Santa Ana winds. And unlike last night, the winds are actually starting to weaken. So right now we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to about 40 miles per hour, but the Santa Anas help to spread the flames a little faster. Also something, as we're looking at the images of the Sunset Fire here, when we've got flames like this, the rising heat from the flames helps to preheat the fuel out ahead of it. So once that happens, especially when you're dealing with the slope, for example, fires can ignite and spread more rapidly, especially as they travel uphill. So that's the very latest. We'll continue to track it for you for the rest of tonight. I'll send it back your way, Colleen and Jonathan.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We've been talking with our Conan Nolan, who is above the Sunset Fire. There you see Alex Rozier. He is live now at Stanley and Hollywood. He's actually looking up towards the Sunset Fire right now. Alex.
Yeah, Colleen, I want to give you a live look in the distance here, and you can see to the northeast to the fire that is burning there in the Hollywood Hills, right in the direction of Runyon Canyon Park. You can We've been watching here over the last little bit as a number of people have come out here tonight to observe where this fire is moving, to keep a close eye on it as it is so close to so many apartment complexes and homes here. Again, at Stanley and Hollywood Boulevard is where we are right now. This gentleman's lived here for 30 years. For folks who are watching this fire tonight, familiarize us a little bit more here, what we're looking at when we see these flames up in the direction of the northeast.
All right, so what we have here is what we call the Hollywood foothills, and where those flames are now would be on top of Vista Street, and we've got top of Sierra Bonita and top of Curson. And Curson is pretty dangerous because it goes up further to the hills, and that's a dead end, and therefore only one way to come in and out. So I hope everybody up there has gotten out.
And you said you're sticking it out for right now. Tell me about your experience thus far as the flames have moved a bit closer to Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you know, we're seeing them right now. I'm pretty confident because of the wind blowing to the east, so it seems to be blowing away from us. So I'm feeling comfortable about that. But everybody in my building's gone. They got their valuables and their animals, and they've left. So I'm the only one here.
Well, thank you.
Now, kind of holding for it.
Thank you so much for your time. Again, the wind I've noticed as it's been brought up a couple times, a distinct difference from last night. Still dangerous conditions out here, but it is far less significant, far less intense than it was last night. I want to talk to these guys over here too, because they came out from Highland Park, and you were helping out with putting out some water. Tell me about what
Yes,
you were.
sir. Yeah, so we were in Highland Park watching it start right here from like a little spark to what it is now, and my friend lives right here, my really good friend Kiana, and so we just rushed over. It took us like 30 minutes, but we sped a little bit. Just started like, what can we do to help? What can we do? So we just started watering the house and everything.
We got some news coming into the newsroom, so we'll loop back with you guys. Let's send it back into you in the studio.
All right, Alex, thank you. Right now we want to go to our Julia Dang overhead. And Julia, we just saw flames coming from the backyard of that home there, from the balcony area. We see them again. Well, can you tell us what's going on there, if there's anyone trying to put out those flames?
Yeah, Jonathan, flames are flaring up again. Look at this. This house looks to be on the corner of North Sierra Bonita Avenue and Franklin Avenue. It looks like embers must have jumped at least 2 blocks from the southernmost flank of this fire, and it sparked up near the front porch. They got it out quickly, and then it just flared up again. I'm going to keep the camera on this as I zoom out wide and show you the progress that's being made. It is incredible the difference it makes when the fire department is able to launch their helicopters and attack these fires from above. They've been flying at least 3 city fire department helicopters, 1 from the county fire department, over this over and over again. I've lost count of how many water drops we've seen. I see a helicopter right now with the night sunlight over the south flank of this fire, probably preparing to do another water drop. Colleen noted earlier how this fire is being blown to the west. It makes sense. They've been attacking the western side of this fire, the west flank. On the east side a couple minutes ago, we showed you how it's still burning out of control, and that's where the spread appears to be right now. The south part of this fire and the east flank. This home, let me zoom back in here and take a look. It looks like they got it knocked down, but it's just terrifying. These embers can jump that far. This was 2 blocks from the heel of the fire. So you're understanding now why this evacuation zone is as broad as it is and why they're expanding it right now to the west. If you follow my camera, I'm going to pan this to the right. This is looking to the south now. Look at this traffic. Look at this, and firefighters are still trying to get in. They're fighting this from the ground as well as people are trying to get out. Incredibly, and we have seen this in every fire we've covered today, incredibly, there are people trying to go up the hill as well. I'm guessing people trying to go back home to maybe rescue pets, grab important documents, try and secure their valuables. There is no time for that. My phone keeps on going off in the helicopter. I know my colleagues in the NBC4 newsroom have mentioned as well, they're getting alerts over over and over. They're coming from the city fire department. It started with an evacuation warning, and then 90% of the time you get those, it turns into an order. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, I got that alert on my phone, and then another one came by warning more people about potential evacuation orders. So even though this looks to be under control now, this looks more hopeful than what we were looking at about an hour ago. These embers, these flames can jump far and they can jump fast. So if you're under that order, it is time to get out.
Julia, you're right about that. Firefighters call that spotting. You talk about the spotting being 2.5 blocks there, but with the winds that we saw last night, gusting over 70, 80 miles an hour, we saw spotting anywhere from 3 to 5 miles ahead. All right, we're going to stay with your shot. We're going to bring in on the phone with us right now the sketch artist Mona Edwards, evacuated in Hollywood. Mona, we understand you had to leave your pet birds behind.
Yes. Hi, Colleen. We took our dogs. I had to leave the birds at home. I have huge cages. I have 49 birds. Draped the cages, wetted down with a hose, brought some of the birds inside into a bathroom that is a very cool one, also put wet towels. This just came upon us so quickly. I have my family who lives in Mandeville Canyon, and we have friends from Pacific Palisades, and we thought that we were safe. And then all of a sudden, we heard our street. So things changed very quickly.
Mona, as we continue to see these devastating images there in the Hollywood Hills of the hillside burning, we did see at least one home with some embers that may have caught fire there. How close are you to the closest flames? Did you see any as you were trying to get out?
No, the entire neighborhood seemed to all be in sync, and we all left at the same time. We were given just a few minutes notice. I did not see flames. I'm up at the top of Nichols Canyon. So we are at a bit of a distance, about 2 minutes driving time from Runyon Canyon. But as we know, the flames move upward and very, very fast. So no, we didn't see the flames, but we weren't going to wait to see them.
Mona, we talked to a couple of other people who live in that area, and they said they have a great relationship with the fire department and they train for this sort of thing. Are you involved in that as well?
As far as training, we do have a good connection with our fire department, which is 97 on Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. We have a pretty connected neighborhood. Robert Kovacic is also a neighbor, and so we're all very aware and watch out for each other. But I didn't have any kind of training. It's just, I guess, experience from living in the hills.
Yeah, it's a sense of community. Robert said that the fire department comes up there sometimes and they go through these drills and they brief people.
Yes.
I don't even know how to ask this question about the birds. You had to leave them behind?
The cages, there's one, a wrought iron cage. It's about 6.5 feet high. The other cage for the inside birds, we were able to move into a back bathroom that's all marble. So there's no wood or anything. As I said, we had no notice. We were so occupied with watching for my brother, who was evacuated in Mandeville, and then friends who were in Pacific Palisades, that we thought for sure the fire would be contained, that we wouldn't be touched. So I didn't have carrier cages, but we have a huge Great Pyrenees and English Golden Retriever. We took them. I took photo albums. We took documents, and only what we're wearing, a sweater and jeans and tennis shoes, and that's all we have.
It's so tough. It's so tough, Mona, in those moments to know exactly what you're going to grab, even if you've thought about it. At that moment when it's happening, it's just so hard to think about. Mona, for those of our viewers who may not recognize her name per se, you've seen her work for years. Mona, you've helped us cover this community, this city, through so many court cases over the decades. But Talk about today. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. You know, you saw what was happening in Palisades. You were paying close attention, and then suddenly, you know, LA across the way is just on fire, and here now you're being directly impacted by this latest one.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was growing up, there was a big fire in Coldwater Canyon, where I grew up, and we had to evacuate. I was like 8 years old, and of course it was quite fun. We went to a little restaurant and stayed until we were given the all clear. But there was never, ever a time where we were getting these alerts and these alarms, and my husband was screaming at me to go, and we just left. I only took things that cannot be replaced, and to me that's photo albums. So I've got my phone, so pictures from the recent years, but you can't replace that, and that's it. That's it. So yeah, we're just used to the hills and used to seeing fire someplace else, and it is quite a bizarre, and I want to call it a Hieronymus Bosch landscape that I've seen, which has happened to Pacific Palisades and Malibu. Terrible, terrible.
Mona, how long have you lived in that area, and have you ever had to evacuate before?
No, we've lived up here for decades. Bought the house when I was very young, and no, we've never evacuated, never. So this is it, first and last time, and I hope I come back to my house.
Well, we hope that you have good luck and you come back to your house and your pets as well. Mona, thank you.
Yes, and may I
Good
just suggest that what I'm going to do is order carrier cages and have those on just like right outside and ready to go for if there is a next time.
Another great way to stay prepared, and there very well may be a next time. Mona, we're wishing you all the best of luck, as well as your neighbors. Thank you so much for speaking with us this evening.
And thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Right now, we want to get to our Amber Frias. She's live in Hollywood at Franklin and Fuller. And Amber, Franklin is one of these streets we've seen heavily impacted by those who are trying to escape, you know, under these mandatory evacuation orders.
Yeah, that's right. Very chaotic out here. A lot of people just rushing to make their way out. Very heavy traffic coming up here. It took us at least 20 minutes to come up to this intersection from Hollywood Boulevard, which was just a few blocks away. But people just really trying to make their way out as soon as possible. The smoke has gone in really thick. There is a lot of ash raining from the skies. People just trying to do their best to get what they can before they leave. And I want to walk this way. We saw this man who was hosing down some of the sidewalk and some of the trees. Sir?
Yeah.
Hi, sorry to interrupt you. My name is Amber with NBC. Do you live in this complex?
Yeah, I live right here, yeah.
What's your name?
Lawrence.
Okay. So, I mean, what's going through your mind right now?
Oh my gosh. This is my whole life right here. You know, I spent my whole life savings to buy a condo here. And so I lost my family during COVID. And so I don't really have anybody to call or anything. So it feels a little bit scary, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, are people still in the complex?
A lot of people have left, but a lot of people are staying too, you know. I think we're going to be okay. I hope so. I mean, all these fire trucks are going up there, but, you know, you never know. I mean, you got all these mansions right here. If they catch on fires, we're in real trouble.
What's your plan? Are you staying?
I'm going to stay right until it catches. If it catches on fire, I'll leave. Yeah, I have my 2 Bengal cats in here, and I don't know, they're freaking out. So I'd have to take them with me, but I don't know where I would go, just in my car, I guess.
You're ready to go, at least.
I am ready to go. I've been working on this condo since I bought it. Like every piece of it, you know.
So sorry.
So
well,
we're ready to start renting it, and it's like, no, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get all the way down.
It has to be the most important fire in LA. It has to be. I mean, we're right here, Hollywood Highland. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna step aside so you could take a look a little bit. If we continue walking this way, closer to the complex, we could see some of the people that appear to be just heading out with their suitcases in tow. You hear the fire alarm going off in the background is probably because of all this smoke we're breathing. Let's see if we can speak with this woman here. Hi, ma'am. How are you doing? My name is Amber. I'm a reporter with NBC. Do you live here?
In this building, yeah.
Where are you headed?
I come here.
Where are you headed? Where are you headed?
My son-in-law will pick me up. I'll go to his place, Santa Monica.
How are you feeling?
Fine.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so if we continue to walk this way, coming up onto these streets, it was pretty busy, a lot of traffic, but it does look like for the most part in this area people have made their way out. It's a lot quieter than when we were up here just about 30 minutes ago, but this fire is really spreading fast. We were notified about it just about an hour and a half ago, and already seeing these evacuations are just hard to take in. As you can see, a lot of people making their way out. Conditions out here getting a little worse, I would say. The wind is not as strong, luckily, as we've seen, yesterday or earlier today, but the smoke is thick, a lot of ash raining from the sky. So just like we've heard from authorities, if you have received an evacuation warning, make sure you do listen to those warnings and make your way out. Reporting live, Amber Frias, NBC4 News.
All right, Amber, thank you for that. Now, on the right side of your screen, what we're looking at is a live picture from News Chopper 4. You can see one of our ground units was on the left-hand side of the screen. We're going to go topside right now to Julia Deng. Julia, you've been on this from the beginning. What's it looking like to you right now?
Colleen, this firefight is still underway. You saw that helicopter, that LAFD fire helicopter, that just a water drop here, and that was on a different flank of the fire. That was on the southern flank. Earlier, we were talking about how most of that aerial firefight was concentrated on the western portion of this fire. A lot of that has now been knocked down, but the latest we're hearing right now, we're listening to scanner traffic, we're getting alerts on our phone, and of course, we're watching what's happening out the helicopter window. There's a home here that's being evacuated because it's being threatened by this fire. You can see the heel of the fire here. The southernmost portion of it is just creeping down the hill, and it appears to be a home at the corner of Hillside Avenue and Sierra Bonita Avenue here. I think it was the one where the front porch was flaring up when I talked to you about 10 minutes ago. Fire is out for now. The ground crews have moved away. I think they're congregating around the corner now over on Curson Avenue. But again, anybody in this area, anybody who's thinking about coming back to grab things from their homes, that is not a good idea. We're seeing people scramble to get out. Somebody was coming down the hill on an electric scooter earlier. We've seen people running down the hill. A lot of people driving out. Fortunately, we did not see the apocalyptic scenes we saw yesterday on Pacific Coast Highway, where people were abandoning their vehicles and just running through clouds of smoke. They were forced to get out in such a rush yesterday. People left their blinkers on. They left bags of groceries in their cars. They were in the middle of their day when it happened. So this firefight tonight, this one in the Hollywood Hills, this really is like day and night. I mean, we have aerial firefighting resources now. The winds are nowhere near as bad, and we can feel the difference up in News Chopper 4 between wind conditions just a couple hours ago over the Palisades fire and tonight over Hollywood. You can probably tell from our picture too, as I zoom in on some of these trees, this dry brush that's burning. Look at these palm trees I'm going to zoom in on. They're not flapping in the wind quite the same way as what we saw over in Altadena and over in the Palisades earlier, but these embers are still flying. All it takes is one, and these embers can fly miles through the air. So it's not unheard of for this to jump 2 or 3 blocks down to that home on Sierra Bonita that was at the center of a frantic firefight. Thank goodness there were already fire resources on scene, on the ground and in the air. LAFD calling their helicopters, their workhorses. Thank goodness they can launch tonight. And we are watching this from upstairs, just west of this fire, because fortunately we can now fly. We are no longer grounded by the extreme historic winds that spread the other fires we've been covering. So it looks to me like this is under control for now, but we're still waiting for an update on acreage and containment.
And we're not out of the woods yet, Julia, as we stay with your shot here. We know that you guys have to go refuel in just a moment. But Julia, quickly, you mentioned earlier when I was talking to you that you could barely hold your joystick to man the camera because it was just that windy when you were over the, I don't know if you remember if it was Palisades, I believe it was, or Eaton fire. Regardless, the conditions sound like they've gotten better. Are you continuing to see the aerial attack on this particular fire now, the Sunset Fire?
We're still seeing the aerial attack here. The frequency of the water drops from the firefighting helicopters, it seems to have lessened just a bit. But as I zoom out, you can see some of those spotlights. Those are the night sunlights from these LAFD and LA County firefighter helicopters. So we're not seeing anything right now, but I bet you if we could stay on station for a little bit longer and hold this shot, we would see additional water drops. One thing I do want to note, we don't know anything about the cause of this fire just yet, but we did see what looked like a drone flying very close to the fire. It was on the western flank over here about 10 minutes ago. So I don't know if that's an LAFD drone. I don't know if that's part of their firefighting strategy or perhaps part of their investigation into what sparked this. But we're going to try and track down that footage and of course confirm what started this 10-acre Sunset Fire.
All right, Julia Ding in News Chopper 4. I know you're taking off to get fuel, and we'll see you back here once you fuel up. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to Conan Nolan. Conan, this is exactly what you were talking about, the winds pushing these flames down into the flats, into some of these homes.
Right, Runyon Canyon, as we see another, this is in North Hollywood, LA's fire truck, again, part of the strike team that we saw come up. One of them has dispatched, I think, to another location. Yeah, Runyon Canyon, we're on the other side, Solar Drive, to where the News Chopper 4 was taking pictures. And yeah, it goes slowly downhill, rapidly uphill, because, of course, it preheats the brush ahead of it. And the point is that the fuel is already dry enough. It doesn't take much for it to become combustible. Based on what we've seen, along with what you've just heard, it appears they've done a pretty good job with the water applications by air that they've been able to put on this branch of the fire. We've seen it gets into some of the manzanita, some of the brush. And you can see a rise in the flame. 6 inches of brush can give you 5 feet of flame. I believe it's something to that effect. But they've been able to advance, I think, quite effectively on that flank of the fire as it continues to make its way slowly downhill towards homes. The homes up here seem to be in better shape, in part because we are still a canyon. Runyon's on the other side. We are still a canyon away, so they have time on their side. They also, I should point out, I don't know if you can see it, but I might have you go down here. They have a protected space here. That is, this is dirt. I don't know if this is by design. Hopefully it was, but they have ripped out the vegetation that does not give the flame purchase as it makes its way up the hill. So there's really nothing for it to preheat. I wouldn't be surprised if that was done on purpose by some of the homeowners here or by the city. In any case, that will help not to have too much brush down here if indeed those flames do make their way down the canyon wall and they start to make their way up this way. The good news is, timing is everything in life, Colleen. You both know it. The timing here benefits the Hollywood Hills in that this is happening now and didn't happen yesterday. Because the wind gusts, there are gusts, we do feel them, but it's nothing like what we saw, and it still allows the LAFD to get in the air to fight this, what they're doing to some significant effect, I must say, based on the aerial drops that we've seen. They're going to be at this, though, for quite some time. It won't take much, even if they get a good amount of this fire down. It won't take much for the embers to reignite if indeed it gets a lot of oxygen through a lot of wind gusts, which we saw earlier. And so this is going to be a long firefight for them, but I think there's some sense of optimism that they're making some headway on this flank of the fire in Runyon Canyon.
Without question, Conan. Jonathan and Kathy now with you here as we continue with your shot. We've seen, even just from your shot alone, Conan, plenty of progress as we saw that water drop just about a minute ago. And this is the tool that firefighters just didn't have last night, Conan. And talk to us about exactly where you are. Are you anywhere near homes? You mentioned you went up with the strike teams as we see yet another water drop. They've been really successful at these so far here in the Sunset Fire, Conan. And have you had the chance to speak to any homeowners or anybody who's been trying to evacuate?
I haven't. We are on Solar's Drive, which is above Runyon Canyon. It is to the south of Mulholland and east of Laurel Canyon. This neighborhood has been told to leave. Several of the neighborhoods here. We haven't seen a lot of activity here. I haven't seen. We came from, of course, Altadena, where everybody was either evacuated or they stayed and were using as much water as they could find and pressure to put water in their homes to save their homes. You don't see any of that here. I don't think anybody is risking it because there's very little room for there's very little measure of success here, I should say, when it comes to your ability to hold off a fire once it's coming up the canyon walls into this neighborhood. I think it was in 1982 the last time that Laurel Canyon burned. They lost about, if I recall correctly, something like 30 or 40 homes. These fires happen. One fire captain or fire chief pointed out that fires happen all the time in the same spots. They happen and then everything grows back and then they happen again. Runyon Canyon has burned before, so has this neighborhood. It's been decades, and they've tried to do everything they possibly can to secure this region from a rapidly moving calamity that would be a fire like this. But again, there's nothing you can. There's really, all bets are off when you have the kind of velocity that we saw last night and this morning. With the wind gusts propelling the embers, advancing the flames in Eaton Canyon and the Palisades upwards to a mile downrange. So we haven't talked to anybody. I haven't seen anybody. Most have evacuated, I would think, and those who aren't evacuated are watching us and praying and hoping for the best.
All right, Conan, we have some important information we need to pass along to our viewers as we hold your shot here. We want to clarify that the boil water advisory we talked about earlier, that advisory is actually for anyone who lives in the Pacific Palisades area if your zip code is 90272. Again, that zip code 90272. The LEDWP is urging you either use bottled water or you boil your water until further notice. That is because the water pressure there continues to be so low due to the high water usage that has been being used to try to put out the Palisades fire.
Meanwhile, we continue to watch this Sunset Fire that broke out just before 6 o'clock tonight in the Hollywood Hills. And Jonathan, one of the things about the Hollywood Hills, Conan was mentioning the spaghetti streets, and they're so narrow. If you've driven up there, if you park your car on the side, it's really hard to get around. So this kind of area can be really tough for firefighters. But what I found fascinating is that the people who live there apparently train with the fire department, and they have a plan in place so that you know what to do, so you know to talk to neighbors. And it's really good because before a fire hits and it strikes is when you really want to be prepared. Once it happens, it's almost too late. I mean, you need to have your stuff ready. And if you're leaving beyond evacuation orders, if they tell you to get out and you don't go then, you're just causing a problem for firefighters at that point. So they really want you to adhere to those precautions. I love that they train with the residents there.
And one big concern among residents, I know in the Runyon Canyon area, Kathy, is that they all always have concerns with how many visitors visit these parks that are in the canyon, especially Runyon Canyon Park. A lot of people park their cars, and they're concerned for this reason, because if there is a fire that breaks out, do the firefighters have enough space to drive their giant apparatus, those fire trucks, the fire engines, up into the canyon successfully to get to where these fires are going? They have red flag days on days like yesterday, days like today, where they don't allow parking for this very reason, so that people can get, the firefighters can get up into the canyon areas, these narrow streets, many of them one way in, one way out. And so, thankfully, if people are, heeding the warnings and they're heeding those red flag violations, they're not, parking their cars in certain places. We saw a lot of people trying to get out. That is why we see a lot of traffic along Franklin and Hollywood Boulevard, two major thoroughfares in that area that are impacted by all those people trying to get out as soon as possible. Right now, we want to get over to meteorologist David Bigger, or Robert Kovacic, live in Hollywood Hills now. He's just arrived with the latest on the Sunset Fire. And Robert, we also understand, this is the area that you call home.
Right now is that we are at the entrance to Runyon Canyon. If you live in this neighborhood, and if you know this neighborhood, if you've used Runyon Canyon, this is Runyon and Mulholland. Yeah. This is Debbie. Debbie, it's good to see you. You too. Tell me from your perspective, when you first got aware of this fire, was it an emergency alert? Did you smell the smoke? Did you see the flames?
We got like so many emergency alerts, which has kind of made us really paranoid, because we're like right at Mulholland, like near Laurel, and it's like, you got to evacuate. And we're like, I don't know. So that's why I came up here to see, because we got scared. We didn't know. We didn't smell anything.
Right.
But everyone kept saying, evacuate, evacuate, so.
But you're here.
I'm here, yeah, because I cover stuff on my page.
So you're looking here, but
so I'm live on my, yeah.
Are you ready to go if need be, Debbie?
Oh, yeah. I've already packed a bag, and I have my cat and my son. We've already packed. Okay. So I said, I'm just going to see if I can see the fire, because if it's close enough, then we probably should get out of it. We should evacuate.
Are you like me, thinking that, it hit another neighborhood, ours is probably going to get spared with this round of winds, or were you ready and on standby to go at any time?
No, I wasn't ready on standby. Yeah. And I kind of said to my son, I'm like, maybe we should just pack a bag just in case. Right. And then all of a sudden he's like, Mom, I think we should pack a bag now. And I was like, oh my God. So, yeah, because you never know with the wind, the way, what happened in Pacific Palisades, it just all of a sudden just took off. So, yeah. And it's kind of windy right now. So that's why I'm kind of scared.
Yeah, you just never know. And Debbie, thank you.
Yeah,
keep us posted as you continue to walk around.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we can see anything.
The amount of fire trucks we have seen is impressive, especially when we have had, by the admission of our firefighters, that they are stretched thin here. But again, so where we are standing, the fire we understood was a small fire that was near Waddles Park, that would be down below Runyon Canyon. The good news is, according to firefighters, is that the airdrops are effective. And I told you several hours ago that the best way to fight this fire was going to be from an aerial assault. The small fires we've seen here before, that's the only real way to do it, especially when you're trying to traverse Runyon Canyon. It's very difficult. We actually, in the past, for those of us that live in this neighborhood, we can tell you it's all too frequent that we see the choppers overhead and then we say, oh, another hiker being rescued. So the aerial assaults are effective. However, by the admission of the LAFD, the winds continue to be erratic, and they are pushing in different directions, but they are also pushing west. And so I have heard from a number of people in the west part of the West Hollywood Hills that Bird Streets and that areas near Sunset Plaza and areas near Doheny up in the hills have already been asked to evacuate. And in the meantime, this area that just right over here, which was known as Outpost and Outpost Estates, that's the area that you are going to see before you get to the Hollywood Bowl. Those people have been asked to evacuate as well. To also underline the savviness and the knowledge that people have here. Living in the Hollywood Hills, it's a trade-off. It's a beautiful place to live. There are beautiful views, and there certainly is convenient. You feel like the San Fernando Valley is right here, and Hollywood is right on the other side of Mulholland. However, you understand the trade-off being that you live in an area where that as soon as the wind picks up and you have these conditions that you could be next. And it was here in the Hollywood Hills as they cast their eyes westward and looked at the disaster, the absolute disaster that has become the Pacific Palisades. The last thing that they wanted to see here tonight was for Hollywood Hills to be next on the list from this wind event. So the LAFD has really hit this. They've hit this hard. I cannot tell you enough times that the LAFD has educated the people who live in this area. There are drills, there are evacuation routes that are posted, and once every fall, maybe twice a year, we are asked to participate in a drill where we head on down to usually Hollywood High School, and that's going to be your evacuation zone, so you understand the routes that you have, because as you just were talking about, the streets here can be very narrow, they can be really, really tricky, and sometimes there's only one way in and no way out. And the most important thing you want to do is make sure that you get those fire trucks and the fire apparatus in. So they've got this fire right now, maybe the first time in a long time that we can say they've got it surrounded, because it's really burning right now in a bowl section, that being the Runyon Canyon section. But to stop it now from spreading, if it heads east, it's going to go to the Outpost Estates area and then push towards Highland and the Hollywood Bowl. If it goes west, then you know what? Honestly, we could be off to the races, because that is where you have nothing but homes on both sides of Mulholland, and that is a very, very dangerous place for this fire to spread. The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, there is a large swath of open space that is fuel to burn, and that could really help push that fire. So the goal right now, keep this aerial assault underway, and so far it's been effective.
It is great to see that aerial assault. So fantastic to see the water drops. Okay, Robert, we have the Sunset Fire covered from all directions. Amber Frias is at the base of Runyon Canyon, the hiking trail there. Amber, what are you seeing down there? We see fire trucks with you.
A lot of fire trucks out here. It looks like it's kind of like the place that they're using, the route that these firemen are using to get closer to the fire. They have since blocked the entrance to Runyon Canyon because there's a lot of people, a lot of young people actually gathering in this area, trying to take video, trying to take pictures of the situation. Now, along with these people, we've also met a lot of residents who live in the apartments in this area. As you may know, this is a very densely populated area. There are dozens of apartment complexes, thousands of people that live in these neighborhoods and are now being evacuated. Let's see if we could talk to some of these people here. Hi guys, how are you doing? My name is Amber. I'm a reporter with NBC4. What's your name, sir?
Rich.
Do you live in this complex? Where are you headed tonight?
Hopefully nowhere. But if I have to leave, and my neighbors, we each have our cars, we can take off in no time or walk.
So you're packed up and ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. How long do you intend to, wait it out?
I'm hoping I'm going to sleep in my bed tonight.
Hopefully. How long have you lived here, sir?
25 plus years.
Anything like this ever cross your mind?
Nothing remotely. So this is unique for here and I think for Los Angeles.
How are you feeling? What's going through your mind right now?
Waiting to see what happens. It seems conditions are better now than they were an hour or two ago.
Yeah, it seems like the winds are slowing down a little bit. Still a lot of ash, a lot of smoke. How many people have also decided to stay in your complex?
There are 29 apartments, and I believe we're the last two apartments.
Okay.
Everyone else is left.
All right, sir. Well,
may I ask, have you heard anything or on the fire?
It's been growing so far. Yeah.
It is. It's growing.
And evacuations are still underway.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir, and stay safe. Good luck. So as you see, a lot of people out here, packed up, ready to go. Some people half left. Making our way up here was tough. Traffic was very heavy, and it wasn't just the regular commuter traffic, the afternoon traffic. There were a lot of people desperately trying to get out before things got worse. Now, like we've been hearing from authorities, if you are under evacuation orders like this community here, you are urged to abide by those orders. Kathy?
All right, Amber Free is live right there at the base of Runyon Canyon in the Hollywood Hills where the Sunset Fire is burning. You see on the left-hand side, we're going to bring in meteorologist David Bigger. He can talk about what's happening with conditions right now.
Well, we've got a couple of benefits kind of working in our favor. First of all, we have an aerial firefight. We didn't have that last night for any of the fires because of the wind. It's also an aerial firefight at night, and that's relatively new within just the past couple of years. That's a benefit. But the other benefit has been the wind. It is a lot lighter out there. We still have a couple of gusts, but it is definitely a lot lighter than we were talking about last night. We had that gust in that 40 to 80 mile per hour range, depending on location. So right now, here's where the Sunset Fire is. So a little bit of a refresher on the map here. We've got the 101 freeway. Hollywood Boulevard is right here. This is Santa Monica down here. This is Laurel Canyon, and Mulholland Drive is this squiggly line right there. Franklin Canyon Park, one of the observation sites that sits off toward the west, that's had the strongest gusts, but even then, the gusts have been mainly in about the 20 to 30 mile per hour range with sustained winds at about 10 miles an hour. Around West Hollywood, we've been looking at wind gusts in about the 10 to 20 mile per hour range. The main thing, though, that's still very concerning here about the conditions is the humidity. 9% humidity around Franklin Canyon, 10% humidity for WeHo, about 15% humidity at one of our observation sites that is just to the east of Hollywood. So we're keeping track of this fire, keeping an eye on it. But right now, the good news is that the wind gusts are definitely much lighter than when we were seeing at this point yesterday. Another spot where the wind gusts are still relatively light, but gusty in a few areas is around the Palisades fire. So first of all, here's the entire fire area. It's this big shaded red spot. Around Topanga Beach, we've got gusts at 22 miles an hour. In the Santa Monica area, though, we're not necessarily seeing any wind gusts. The winds are relatively light at this point, but 10% humidity, still very dry. As you work up in elevation, though, you still will encounter a couple of stronger gusts. Around the Santa Monica Mountains Ridgetop observation site here that we've got 39 mile per hour sustained winds gusting to nearly 50 still. And around Malibu Creek, we still have gusts above 50 miles an hour. But look at the wind direction. It's kind of all over the place here. And that's making it a little bit challenging for firefighters tonight around the Palisades fire. As we take a look for the Eden fire, you'll notice a really good sign here. Calm winds for La Cañada Flint Ridge, calm winds in Altadena, relatively calm winds around Eden Canyon Park, same with Sierra Madre. That's a huge benefit for firefighters. Also, the humidity has come up just a little bit. Still pretty dry, about 15 to 20% humidity, but that is a huge help to firefighters as they're trying to gain the upper hand on the Eden fire. As we go through the next couple of hours, the smoke from the fires will likely linger in the area. This is what it looks like by 9 p.m. You can see that we've still got plenty of smoke over parts of the basin and extending off the coastline. And of course, with the Sunset Fire mixed into this, we're likely seeing some of that fire sitting in the basin as well. Depending on the fire activity for tomorrow, we'll likely see some of the smoke continue to sit in the region. But notice how all of this is blowing offshore. We will still have offshore winds all the way through a good portion of Thursday and into Friday. Futurecast here, this is a zoomed in look around Ventura County and LA County around the San Fernando Valley. 10 p.m. tonight, we're looking at winds still offshore, not nearly as gusty as last night. That's the huge benefit that we're seeing. But as we go through the overnight hours and into Thursday, we still have an offshore wind for some areas. So the Santa Susana Mountains still seeing some gusts that will continue for a good portion of Thursday into early Friday. This is Friday morning. We're back up into the gust territory in that 40 mile per hour range in the Santa Susana Mountains. The Santa Monica Mountains areas around the fire looking at wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour with occasional stronger gusts. But the good news comes late Friday. Look what happens with the wind directions. Everything suddenly is pointing out of the west. That's the onshore breeze. That is the recovery in humidity that we're looking for. And that would signal probably the decrease of fire danger finally as we get into the weekend. But it does look like offshore flow is with us at least for the next couple of hours, next few days, and potentially into next week as well. Back to you.
And we'll be waiting for that moment. David, thank you so much. Right now, we want to go back to our Conan Nolan live there covering the Sunset Fire from up above. Conan, this is quite the sight that we're getting here. Your photographer zoomed in, and we just see those flames whipping around. Have you seen any more water drops?
All right, we're trying to reach Conan right now.
I'm sorry.
Conan, can you hear us?
I got you now. I'm sorry. Yeah, I lost interrupted feedback just a moment ago. So yeah, this is the northern flank, and as we kind of expected, although they seem to be getting some, there is some success in some of the aerial drops. It is still burning into heavy vegetation. The manzanita, the California scrub brush, as well as a variety of other very dry vegetation that's essentially the fuel here. If you saw the twin rotor helicopters, that's the QRFs, that's the quick response or reaction force. This is a helicopter. I believe it's a helicopter based out of LA County's Van Nuys Airport, as well as in Orange County and Ventura. Chinook 47s, I believe they are, about 3,000 gallons. And so they can be very effective. They're also a lot more stable than some of the single rotor helicopters, and they can take the wind a little better. There you see one right there. Now, I believe that's an Augusta helicopter from LA City Fire, single rotor. They have been working this back and forth for the past hour, making some progress. The flames, though, are making their way downhill. There's no question about that. They can retard their growth, but they can't exactly snuff it out completely. And I think one of the strategies here is to keep this fire at a point where if it does make its way towards the homes down below the canyon, they won't be so intense that the structure protection units down below can't arrest them and put them out before they do any kind of property damage, so long as the weather cooperates. That is, the wind gusts do not reappear the way they did with such ferocity earlier last night and earlier this morning. There's another drop. You know, we can tell this helicopter, I think this is another LA City helicopter. They're going back and forth probably to Mulholland, Lake Mulholland. Not far from the Hollywood sign to gather more water, and we're seeing quite a bit of a rapid turnaround here. So this is, as David Bigger pointed out, this is the big difference between last night and tonight. Not just the fact that we don't have the wind, but we do have the air attack from these helicopters that have been pre-positioned to be ready for this kind of event. Folks in the neighborhood above me, they're looking warily at this. They want to keep it on the other side of Runyon Canyon from where they are. The neighborhoods down below, they see it slowly making their way down. That's the advantage to being down canyon from these fires, because they move so slowly. The big disadvantage to being up from those canyons where I am is if they do make it to this flank, to this side of the canyon wall, they go up so fast that there's very little opportunity for them to protect the homes up here. That's not the concern at the moment. We had a strike team, actually 2 strike teams up here. They have since left. I think they were redeployed down below, because that is where the focus of the attention is, as it slowly, this flank of the fire that I'm looking at, the north flank, I can't see the south from here, north flank, as it slowly makes its way down towards some of the homes just south of the Hollywood Hills here. And it's an awful thing to see, but the fact is you can see it. And that's important, because it's when there's so much wind that the plume of smoke is horizontal. You see the smoke, you can barely see the fire until it's upon you, because it is moving so fast. This is moving slowly, and that's the difference between victory and defeat in a firefight like this. Back to you.
I'll tell you what, Conan, those big water drops look fantastic. And watching this fire in the Hollywood Hills, the Sunset Fire, just before 6 o'clock, it looked like it was exploding. And it really was. It was very alarming. It looks so much better now. So thank you. We're going to keep covering this for you right now.
We want to get to our Alex Rozier. He's down the hill from the fire. Alex, give us your location and tell us a little bit about what you're seeing where you are.
At Hollywood and La Brea, I want to give you folks a sense of what it looks like right now. So many people know this area. I want to give you a live look down Hollywood. If you're looking that way, you're looking in the direction of the Dolby Theater, and you can see across the street there are folks who are out here looking around, but this is the roadblock that LAPD has set up at La Brea and Hollywood. And if we keep turning you up the road to where the Hollywood Bowl would be in that direction here, folks, you can see to the northwest the flame that is there right now. We've been monitoring it, and I will tell you that the big distinction that we're feeling right now compared to where we were last night, though these aren't ideal conditions by any means, the winds are significantly less. But among the people here tonight who are evacuated, Tony, talk to me about your situation and what you've experienced thus far.
Well, I was up there, and I was thinking in the morning, oh, these houses half made of concrete, half made of wood. All the houses are not prepared for fire. So I think people need to start rethinking about that. I just, here in Hollywood Hills, I live in Hollywood Hills, and the fire was up there, and then when I see it, I was on Beverly Hills. I see the fire, like, what is that? Is Santa Monica? No, is that? Yeah, it's going to Hollywood. Damn! And then I call everyone, hey, everything is okay? Yeah, we already evacuated everything. So now it doesn't make sense to go up there because I already have everything, documents and everything that I need there. So, but I think that people need to prepare for it, and right now, like, follow the rules. Right now is a good time to don't rush.
And I want to give you a live look around here as, Tommy, if you can just kind of show the crowd here that's out here tonight, because on any given night in Hollywood, there's going to be a lot of people out and about, but then you add in an evacuation order, and that only adds to it. You've got the road closures that are in place. Tell me about what you've seen as far as the flames from this intersection where you've been standing. Has it grown in size? Has it dropped?
I see it, and it first starts small, then grows, and then it go small again right now. So right now it go smaller. So I guess it's gonna go up and down, up and down. It's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight to turn the fire off.
Well, Tony, thank you so much for your time here tonight as you look live there at the firefight that is ongoing in the Hollywood Hills. Again, the wind not as intense as we felt last night. I was in the Pacific Palisades. I was in Altadena earlier when businesses were going up in flames. Now this is ongoing here tonight. These road closures are in place, and along with many people, we'll be keeping an eye on this one here from Hollywood. Jonathan and Kathy, we'll send it back to you.
Well, Alex, we see the fire on the right, the evacuations on the left. Has it been mostly orderly? Are things going well there? People patient, getting through slowly, but making it through?
Yeah, I think people are cautiously optimistic at this point right now. I've seen a few folks who have packed some bags and prepared to take off for the evacuation. Your family had to evacuate?
My whole family had to evacuate earlier. We were watching IP2 network, and then we saw the fire, and they could have possibly just lost everything. But I live down here, so I'm good.
You live down here,
yeah,
so
but they're like right next to Runyon Canyon, so.
How do you feel right now watching this? It seems as though the airdrops have helped and assisted in this firefight.
I'm very upset by it, but I'm just glad that I was able to get an alert on IP2 because, you know, I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we are going to keep an eye on this. Kathy and Jonathan, we'll send it back into you.
All right, Alex Rozier there covering now his third fire in a matter of 2 days for us there at the base of the hills where this Sunset Fire now continues to burn. We have that shot from our Conan Nolan up above on the right side of your screen. We have seen continuous water drops. That is the tool that we did not get to see last night, Kathy. It's such a relief to be able to see that tonight, to see fire crews use this, really the best resource they have to attack fires like these.
Yeah, big difference that water dropping has made. And we just brought up talking with David Bigger a minute ago, if this had been yesterday when we had the winds, it would be a different story. But no, at least tonight, a calmer situation, but still people heeding the evacuation warnings, packing up, getting out, which is really the right thing to do because we've seen so many of these fires, people literally running out the door, things left behind. You know, it was just really tragic to watch last night.
And so many people talking about tonight, what they don't know what to grab. They just grab whatever they can and they get out. And you see that line of cars there. As all of our reporters have mentioned, on a good night, this is extraordinarily busy throughout the night. Franklin Avenue, Hollywood Avenue, you're looking at, I believe, La Brea, leading up to the hillside there at the base of Runyon Canyon, where just up above that is where the Sunset Fire is currently burning. You see those cars slowly moving out of the area. That is a great sight tonight to see. And we want people to know you have to heed those evacuation orders to make room for firefighters, especially in those narrow streets.
Well, the time right now, we're glad you're with us. It's 8 o'clock. We have been on the air now for 33 hours nonstop, bringing you the very latest on several fires that are burning across Southern California. We do want to tell you, if you're looking for primetime programming right now that is on Cozy TV, it is on Channel 6.
The newest fire we've been following is that Sunset Fire, the one burning in the Hollywood Hills near the popular Runyon Canyon hiking trail. There is a mandatory evacuation order in place right now for people who live around that Sunset Fire. That order, we can tell you, on the west side is Laurel Canyon, on the north side Mulholland Drive, on the east the 101 freeway down to Hollywood Boulevard, and the evacuation warning extends west of Laurel Canyon Boulevard all the way to Franklin Canyon. We want to let those people know that they are under an evacuation warning at this point.
So here's what we know so far about the Sunset Fire. Flames have burned at least 19 acres, probably more. News Chopper 4 was overhead. You can see that huge orange glow that we saw just before 6 o'clock. A mandatory evacuation order, as we said, underway. Within the last 2 hours, we have seen many big water drops. So good to see the choppers out there tonight.
That is what we didn't see last night. That is such a relief for fire crews right now. Meanwhile, the Palisades fire, we're still keeping a very close eye on that. That one has burned close to 16,000 acres now. There is still 0% containment. Evacuation orders have been extended for areas of Santa Monica, and those areas include north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente are still in place. Right now, more than 15,000 people do not have gas in the Malibu area. And there's also a boil water advisory for the Sunset Mesa community for the specific zip code 90272. We're also keeping a close watch on the Eaton fire. This one has burned 10,600 acres and continuing to grow tonight. And sadly, we can report at least 5 people have been killed there in the Eaton fire burning in Altadena. More than 1,000 buildings, mostly homes and businesses there, have been destroyed. City leaders are also asking people to leave the fire area. Many people have stayed behind to try to put out the flames in their homes. But we want to let you know that they're asking people to get out immediately so that firefighters continue to do the work that they need to do, because there are still active fires burning there. There are evacuation centers open right now at the Pasadena Convention Center and the Arcadia Community Center. We have live team coverage tonight on every one of these fires.
All right, we just want to update that Cozy is not on Channel 6. We'll get that information out to you. We're going to start with Robert Kovacic. He is live in the Hollywood Hills with the very latest on the Sunset Fire. Robert?
Well, what we're looking at right now, Kathy and Jonathan, is that this is an aerial assault to a fire here in the Hollywood Hills. What you don't want to happen here in the Hollywood Hills is for this fire to spread for a number of reasons. First of all, it is so densely populated. Second of all, this is an area that has not burned a major significant fire since the Bel Air fire back in the 60s. So when you take a look at what the firefighters have to work with right now, it is limited resources, as they have admitted throughout the day, since we are dealing with a number of different fires. But they know that they have to hit this one. They have to hit it hard. They have to hit it fast. And fortunately, the winds are cooperating enough to be able to get an aerial attack on this fire. We also have a number of fire crews here that have been out here trying to fight the fire on different flanks. And what I can tell you is that we have talked about, even into the morning hours, I believe, Kathy, you and I were having this conversation at 3 a.m. about the problem with the Palisades fire is that you didn't know where the Palisades fire was going to go next. Normally with the fire, it sort of moves. It chews through, or it plows through a certain area. It chars scorched earth. And then once it finishes, it goes on to a different place. And then you sort of know the direction it's going. Well, with the Palisades fire, you didn't really have an idea last night, even really through today, which is why there's no containment as to where that fire could be heading next, because the winds were so erratic. Here tonight, because this fire broke out, a small fire near Runyon Canyon, Waddles Park, I am told, which is just adjacent to Runyon Canyon, and if you know the area, you can access it just off Hollywood Boulevard. But that fire broke out and it spread into the bowl area of Runyon Canyon. And that, even though there's a lot to burn there, it's difficult terrain to access, but you can then sort of try and surround it, and that is what they have done. They do not want the fire to spread west. They have evacuation orders, we understand, from outpost to outpost estates, east to where I am standing, and then west all the way into the Bird Streets, off of Sunset Plaza Drive, off of Doheny Drive, and elsewhere. So we don't want to see this fire move towards Nichols Canyon, towards Laurel Canyon, towards Coldwater Canyon, towards Benedict Canyon, and beyond. And that is really what they're trying to do. They're also trying to keep the fire from jumping the hill, because you have the Studio City hills right here, and you have the Fryman Canyon area right here, another area that they want to avoid. Bottom line is, we have a number, thousands upon thousands of homes in this area, all surrounded by brush. Though they do a very good job of trying to clear the brush in most instances, it is a very easy fire to spread. So LAFD is on this. They have additional resources, and so they have a cooperation in place right now. But if this was yesterday, and if they were not able to fly, we could have had a whole different situation here. So there is reason to be confident as the firefight continues. There's also reason to be fearful, because as the LAFD told me just a short time ago, the winds are still erratic. They're not really sure where the winds are pushing. They're hoping they're going to go south towards Hollywood Boulevard, where they can get it. They don't want it to go west, because, again, that opens up so many more communities. They don't want it to even push north, because they don't want it to get into those communities on the other side of the hill. So people have been following the evacuation orders. They know what's at stake when you live here. We have seen a number of people evacuate. My neighbors have told me to evacuate. And I do want to say, we've got such great viewers, because I've been offered so many places to stay. It really touches me. Thank you.
Yeah, this is personal for so many people in Southern California. And Robert, this is personal for you. How are your neighbors doing? Have you been able to speak with them? Have they been able to get out safely?
Well, they have. And you know, this is one of those things where even when we watched last night and we watch a home go up in flames, and we knew that was someone's dream, that was someone's family, that was someone's effort that they had put into that, and the memories that they have in that home. And though lives may not have been lost, there certainly is an impact, and it's a gut punch to everybody. And so we realize that we're all in this together, and we realize that we want these communities and the people in the Palisades to know that we stand by you. And that's why it was so heartwarming for me here. You know, I was telling our colleagues that you feel so traumatized by what you witnessed, because you feel so helpless that you can't do anything to help these people save their dreams last night. And you imagine that we feel helpless. You can imagine what first responders must feel like, because that is what their dream, and those are our heroes, and they do it all the time. So you understand, if we feel that way, what they must feel like. And then all of a sudden, to suddenly be standing there looking at the Palisades fire, and to have neighbors and friends call me and say, it's your turn. And then to see the outpouring, it's really something remarkable. Especially, so again, from our viewers to everyone else, I think if there's a teachable moment to tragedy, it's that we really are in this together. And as a community in Southern California, we feel for each other, and we're going to help each other, and we're going to help each other through this. The way that people have offered to help me tonight, the way that people are offering right now, we've seen it, whether it's donations or whether it's food delivery or whether it's Airbnb offering police places to stay, or community members just out in force today going door to door. We are in this to try and get through this as best we can. And because this is going to be a week as we begin 2025 that few of us will ever forget.
To say the least. And as we were talking to Dr. Lucy Jones last night, she brought that up, the psychological effect. You got to check on each other. That's what helps us gain control and makes us strong. And we were a little worried about you last night in the Palisades. It was a bit harrowing, but as you said, you were with the fire department, so all is good. But tonight, we need you to check on your house, Robert, and make sure everything's okay.
And And what I want to do, and I will tell my neighbors and my friends and our viewers that, you know, so far we're all looking good. I don't believe there's been a structure loss. I don't believe that there's been any injuries. But you see me using my phone, and I do want to tell that, especially to the people in the Pacific Palisades. We were just on the phone, my photographer Susan Monroe and I, with Darsha Phillips, our colleague, to let her know everyone in the Palisades and beyond in that area. When you're able to access the Palisades again, when you're able to get back into that area, you will not have cell service. Basically, the cell service is down there. The towers are down there. So please keep that in mind, that is also going to be something that limits you when you try and return home. We were up and down streets there in the Palisades, and not to switch gears, but believe me, that firefight is so far from over. And I tried to, to contact people to let them know that the fire is still burning on Miami. The fire is still burning on Las Pulgas, and to see what you could possibly do. But it's very difficult because as you look at what is complete and utter destruction, most where you look, you're not going to be able to contact anyone when you're there. So please keep that in mind, everybody, moving forward. We are going to be hampered by a lack of cell service, and hopefully those towers will get back up soon, especially as the recovery efforts begin. But before you can talk recovery, we have a firefight that is still underway, as you've been talking about, and as we have been on the air now for almost 2 straight days, 4 separate fires, and I can tell you that here tonight in the Hollywood Hills, we may have dodged right now a serious bullet.
Absolutely, and Robert, thank you for your coverage as always. We're seeing that shot there to the right of you, Robert. They're continuing to make water drops. That's good news. We've seen kind of a straight line of flames, Kathy, and that's actually getting better as well. But there's still a long night ahead for these firefighters. But the good news tonight is that, they're able to fight this from the air. Before we go to our meteorologist, David Bigger, I want to update our viewers. If you are watching us right now looking for primetime programming on NBC, that is being aired right now on our Cozy TV network. You can find that on the virtual channel 4-2. Or you can check your cable guide to find that. But again, NBC primetime programming, if you're searching for that right now, that is being aired on Cozy TV on channel 4.2.
Let's get to the weather now. Meteorologist David Bigger is here with more on the winds and everything else we need to know as these fires continue to burn.
Well, Kathy, the amazing thing is if you compare this to this time yesterday, it's a completely different map. Right now, wind gusts 26 miles an hour in Van Nuys, 32-mile-per-hour gusts around Ontario, 23-mile-per-hour gusts around Santa Ana. So we still have some wind gusts out there. Some of them are on the stronger side, but this map yesterday was completely colored in, and we had gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range at this point. So this has been a huge improvement tonight. And as we go through the next couple of hours, we'll still have this offshore wind. In fact, it's going to linger likely into early Friday. That's part of the reason why the red flag warning has actually been extended into Friday across the region. And I'll show you that in just a second. But right now, around the Sunset Fire, here are the current conditions. Franklin Canyon Park, we're looking at gusts at about 20 miles an hour. Around WeHo, it's been about 15 to 20 miles an hour. But notice the wind directions for WeHo, it's out of the west. Around Franklin Canyon Park, it's out of the northwest. And what ends up happening is around these canyons and valleys in here, around the Hollywood Hills and the Santa Monica Mountains, you end up with a lot of channeling of the winds. That will switch the wind directions around. It'll make it a little bit erratic for firefighters to contend with. And we can also get some what we call Venturi effect, where you end up with a little bit of wind flowing into constricted area. It actually accelerates through the constricted area, and you sometimes get that in the valleys and the canyons where the wind speed picks up. Here's what the Palisades fire looks like. This is where we still have some strong gusts. Santa Monica Mountain ridgeline wind gusts in about the mid 50 mile per hour range, so 54 miles an hour right now. Around Malibu Creek, 55 mile per hour wind gusts. As you get into lower elevations, though, the wind gusts are a lot lighter. Around Topanga Beach, about 19 mile per hour wind gusts. Santa Monica, not even reporting wind gusts at this point. It's just light and variable winds. And then this has been the huge improvement compared to yesterday. We were seeing 70 mile per hour gusts last night around the Eden Canyon area. Now we're looking at just 3 mile per hour winds. So essentially it's calm winds, but still pretty dry out there. This will allow the firefighters to gain a little bit of an upper hand on battling the fire. I wanted to show you what the winds look like for the Inland Empire as we go through the next couple of hours and the next few days. This is a great example of what we're seeing around the entire region. 9 o'clock tonight, we still have some breezy conditions out there. We're looking at winds in about the 20 to 30 mile per hour gust range at least. We're seeing some of that over the Orange County mountains, but again, this is a huge improvement compared to what we had at this time yesterday. Now, as we go through the rest of the overnight hours, this is 2 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow. You can see that the winds are all relatively light across the IE. It will come back. We'll be watching for some strong wind gusts as we get into the afternoon. Not as strong as what we had last night, but still 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, a bit stronger in the mountains. That purple color in there, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. But that will last all the way into early Friday morning before you start to see some changes. So this is 4 o'clock in the morning for Friday. This is why we still have high fire danger. We have gusty Santa Ana winds still. South of Cajon Pass, we're still seeing wind gusts in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range, or even stronger. Coming off the San Jacinto Mountains, we're looking at some very strong gusts, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. But here's where the improvement happens. Watch what happens as we go through the rest of the day on Friday. The wind speeds come down, but the most important thing to note on here, look at these wind directions. They're all out of the west or the southwest. That is an onshore breeze that essentially will decrease the fire danger and sort of end this horrific event for our area, although the fires will likely still be continuing to burn. Here's what it looks like for Ventura County and LA County Valley spots. Just a little quick recap as we go through the overnight hours tonight into tomorrow. We still have the offshore flow out there. As we go through Thursday, just like the IE, expect the winds to get gusty at times, but not as strong as what we had last night. Still, though, seeing gusts in about that 30 to 50 mile per hour range, depending on location. So we'll still have some very high fire danger across the area. We'll be watching this very closely because we're already stretched pretty thin. But getting into Friday afternoon, it turns into an onshore breeze. Might be a bit gusty at times, but still, this is a dramatic improvement from the offshore winds we've had essentially now for well over 24 hours. So we're looking forward to this improvement, but this is Friday, so we still have some time to go through here, and we will still have some gusty offshore winds going through tomorrow. Back to you.
So it seems like we've been through the worst of the winds so far, the gusts. But I'm wondering, you know, the choppers and the aircraft that are flying and doing the water drops are making the big difference for us. Will they be able to continue to fly, do you believe?
You know, it's hard to say because it's their call to make on that. I definitely think there's a much better chance at that because we're not looking at wind gusts nearly at the intensity as last night. It almost feels weird to say this, but essentially what we're looking at for tomorrow into early Friday morning, that's a normal Santa Ana wind, if you kind of get what I'm getting at here. It's a typical. It'll still be very strong. It'll still be gusty in spots, but that's what we've seen with our last couple of Santa Ana wind events. And again, nothing like what we had last night. So we'll still have a lot of high fire danger, but not looking at 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts across some of our mountain spots. So I think they'll still be able to do an aerial attack as we go through the next couple of days.
All right, David Bigger there. Thank you so much. We are now on hour 33, committed to staying on the air 24/7 as long as it takes to get you through these fires as we continue to cover these devastating wildfires in Los Angeles and in Altadena. To help with that, we have brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations from across the country,
including Daniel Ramirez from our affiliate in Las Vegas, and he joins us right now live from the bottom of Runyon Canyon. Welcome. Thank you. What's the latest from your vantage point, Daniel?
Thank you for the opportunity, Kathy, Jonathan. It looks like it's going to continue to be a long night for crews here with the Los Angeles Fire Department. Right now, we're currently located just in front of Runyon Canyon Park, and my photog will help me here, being able to see kind of just some of the flames, some of the embers that are showing here in parts of the mountain area here in the area of Hollywood with this fire that, like you guys mentioned, only started just a couple of hours ago. Currently, with the latest information, just a couple of acres, but especially in these types of situations, it's crucial being able to contain it. The sooner the better, especially with the wind gusts in this area. We've been able to see helicopters continuing to fly around in this zone, as well as the residential areas here where people are evacuating. We've seen them leave with their luggage from hotels, from apartment complexes here in this area in front of Runyon Canyon Park. And that's why, we've also seen a few that have been waiting for Ubers, waiting for family members, waiting for them to be picked up here in this area, while there's a lot that's unforeseen as to what the conditions might be for their homes once they get back. But thankfully, it seems like crews here with the Los Angeles Fire Department are doing a really good job, and it's obviously going to be an ongoing fight throughout the remainder of the night. And as you can see here, yeah, there's dozens of crews here on the ground, but certainly probably a few up higher in the higher elevations area here of Hollywood. So obviously we'll continue our coverage here and stay on top of whatever goes on, and hopefully they're able to combat the flames head on. Sooner the better. Live from Hollywood, my name is
Historic property that turned into a park decades ago, Runyon Canyon, one of the most popular hiking spots in all of the city of Los Angeles. I know that you're visiting us from our sister station in Las Vegas, so we want to thank you for helping us out during this really tough time for our city. Have you been able to talk to anybody as you made your way up the hill to this area? Did you get a chance to speak to anybody who may be getting out, or they're in their cars or anything of that nature, or even the firefighters themselves?
Yeah, definitely. We have been able to speak to a few people here in the area, mostly just a wave of emotions and just a lot to process in the moment. There's including a few people here, residentials, just, I mean, thankfully, and just waiting with faith, with the hope that the flames don't make their way any further down the mountainside. And yeah, like you mentioned, the Runyon Canyon Park is an iconic area here in the Hollywood area, normally for people to be able to just explore, and just one of the iconic places here that maybe a lot of tourists, not just necessarily the people, the LA locals, but definitely for the tourists, that it's an attraction for them to be able to explore this area. But like you mentioned, yeah, we'll hopefully be able to see more of the results once the sun comes out in the next couple of hours, once in the AM hours of the day, to hopefully be able to see, hopefully not too bad of a result of the aftermath of the flames here tonight.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much. We want to check in right now with NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She's been in the Pacific Palisades covering the fires there. She was there all last night, and she is now live along PCH at Temescal Canyon with an update for us. Darsha?
Yeah, Kathy, we had to come down to PCH because a lot of the cell phone towers burned up in the Pacific Palisades, so we just simply don't have any reception. Now, I was able to, I'm going to take a walk over here because I want to show you what's going on at Temescal Canyon. This is something that we've run into all throughout the Palisades. You can kind of see it. It's a little bit dark, but we've got power lines that have just are hanging really low, which is why you see the CHP officer there with the spotlight. They want to make sure that no one's going to get tangled in those power lines. So these are the things that we are seeing all across the Pacific Palisades. And I was here last night. Obviously, the winds were so strong. They were extreme winds. It's definitely died down, but we are still seeing active flame up there. We are still seeing some pretty strong gusts up there. So the fight isn't over. And also what we are seeing is just complete devastation. Now, since there wasn't cell phone reception up there, we couldn't get a signal out there. I did do something where I taped something on camera to show you the sheer devastation of Palisades Village. Just take a listen. We are right here by Palisades Village, just off of Sunset. This is the Ralphs, or this was the Ralphs that sat here just off of Sunset. We were here last night. It was standing when we left, and as you can see, it has been completely destroyed by the fire. The grocery store really unrecognizable. Now, I do want to walk over this way, guys. I'm going to show you some more devastation here in Palisades Village. These are businesses just across the street that have been completely decimated also by the fire. They are unrecognizable. We're going to try and cross the street to kind of show you exactly what is happening here. I am really in complete awe as to what we are seeing here, because when we left about 1 o'clock in the morning, this morning, all of this was standing, and then it caught fire. We're jumping over some water here because, of course, we've seen water main breaks, lots of obstacles that first responders are having to navigate through. But take a look at what we are seeing right here. I couldn't even tell you what this was, some sort of business. And then if we can actually look past that, you see a chimney standing, because behind Sunset Boulevard are just rows and rows of homes. And to see these streets, what used to be neighborhoods, completely flattened by this fire is just really unimaginable. You cannot put words to the devastation that folks are going to come back to. We did speak to two people who were walking through their neighborhood. They didn't want to speak on camera, but they had tears in their eyes because they are looking around and they do not recognize the Palisades right now. If you turn around, we're going to also show you this building right here. I believe it's a bank. It is on fire still. So The wind is not as strong as it was last night, but we are still feeling wind. We still see active fire. We still see buildings that are burning right now. So lots of things that fire crews are still having to take a hold of, and it's still going to be a long day ahead of them, a long night, and several long weeks ahead for this community. We'll send it back to you. Okay, so that again was something that I taped earlier to kind of show the devastation in the Palisades. You're taking a quick look at people who are trying to get back up to their homes to make sure they're okay. They're not allowed to come up here by their cars, but they are allowed to bike or walk up. For now, that's the latest from the Palisades. I'm Darsha Phillips. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, we really see that ash blowing there by you. Thank you, Darsha. We want to get back to the Sunset Fire. NBC's Gotti Schwartz joins us now live from Hollywood. Gotti.
Hey there, we were watching Conan Nolan a little bit earlier as we were on our way over here. I mean, there was a little bit of a panic when you see that fire pop up in the Hollywood Hills. We were down at the Palisades fire, and you just know what the high winds can do. Fortunately, right now, and again, this is just right now, you look at the trees, and there is no wind that we can see here. And if there are wind gusts, they're not as extreme as what we saw last night. If you can hear all above us, we've got about 3 choppers that are circling. They are coming in so low that you can feel it in your lungs. In fact, well, let's see if we can head over here. Right now we are at, hold on real fast. Let's let the officers go through here. LAPD coming through. They're starting to evacuate a lot of people. You've got people that are gathering here on the street. They want to see what's going on. They want to see a lot of these airdrops. But here, there's a straight shot. And Franklin, just down the way is Hollywood Worth NBC News. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for everything you do. And so right over here, you've got these choppers. Excuse me, these choppers are coming in, and they've got this night sun. They line up their shot, and then they come in, sometimes with night vision, and they put those drops exactly where the fire is. It's been impressive to see. We've been watching with all of these people to the front line, the first line of defense. Brave men and women that are piloting those helicopters. We might lose a little bit of cell phone service here. So bear with me. If it starts to break up, let me know. But this is where those helicopters are coming. And I want to show you exactly how close we are to the flames and embers. Fortunately, we saw some flames earlier. Those flames have been knocked down to embers. But just beyond these lights over here, where we've got a fire engine that is staged. It is fully loaded. We saw it load up with water from this fire hydrant. Fortunately, the water pressure here is holding. But just up this way, you've got the embers. Those are the embers right up here. That is where the fire is actively burning, probably 500 yards away from so many of these homes here on Franklin. Then you've got one of these choppers getting ready to make a drop. We have seen dozens and dozens and dozens of these burning up towards Mulholland Drive because of the topography. However, as it burns, it's the wind. The wind is pushing towards Hollywood. Fortunately, not a lot of wind, but as that wind pushes towards Hollywood, this is the area that firefighters are most concerned with. This is the area that is technically supposed to be under evacuation, and you see law enforcement going through trying to evacuate people. Down on Hollywood Boulevard, there is a whole lot of traffic. It is somewhat gridlocked down there. But up here, you've got, here we go, incredible work by these pilots. They're coming through, and already in the last 5 minutes that we've been here, we saw what was a raging hillside turn into smoldering embers. We are praying that is the case because, you know, what we saw in the Palisades is something we will never forget. What we saw in Eaton, that the Eaton fire is something that community will take so long to recover from. If this would have happened yesterday here, if this would have happened with those wind gusts, there is no doubt that this entire area would be most likely gone at this point. But fortunately, we are seeing this happen on a day where they have the air resources, they have the winds down, they can attack this fire like they normally do, and we're just hoping that that stays steady tonight. Back to you guys.
Our Gotti Schwartz there, NBC's Gotti Schwartz there on the ground in Hollywood. Gotti, we're having a little breakup with your shot right now, but one thing we were able to see, Gotti, when you showed us, is that you were talking about hot spots and flare-ups versus, Kathy, versus, what we were seeing even just an hour ago, those giant flames. The air support tonight has been fantastic. Like Gotti mentioned, that those perfect water drops, something that was just not in the arsenal for firefighters last night.
It's incredible the way they do it. And Gotti, you pointed it out. They can just see exactly where they need to drop it. And that's the key. They're not wasting it. They are hitting it spot on, and it has made a huge difference.
It sure has, and again, it is so impressive to watch. Some of these helicopters are equipped with night vision. You can tell because they're coming in with no lights on. The other ones have those night suns that just they light up this neighborhood as they go over, and then they light up the hillside, and then it is that pinpoint accuracy, and you see it.
We may have lost Gotti's shot for good there. You can understand, the cell reception in these areas right now, not great, especially as more law enforcement and first responders move into that area. We do want to go to our Conan Nolan. He's been standing by above the Hollywood Hills there on Solar Drive. Conan, we've seen a lot of progress. In fact, right now, we don't even see many flames behind you compared to when we last spoke with you.
That's right. And Gotti, just a moment ago, he put it in pretty good terms as to the importance of timing, that this didn't happen yesterday. Yes, it looks a lot better. I believe we see that is, I believe, an LA City Fire. The County Fire helicopter, the Chinook 47s, that is the QRF, the Rapid Quick Response Reaction Force. That is a public-private partnership with LA County Fire, Ventura County Fire, Orange County Fire Authority, and a private aviation, I believe Council Aviation. I'll check that in a moment. Yeah, show the video that we saw just a little while ago. This was the flame active fire here in Runyon Canyon as it was making its way down the canyon wall towards the homes down where Gotti was. Away from our location, Solar Drive, which is where so many of these homes would face calamity if we had a wind shift, if you have a dramatic gust that is propulsion of this fire, because it rapidly makes its way up the canyon wall, which is where we are. It goes down slowly. Of course, as we've said before, when it goes up the canyon, it preheats the vegetation ahead of it, which doesn't take long because it is so dry. The vegetation, the chaparral, the manzanita, the California scrub brush. So that isn't a problem. Now, we do have a couple of engine companies here. Station 30 out of Hollywood. They know this neighborhood pretty well. They're here. Talk to them. Structure protection, just in case those flames make their way this way. But yeah, based on what we have seen earlier, there's such a difference between what we saw, the calamity, the horror that was the Pacific Palisades and continues to be, and what we saw in Altadena and Pasadena and the Eaton fire that started in Eaton Canyon, part of the Angeles National Forest, and it continues to burn. But from what we saw later this evening, the calamity there, the worst seems to be over in terms of, again, so many homes being put in harm's way in that fire. In this fire, when we first heard the call that there was a fire in the canyon here in Laurel Canyon, we are south of Mulholland, we are east of Laurel Canyon. We thought about the 1982 fire that lost scores of homes, and the fact that there's just so much of what we call the rural-urban interface, so many homes that abut against the rural wildland. And that is a beautiful place to live, but it's an awful place to be in the case of a fire. But as we said, yeah, some major, a dramatic change over the past 45 minutes from what we saw here, and certainly when we first arrived, to what we're seeing here right now. It's not out, it's not extinguished, and Lord knows that a gust of wind can ignite, adding the fuel, adding the oxygen to the fire, and you're going to see a couple of more spot fires in this general vicinity. So it's going to be a long evening, but this is a very promising sign. Back to you.
Is a very good sight to see. All right. And we have some new information now. CAL FIRE is putting the acreage of this right now at 50 acres.
And we don't know how many people have been evacuated from the Sunset Fire evacuation zone right now, again, under mandatory evacuation orders. But we did get an update from the LA County Sheriff's Department tonight. They have set up an evacuation center for the Sunset Fire at the Pan Pacific Rec Center that's located at 7600 Beverly Boulevard in the city of Los Angeles. That is according to an update from the LA Fire Department. Again, an evacuation center now open for the Sunset Fire, established at the Pan Pacific Rec Center, located at 7600 Beverly Boulevard.
Progress being made because of the water drops, but also the weather tonight. Meteorologist David Bigger is here with more on conditions around the Sunset Fire.
And I just wanted to add on to a little point there that Conan was making. He was talking about how there's still some spot fires in the area, and that will be a continued focus for firefighters tonight. Even after they stop the forward progress of it, there's a lot of what we call moderate to heavy fuel in the area. That's the kind of fuel that once you ignite it, it burns for a while. It can burn for hours or even days. And they'll definitely be keeping an eye on that because it will likely still be smoldering as we see another little pickup in the winds as we get into tomorrow and early Friday. But again, it will not be nearly as strong as the winds last night. Here's a look at the current conditions out there near the Sunset Fire. Right now we have wind gusts around 25 miles an hour, a bit higher up in elevation, closer to the floor here, closer to the basin. We're looking at WeHo, seeing gusts about 10 miles an hour. And in Hollywood itself, it's just light and variable winds. But that's actually another interesting point to this. You see how the wind directions are kind of all over the place here. That is making it a little bit of a challenge for firefighters. But any of the winds flowing through some of these canyons and valleys are going to get channeled anyway, so you'll likely see some changing wind directions out there. Let me show you, though, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Palisades fire. We're going to cover two things here. First, I'm going to talk about the conditions, and then I'm going to just show you the overall fire area and some of the communities that this has worked through. But right now, here's what we're looking at with the wind gusts around the ridge tops. So that would be both Malibu Creek and around the Santa Monica Mountains observation site. We're still seeing gusts at about the 45 to occasionally 55 mile per hour range. Otherwise, sustained winds about 25 to 40 miles an hour, depending on location. Down by Topanga Beach, ignore this wind direction. This observation site got burned by the fire, so it has had a lot of trouble showing the wind direction. But the wind gusts are pretty consistent, about 24 miles an hour right now, and then light and variable winds around Santa Monica. The main concern that we have currently, aside from the gusty winds at ridgetop level, is that we're still looking at very low humidity, only about 10 to 15% right now around the fire. So let's zoom in a little bit closer. First of all, here's the whole area. So this is the Santa Monica Mountains. You can see the basin itself here. Here's the 405, so that's the Sepulveda Pass. And if I back up a bit more, here's Point Dume. So Malibu's in this area here. Now, as we zoom in, I wanted to show you some of the areas that fit within this burn scar, which does extend all the way up to about the crest of some of the peaks here in the Santa Monica Mountains. So eastern Malibu is in this, the Las Flores area is in it, Las Tunas Beach, Topanga Beach, and Topanga Canyon is right through here. And I remember when the fire initially started, it was reported initially in this area here and started spreading down quickly toward the ocean, down toward the beach, but also spread back this way and then kind of got initially hung up around the Topanga Canyon area. And we were wondering whether or not it had crossed, and it did cross. And as we went through the overnight hours last night, we didn't have any visuals of it. We were looking from satellite at what we call fire temperature, where the brighter the pixels are on the map, it means the more active the fire is. And you can see that there were two pockets of bright colors on our maps, and they were moving apart, meaning that the fire was spreading off to the west all night long. And then, of course, as we bring it back into the Santa Monica area, you can see why we've had so many evacuation warnings posted for the Santa Monica region, because this has burned through the Pacific Palisades area. It's approached Riviera. I wanted to point out, though, this has likely changed this perimeter. There is still obviously active fire happening, and we only get updates on this from time to time when firefighters actually have a chance to go check on the conditions and actually check the actual perimeter. But obviously right now they're busy fighting the fire. That's the latest on the conditions. I'll send it back to you.
All right, David, appreciate that. We want to now turn our attention to Alex Rozier. He's there live at La Brea and Hollywood, looking up towards the Sunset Fire. Alex.
All right, we don't have Alex right now. It's been kind of spotty there. We're going to get back to him in just a minute. If we can bring David back in to talk a little bit more about the map. I know, David, some of these areas that are on the outside of that map have been put on like an evacuation warning because it moved so quickly. They were just told you better be ready to move. So can you go through what some of those neighborhoods might be that are outside of the fire area?
Oh, yeah. So, okay, we'll zoom in once again here on this map. So, again, essentially, as we were watching this last night, it was expanding in two different directions. We had kind of one spot that was burning really intensely through Pacific Palisades itself. We had all of our reporters there last night, and we could see that it was burning intensely there. But as we looked from satellite, we can see that it was moving farther and farther west. And you can see, again, all of the area that this is covered. So essentially from PCH, from the ocean, up to the ridge lines that you see when you're driving down PCH have likely burned. And this is all the way to the eastern Malibu area, just off the screen. So just past, right about where my foot is, essentially. That would be about where Pepperdine is. So that gives you kind of a perspective of about how far west this has worked. And again, this has likely changed a little bit of this area here because there are still some more evacuation warnings in a few spots. And some of this area we've likely burned outside of because we just got this update earlier this afternoon. It's likely changed a bit. But as we work our way slowly off toward the east, you can see some of the other areas here, like it burned through part of Topanga Canyon here. Here's the 27, for instance. One of the concerns that we have, if I can kind of start to look a little bit farther into the future here, Kathy and Michael, one of the concerns we have is now we have a huge burn scar. Eventually, we will get rainfall at some point. I really hope that we get rain at some point soon because we've only had just about 0.2 of an inch of rain so far this season. We really need to get some more. We're about 4 inches behind average. But I hope whatever rain we get is very gradual and slow because this is now our new prime concern for any mudslides as we go through the next couple of winter months and even into next winter. It's going to take some time to grow back. It's usually about a season or two before we have enough growth that heavy rainfall starts to be a little bit less of a concern. But this is definitely all the areas we're going to be watching. We've already seen when we had heavy rain last season, we had rock slides and all sorts of stuff happening throughout some of our canyon roadways, including Topanga Canyon. We're likely going to have that problem popping up once again the next time it rains. And then working our way back closer to Santa Monica, you can see here's Will Rogers Beach, for example. That's Riviera Country Club. That's kind of about how far we've been watching. That's why there's all those evacuation warnings posted. Back to you.
All right, David, I'm going to give it a second try here. We're going to now toss things out to Tracy Leong, who's keeping an eye on what's happening out in Altadena. Tracy.
Yeah, we are on West Palm near Lincoln, where as Sean Browning, my photographer, and I were driving around, we just noticed hundreds of homes destroyed in this neighborhood, including the one right behind me. You can see there is still smoke and fire smoldering inside this garage. This car completely destroyed. These homes nearby completely gutted. We don't see a lot of active raging flames as we drove through, and just a difference that the weather we've seen in the last 24 hours. This time yesterday we could barely stand because of those strong winds, which were fueling those flames and caused it to spread all over this area. Here's a look at something we shot earlier tonight when we were on Lake Avenue, where we saw dozens of businesses destroyed. We saw firefighters actively working to put out the flames. We are on Lake Avenue near Beverly, and take a look around. It looks like a war zone across the street. All these businesses either completely destroyed, some still burning and smoldering as we speak. Sean Browning is giving you a look at the Bank of America building just right across the street from Chase Bank, and you can see it's just going up in flames. We've seen fire crews pull up, but because of the extent, those intense flames, it looks like they are trying to put some water. They are using a defensive fight from the bottom. At the front doors, it looks like they are spraying water in with their hoses, but you can just see this thick plume of smoke billowing into the sky, and those are just wild flames that are shooting out the back of the building. And just to the right of Bank of America, several stores and businesses, possibly restaurants, completely destroyed. Yeah, there's a lot of fire trucks, a lot of crews out here. We're trying to get a better angle of this. And if you just take a look over here, Sean, to the left, where we see these buildings as well, it looks like there are multiple homes just down the street. We're on Beverly Way that are burning down, and across, completely destroyed. And you see cars like this, they burn to the ground. This is just so much destruction that we are seeing out here, and that smoke causing poor air quality right now. This looks like a church, and then take a look at the Bank of America building. You see all those embers flying up into the air, and the winds, not as strong as what we saw last night, but those winds are still picking up those flames. They're still picking up those embers, and there are still a lot of buildings and businesses on this street, on Lake Avenue. This is one of the main roads that takes you through Altadena that have not burned down. So the concern is protecting those other businesses that are at risk of going up in flames as well. And as Sean and I drove up Lake Avenue,
Sunset.
all right, and we shot that around 5:30 tonight. And back out here, we're in the North Arroyo neighborhood where these streets are blocked off. And one of the main concerns is there's a lot of downed power lines after those fires whipped through these neighborhoods. It caused a lot of these trees to fall on power lines, and power lines to just snap. So that's a big concern. We're also seeing officers driving through this neighborhood to make sure that these homes are protected and to ensure that looters don't come in and try and take advantage of a lot of these homes, since many people have left and evacuated, or the homes are destroyed and there's no one here protecting or guarding them. But that's the very latest. Reporting live in Altadena. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Tracy Leong live for us there in Altadena. We want to switch gears now, send things over to Robert Kovacic live for us at the Hollywood Hills. And the very latest now on the Sunset Fire. Robert.
Well, the very latest is you're talking about acreage, and, you know, people think that maybe that everything looks okay, but this is an example of the concern you have tonight. See right there, now that is what remains of a fire that sparked here in the area about the 2500 block of Nichols Canyon. This is right near the Alex Trebek open space. And they already hit it with an airdrop. But the reason why we are pointing this out to you is this is a perfect example of how an ember can fly. The fire itself is nowhere near here, right? I mean, it's in Runyon Canyon, but this is Nichols Canyon, and the fire has sparked here due to an ember. They've already hit it with a water drop. And what also we have seen is, you know, Michael, Kathy, we talked about how we need to help each other. We all help each other. Well, right now you see there's people down there. These were people who were trying their best to put out the fire on their own. The LAPD continues to circle, continues to remind people to please evacuate the area immediately, because though you think, I don't see flames, it's safe to go home now, I can spend the night in my own bed. This little ember, and what was a fire here, before they hit it with the chopper from above, and as they get ready to hit it from all of these trucks that you see right now, all of these trucks to try and take care of this little spot fire, is the reason why it is still a very dangerous place to be right now, as much of Southern California continues to be a very dangerous place to be. Suma, I don't know if you can see that eucalyptus tree right there, but you can show people just to your left of where the fire, of the wind that still continues to flow here and to blow here in the Hollywood Hills. So this is your example, everybody. This is the perfect example of exactly what can happen tonight, of what we have witnessed throughout the last 48 hours. Just one ember can start trouble. And when we talk about trouble, this could take off here in Nichols Canyon and just shoot right up the hill. Where the fire, the base of the fire is, can't even see it. Don't even know where it is. It's somewhere over there near Runyon. But right now, an ember, one single ember, maybe a couple, started what we're looking at here. And a short time ago, it was far worse until they hit it with the aerial assault above. And right now, you see here, you've got a number of people from LAFD that are coming to it. But again, let me just show you right here. These are the buckets that neighbors were filling up, that those people who decided they weren't going to evacuate, they filled up and they tried to get the water on the fire. And as we were driving down Nichols Canyon, we saw them just taking care of other little spot fires, just little fires on the side of the road. But you know, it only takes a little fire. How did Palisades burn? It only took a little fire in the backyard to create this. How did this fire start? It only takes a little fire. So this little fire could possibly become something else indeed. And that is why we have the LAFD here. That is why they're hitting it from the air and why they're about to hit it from the ground. And that is why we see the LAPD continuing to circle and telling people to please get out, because this is not over yet.
All right, Robert Kovacic reporting live for us. Robert, thank you. To get a real perspective on how tremendous the firefight has been on this since it first broke out at about 5:30 this afternoon, we're going to go back topside actually, to Julia Deng in News Chopper 4. Julia, in just what, 3.5 hours, look at the progress on this.
Yeah, this is a very different picture, Colleen. We spotted this from miles out when we were over the Palisades fire earlier. When I signed off with you guys about an hour ago, we had to land and get fuel. It did not look like this. I'm going to zoom all the way out and show you what we're seeing from about 3,000 feet above where Robert was just reporting from. We were worried about that eastern flank earlier. That was burning out of control. We don't see any of those active flames anymore. The back of this fire, the northernmost portion of it, that's also completely knocked out. It was this western portion they attacked first, especially using LAFD helicopters because this was so close to homes. You can see those LAPD officers still on the ground. Robert pointed that out. They're still going door to door, making sure everybody got out okay. But we don't see flames here anymore. We do have some of these hot spots. You can see embers still flying through the air. We've got a little bit of flaming debris, especially down below the heel of the fire, the southernmost portion of it. But for the most part, it looks to me like this is under control. As I zoom back out and move the camera to the south, you can see the traffic in Hollywood has lightened up as well. Earlier, we had thousands of people trying to get out. Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard, Franklin Avenue, all completely backed out as firefighters were starting to try and get in as well. But look at this. Very different picture. Something new that's happening now that we didn't notice earlier. These LAFD helicopters, they're not just doing water drops now, but they're flying around the perimeter of this fire. They have their night sun lights on, that bright spotlight. And I know our viewers are familiar with that because that's what we see during police pursuits from the law enforcement airships. But it looks like they're trying to scope out where the problem areas might be, which areas of dry brush might flare up again. And that's where they're flying down low, circling around, and then coming back to do water drops. We still have LAFD helicopters up here. At last count, we had 3 up here with News Chopper 4. So they're going back and forth, picking up more water and continuing to do these water drops. Look at this. I think we've got one right over here, shining that bright light, dropping more water. This part of the fire, the heel of the fire to the south, still burning. I'm going to go in tight and just give you one last look at this before we clear out and head back out west. That's where the Palisades fire is still burning out of control tonight.
All right, Julia, thank you. We want to let you know that the latest acreage we have on this is 50 acres burned so far, 0% containment, and no doubt that has to do with the number of hot spots out there and the fact that firefighters will be out there trying to get the upper hand on these and watching them throughout the evening.
All right, Julia Deng keeping a very close eye on this, going to make her way over to the Palisades fire here, also one of the biggest fires burning here in Southern California. Of course, we are committed to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help us with that, we have brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country, including Dave Summers from our affiliate in San Diego. He joins us live now from Altadena. Dave.
Yeah, we're on Mendocino Street near Lake Avenue, and we may be in front of the last standing home or structure in this 3-block area. We've seen 2 walls come down already and 2 more still standing. And based on what we have seen here, they won't be up too much longer. What we're paying attention to, and I'm sure firefighters are as well, is the wind. It is considerably less strong than last night. And as you see this ash flow going up and over the tree, that's going anywhere from 100 to 200 feet, not a mile or 2 miles, which is what we are experiencing, obviously, last night with those gusting winds. So there's two jobs tonight for firefighters, really, and the first is tactical patrol. And tactical patrol is when firefighters are out in the neighborhoods and they're looking for hot spots, or they're looking for small fires flared up in landscape or in front of or near homes that are still preserved, that are not burned. And so they want to make sure they keep those under control. And then, of course, the other is exposure protection, which we showed you an example of a few hours ago. We were by a home completely engulfed in flames, but firefighters were there, two of them, with a 2-inch line, just kind of surround and drowning the house next to it, to make sure that it didn't catch fire, rather than spend 6 firefighters to put out the flames right next door. And this really has been a lot of the strategy these last 2 days. The sense of the firefighting here is that if it's already on fire, if there's already a fire inside the home, rather than spend the manpower in the time to put it out and risk 6 other homes catching fire someplace else, they're letting that burn and protecting the homes that are untouched instead. And this is just how it's been between the number of people they have to work, the time, the water supply, and the winds. This has been the strategy, and it continues tonight. The wind here tonight is actually not bad. We have really mild temperatures, and the wind itself is more like a breeze. It's not exceptionally cold, which is probably helpful, and it is certainly not the wind that we were experiencing last night.
Dave, we know you've been out there on the Altadena fire, the Eden fire, all day long. What is the thing that has struck you the most about all of this?
Well, I'm getting to know the community. As you mentioned, I came up from San Diego just to lend a hand, and I'm really getting to know the community. It's just really wonderful people, and this is an area, they tell me, that is an historic area. A lot of remodeled homes and a lot of small homes on larger properties, and multiple structures on larger properties, and many of which have been burned down. So it's a shared sadness, obviously. And I also noticed, just some of the things that people were pulled out away from their house so they wouldn't get burned. And it's a very sad moment to see the things that were pulled out, antique chairs or coffee tables. And you could just kind of see, based on what was pulled out, you could just kind of see the panic in all of this, in the suddenness of all of it. And that kind of one of the things that really struck me. And of course, the other thing is what all the reporters have been talking around, all in these areas, in the Palisades here and elsewhere. So many homes destroyed. When I showed up this afternoon, the number was about 100 here, and there's got to be 500. It seems like the majority of the homes in the neighborhoods that we've been in have been destroyed, and very few are still there. I also found out that some of the homes that were salvaged, the homeowners are telling me that they waited it out, and they kept their hoses going and their irrigation systems going, and just kept wetting down the roof and the house, and they've all felt like that certainly helped. But as you know, and as we've seen, in some cases, no matter what you do, you're just not going to save the house when the wind is going that hard, and the fires are burning so fast, and the ashes are flying so fast and going so far.
One other quick question before we let you go on this. We heard the sheriff say something about 3 looters arrested. Are you seeing a police presence through any of these neighborhoods at all, trying to stave off that, and hopefully so that people are not victimized twice?
Yeah, that's a sad moment. I want to share a moment that we experienced out here. But to answer your question, yeah, we've seen a number of sheriff's deputies out here from different parts of Los Angeles County, and you know, so there's definitely a presence. You definitely see the vehicles and the uniforms, and you definitely see the protection, and that's what they're doing. They're looking that, and really it also helps that tactical patrol that I was telling you about. When you got firefighters roaming the neighborhoods and shining lights on places, that certainly helps as well. But we had a circumstance earlier tonight where we were here in Altadena in front of a home that was on fire, and two people came up. One of them was photographing the home, and the other person picked up a bucket and just started collecting things off the front of the lawn. And like any decent person, we wanted to intercede. Say, what are you doing? Do you live here? And he indicated, oh, I just thought, that the owner wouldn't mind if I took these things. It was awful. I mean, it's just indecent, and that is certainly going on, and we witnessed it firsthand.
Unbelievable story to hear that you
Shocking.
even witnessed that happening when someone is in the midst of the most vulnerable point in their life,
And the good news, he dropped the bucket and quickly left. So thankfully, but this is definitely going on out here. It is a very real possibility.
You shamed him out of it. All right. We appreciate it. We'll check in with you in just a bit. All right, folks, it's 9 o'clock, and we are now in our 34th hour of nonstop coverage of the wildfires just burning across Southern California. And if you're looking for primetime programming, a little note here for you. That is over on Cozy TV.
Right now, we're closely tracking the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. That's near Runyon Canyon. Mandatory evacuation order is now in place for people who live around the Sunset Fire. That order is for Laurel Canyon, to Mulholland Drive, to the 101 freeway, and to the Hollywood Boulevard area as well.
New numbers just into our newsroom here. The Sunset Fire has now burned at least 50 acres. News Shopper 4 was overhead, and you can see the orange glow here. Mandatory evacuation order is underway within the last 2 hours. We have seen a whole lot of water drops out there from choppers tonight.
That's the really good news,
Yeah.
The difference between today and yesterday. Meantime, the Palisades fire has burned close to 16,000 acres. No containment in sight so far. Evacuation orders have been extended for areas of Santa Monica, and they include areas north of Montana Avenue between 11th and PCH. The evacuation order for parts of north of San Vicente still in place. There's also a boil water advisory for the Sunset Mesa community. The zip code there, 90272.
All right, on now to the Eaton fire. That fire has burned 10,600 acres, and it's still growing. At least 5 people have been killed, and more than 1,000 buildings have been destroyed. Those include homes and businesses. City leaders out there now asking people to leave the fire area, stay out of that area so that firefighters can work. There are still active fires burning there.
There are also evacuation centers at the Pasadena Convention Center and the Arcadia Community Center. We begin our team coverage tonight with meteorologist David Bigger. And David, you heard Dave Summers talk about the wind situation in Altadena right now. Very, very good news.
Yeah, it is very good news. The winds are much lighter across the entire region, and we can actually see this again from space using our fire temperature look from satellite here. The brighter the pixels are, the more intense the fire is burning. Last night, it was a bright ball right here where the Eden fire is. Right now, it's very faint. You probably can't see it on the screen. However, around the Palisades fire, it is still burning, although right now, and I bet when we eventually check it with News Chopper 4, it seems to be that eastern flank of the fire that's closer to Santa Monica that seems the most active right now. Let's talk a little bit about some of the winds that we're seeing around the region. Colleen just mentioned that the winds around the Eden fire are much better, and you can see that that is the case. We've got calm winds out there right now, currently not seeing any gusts being reported. The only spot reporting any wind is Sierra Madre, and it's only about 3 miles an hour, so it's barely a perceptible wind. And the humidity still kind of hovering in that low territory, about 15 to 25%, depending on location. That's where it's been about the last couple of hours or so. As you take a look at the areas around the Sunset Fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, we are looking at still gusts about 25 miles an hour around Franklin Canyon Park. The important thing that we've paid attention to here is that it's only 8% humidity. It is extremely dry right now. in the air around this fire. And around the WeHo area, we've had gusts about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And around Hollywood, we are occasionally seeing gusts now starting to pick up about the 10 to 20 mile per hour range. But the interesting thing is, look at all the wind directions here. For Hollywood, the observation site there, the northeasterly wind. For WeHo, northwest wind. For Franklin Canyon, it's a north wind. We're getting a little bit of some shifting winds, making it a little bit challenging for firefighters. Obviously, we'll want to pay attention to where any of those embers are blowing. And then, of course, around the Palisades fire, right now we still have some very gusty winds along the ridge tops, 45 to 50 mile per hour gusts being reported at our two highest observation sites in the area. A bit lower down, we are looking at wind gusts in about the 20 to 25 mile per hour range around Topanga Beach, and it is starting to get a bit gustier currently around Santa Monica, but otherwise the winds are still relatively light. I wanted to point out we still have a red flag warning that remains in effect now all the way until Friday. It has been extended for a good chunk of the area, and the reason why is because we'll still see the wind for tomorrow, just not as strong as we had last night and earlier this morning. Here's what it looks like by 10 o'clock this evening. We still have some wind coming out of the Cajon Pass, for example, in the IE. But as we go into early Thursday morning, initially the winds get light before they ramp up getting into the afternoon, and we're back into the 30 to 45 mile per hour range. Still very gusty, just not as strong as last night. And obviously this is still concerning because we will still have very high fire danger across the region. It's not until we get into the overnight hours that we start to see some improvements. This is Friday, 4 a.m. We still have some pretty strong gusts out there, just not as strong as what we had Thursday evening. And then by Friday afternoon, we're looking at a westerly wind. That's an onshore breeze, and essentially everything's shutting down. It's the same for LA and Ventura counties. As we go through the overnight hours and into tomorrow, it stays gusty in a few spots, mainly the Santa Susana Mountains and some of the San Gabriel Mountains as well. But as we get into the afternoon, it may get gusty, including the Santa Monica Mountains and areas around the Palisades fire. But you can see Ventura County potentially looking at gusts in the 30 to 45 mile per hour range. It's not until we get into Friday afternoon that the winds start to shift onshore, which will start to decrease the fire danger. And that is why that red flag warning expires as we get into Friday afternoon. But again, right now, it really looks like the most active portion of the Palisades fire seems to be the eastern portion of the fire. And so I'll send it back over to you guys right now.
All right, David, appreciate that. We are covering, as you know, 3 fires, including the massive and most active of those fires, the Palisades fire, which is almost 16,000 acres.
Let's check in right now with Julia Dang in News Chopper 4. She just arrived over the scene. Julia, this is really the first nighttime view we are getting of this area since the fire first broke out.
That's right, Colleen, because, of course, we couldn't fly this last night due to not only that presidential flight restriction, but the extreme winds. So we're now kind of in the heart of it. We're stationed southwest of the worst of this fire. I know David was talking about the eastern flank of it being really concerning tonight, pushing toward Santa Monica, toward the 405. But what you're looking at is actually closer to the western flank. That's where water dropping helicopters are still active. Several of them were circling the area when we got on station. We haven't seen any water drops just yet, but I imagine, just like the Sunset Fire, as we stay here longer, we're going to see them doing this over and over and over in a very methodical way, mapping out where they need to attack first. So I'm going to zoom out from, this is Temescal Fire Road and Rogers Fire Road. I don't know if you can tell the difference between the fire behavior here and what we just shot a couple minutes ago in the Hollywood Hills over the Sunset Fire, but these flames are lapping at brush in a very different manner. They're shooting a lot higher up, they're moving a lot faster, and you can probably tell how this smoke is traveling faster as well. It appears to be blowing northwest for now, but it's moving erratically. We can feel the difference in the wind conditions up here in News Chopper 4, and I want to zoom out and just give you a wider shot here, show you the lay of the land. This scope of destruction is truly unmatched to anything I've seen in LA before. Earlier today, we showed you how eerie it was down in Santa Monica on the pier where the lights were out and it was completely deserted. Tonight, it looks like the lights are back on. The smoke has cleared a little bit from that area. But there's no telling, with these winds still gusting so powerfully, what might happen. The embers here are doing what they were still doing over at the Sunset Fire, even after it looked like it was knocked down. They are just flying through the air, flying miles from the flames. So this is still spreading at a dangerous, concerning rate.
And of course, the Palisades fire here, Julia, is the largest of the fires burning here in our viewing area. When you take a look at what the fire looks like now and the conditions and butt those up against what we had yesterday, obviously there are some stark differences.
Absolutely. You know, what we're up against right now is nothing like yesterday. Right now, we've got water-dropping helicopters that can fly. News Chopper 4 can fly. Yesterday, we were all grounded because of these historic hurricane force winds. But the issue is, this got started already, and once it starts, it is that much harder to stop. So the area that I'm zoomed in right now, because this probably all looks the same to you on the ground, but this is Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and these are well-trafficked roads.
You know, I don't mean to interrupt here, but where is Topanga Canyon Boulevard? We're looking at this and all we see are flames. So I guess I'm a little confused by the picture I'm seeing. There you go. Maybe that'll help us. Oh, there you go. We see it now. Julia, from your perspective, is it possible to tell which direction this fire is burning? You said to the east?
We heard from David the eastern flank is going to be the part of this fire that's most dangerous. That's probably going to be the focus of the firefight. But it looks to me like this is actually burning north-northwest. That's where it looks like the smoke is traveling very quickly right now.
All right, Julia Dang, live there for us with an upside look, or topside look, I should say, from the Palisades fire. We want to go ahead now and back to Conan Nolan, who's live in the Hollywood Hills on the Solar Drive, and I guess we're keeping a very close eye as well on the Sunset fire. Conan.
That's right, Michael. So after what we've seen over the past 24 hours with the calamity that was the Pacific Palisades and in Altadena, frankly, we needed a win, and I think we got one here with this fire in the Hollywood Hills. A fraction of the size of what we've seen elsewhere. It's 60 to 100 acres, but there was a tremendous amount of potential for the loss of property if this got out of hand. There's been an aerial attack. You'll see pictures of what it looked like when we arrived. This wing of the fire, this flank of the fire, down to Runyon Canyon. There's all sorts of structure protection. We see water and power trucks here to my left, as well as a few engine companies. But they're able to get at it, as we pointed out before, because they could fly, unlike yet last night, unlike this morning. Specifically, the quick reaction force helicopters, the QRFs, that is Chinook 47 helitankers, 3,000 gallons, twin rotors, very stable. They were able to slam their water drops against this active fire that was making its way through Runyon Canyon, down towards homes, and possibly, potentially up towards where we're standing. There was structure protection for some of the Hollywood fire, LA fire units. Hollywood, I believe, Station 30 was up here, 35, and it's worked. Now, it's not over. We know that even just a little bit of orange on the hillside is the potential for a flare-up and potential reignition of this fire based on the amount of oxygen it gets from the wind and if there is an uptick in the velocity of the wind. But right now, it's looking really good, and everybody's breathing a sigh of relief. If only we had this kind of fighting chance yesterday elsewhere in the city. We didn't. We saw what happened. But again, this appears to be a win for us, and one that was badly needed.
Conan, sadly, not far from your location in Studio City, we're getting reports of another fire, a house fire there with a lot of vegetation. And Julia Dang is on her way to that right now. We'll have more information in just a minute. But from where you are, what are those strike crews doing this evening? What's their main mission?
Well, the strike crews, there's one to my right, there's one just around the corner over here. They're just watching, frankly, Colleen. We talked to them. They're here just in case. The hope was they wouldn't be needed. It doesn't look like they will be. They will still be here for hours longer. because the worry was that the wind velocity would shift and bring it downhill and then up this way. Now, I could point to, I think I have a light that can illuminate. This is some of the defensible space. And I asked one whether this was planned. There's not a lot of vegetation here, and that's a good thing because what do you need? You need fuel in order for this to burn. They sort of rob this area of fuel, and that gives them, again, a fighting chance if in case that fire did somehow make its way down the canyon and then come up this way, depending on the direction of the wind. But the wind has been blowing away from us. That's been very helpful to them. And again, the wind is so light, as has been pointed out, it allowed for there to be an attack by airships, and they've been very effective. And so that's been the margin of victory so far.
Conan, you talk about the defensible space. You also talked about the water traps that have worked in the area. Robert Kovacic, who is very familiar with that area, said that this is the only way to fight the fire, and you wish we'd gotten this type of break yesterday. So again, from your vantage point, from what you're seeing, would you call this not necessarily a knockdown in a sense, but at least a handle on this with firefighters?
I would say a handle, but I'll leave that up for the LAFD to put a term to what we're seeing here. But based on what we have seen when we first arrived, the potential for this, the wind velocity, and to your point, the fact that we didn't have the ability to fight fire from the sky yesterday, yeah, I think that this is the best case scenario for the firefighters that we've talked to thus far, and it's looking pretty good. Back to you.
All right. Conan reporting live for us tonight. Conan, we talked about this other fire that's burning not far from you in Studio City. This is what it looks like. Our Julia Dang has just arrived from the Palisades over the scene. Julia, where is this? What do we have here other than a big fire?
Colleen, we are just getting situated. I can tell you this is happening on Sunswept Drive and Veneta Place in Studio City. I hear our desk trying to talk to me. It sounds like they have a little bit of new information confirmed, but just look at this picture. This is an active firefight. This structure is fully consumed. Looks to me like this is residential. Colleen, I'm going to toss it back to you for now. Just figure out what we know, what we have confirmed as we get situated here. But raging house fire. We are in Studio City now.
Well, Michael, as I look at that, it almost looks like there are two houses on fire here. As you can see, there's some tall trees around here. What does she say? This is on Sunswept Drive?
And Veneta, from what I understand. This obviously a huge structure fire in the Studio City area. And again, it's Colleen, to your point, I've seen big homes, but this obviously looks much larger than just one home, perhaps one, two, if not three properties here.
Well, there's definitely a lot of fuel. I'm looking back to see if Melissa is there. Is there a wind situation or wind problem in Studio City right now?
It's actually pretty calm, relatively speaking, Colleen and Michael. The winds are out of the north-northwest right now at 11 miles per hour, but it's dry. Winds sustain at about 9 miles per hour and relative humidity dropping down into the single digits. But looking at the pictures here, I'm seeing what you're seeing as well. Two homes on fire, and behind the larger home, there's a lot of brush here. So this is a big concern. And like Conan was saying in his live shot there at the Sunset Fire, we're dealing with winds that look like they're traveling up that hill. So as we see these flames shoot out ahead of where the actual fire is taking place, it actually helps to preheat the fuel out ahead of that. And then you look well past those homes, looks like there's another row of homes behind that. So this is a big concern because it's looking like it's in a residential area right now. But in terms of the winds, it's fairly light, relatively speaking, to what we've been seeing. But the humidity is dropping. It looks like a really tough situation in terms of the firefight because of the structure of the homes, and some of those roads look fairly narrow as well.
I'm looking at this. I'm a little familiar with the area. I'm trying to figure out if it's north or south of Ventura Boulevard here. It almost appears to be south of the boulevard as you go up the hill here. But what you can't help but notice is that there is a lot of vegetation around there. And, you know, the real job for firefighters right now is to keep these embers, even with the lack of wind out there, keep these embers from spreading to other houses and into the surrounding brush.
That's right. I mean, if you're looking at the direction of the winds are actually picking up some of those flames right now and carrying them over into some of those treetops. And like we've been seeing with all of our fires the past night, is that the embers don't have to travel far to set something else ablaze. So it's really concerning because, you know, initially the fires that we were watching, they started out in relatively remote locations, and then because of the winds, they swept down into areas that were widely populated. And we're starting to see that right now, even with this fire that's breaking out in Studio City with multiple homes on fire. And even behind those homes, the fire looks like it's raging uphill, and it looks like there's another row of homes behind that.
I point this out to you and Michael and our viewers here. Look at the wood, I don't know what it is. It's a staircase or a trellis or something like that, just off top side of your screen there. This is a 4-story home. And it just appears to be gone.
Yeah, Colleen, this is, if I'm getting my
Maybe
bearings
not wood, I'm looking at it.
correct here, but this is, in fact, as I try to map it here, this is Sunswept and Veneta. Veneta. And if I'm looking at this correctly, and I don't want to misspeak here, but I believe it's butted right up behind Fryman Canyon in Studio City. So obviously we talk about, you know, once again, Melissa, a canyon, vegetation, dry vegetation at that, and low humidity levels.
You know what's so interesting is that we've got the Sunset Fire, and we have that evacuation perimeter, which is basically from the 101 down to Hollywood Boulevard and then up past portions of Laurel Canyon and Mulholland Drive. And then on the other side of Laurel Canyon, you're moving into the valley with that fire breaking out there. So we are tracking the winds. It's light, but the flames are starting to get pushed uphill because of all of that vegetation.
So much fuel there, whether it's coming from the house, vegetation around there. Julia Dang is back with us right now. Julia, you know, we talk about Fryman Canyon. Michael looked that up on the map here. That's a lot like Runyon Canyon in that it's, you know, sort of a wilderness area where a lot of people like to hike. It's very natural, a lot of vegetation.
That's exactly right, and it is a recipe for this kind of disaster. What you're looking at here, not just a house fire, but multiple homes now on fire. This is what we were afraid of when we saw that fire in the Hollywood Hills, right? We were looking at how close it was burning to homes along Wattle Drive. This is what we were terrified could happen, and it looks to me like this house is about to collapse. This 4-story house at the center of this firefight. We counted 2 homes on fire here, but I'm hearing it might actually be 3 structures. I'm trying to figure out if anybody was home when this started. I don't see any cars in this driveway, just firefighters. And look at that, this home now collapsing. Embers exploding from this house on Sunswept Drive at Veneta Place. This is south of Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, just behind Fryman Canyon. This is absolutely horrific.
What does the adjacent property look like? We see the second home on fire there. Can you pull out just a little bit and give us sort of an idea of how close in proximity the other homes are, what's around it?
This house looks like it could be on the verge of collapse as well. This fire, it's wind-driven still. Wind's not as powerful as what we experienced earlier and on the west side of town. But look at those embers now flying through the air. Look to the left of the screen. You see where that spotlight is shining now? This fire could easily spread to homes nearby. They're packed in really tightly here on Sunswept Drive. If they don't get this under control quickly, I mean, this house, you see firefighters on the roof, this house could be in for the same fate. Fortunately, we're not seeing cars in these driveways. I think homeowners managed to get out right in time. But I'm going to widen out here and show you that house up on the right, the first one to fall victim to this fire. You saw this collapse live in our video from News Chopper 4 just moments ago. And they still do not have these flames under control. It is emotional to cover this.
It is very, very, very difficult still to distinguish if this is actually one property or two. It looks like there's a smaller house closest to the street.
You're right, a guest house or something like that.
And then perhaps something behind with a higher elevation. But no matter how you put it, Julia, what you just mentioned is absolutely true. This is emotional to watch. You feel for the families, and I guess even that homeowner that lives next door. Perhaps you don't know. They don't know at this point what is going to happen, possibly with their property and with their livelihood.
And look at this. We're flying around the back of this property or properties now, and you can see this fire behavior that Melissa just mapped out. This is burning quickly uphill. So as I zoom out, and they're going in right now with a water drop, attacking this not just from the ground, but from the air as well. And they're doing that right in time because you can see how high these flames are burning. There is another street behind Sunswept Drive. I think we have the map overlay on here. This is behind Sunswept Drive at Veneta Place. There are additional homes here in Studio City that are right behind this fire. All of these homes now at risk.
And one of the big risks here is if this fire continues into Fryman Canyon, it can then make a run all the way up to Mulholland. And before you get to Mulholland, there's a development there, a home development of the Donias, I believe. I don't remember the names of the streets except for one up there, Doña Vida, on that particular side. But I mean, think about the brush in Fryman Canyon here and what could happen if that takes off.
Yeah, well, lucky we have fire crews here on the ground. Julia, you, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you mention that they're attacking this obviously from the ground? Any air support at this point?
Yeah, we just caught what looked like a water drop from a helicopter. It was in the corner of our frame. But as Colleen was talking about all the dry brush in the canyon that could further fuel this fire, right? Look at these trees. We saw this igniting live as she was talking about that. But they are attacking this aggressively from the ground, from the air. I don't know if they're making much progress.
You couldn't tell looking at the flames out there. They don't seem to have died down. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael and Melissa and Julia, isn't this sort of the general area where they had a mudslide and a couple of homes came down the hill within the past year or so, maybe 2 years tops? Do you remember that at all, Melissa?
Yeah, you know, we had so many huge rainstorms. It was either our December rainstorm or it was February and March when we were dealing with horrific rain across that region. But as Julia pulled out a little bit, even though we're watching this home unfortunately collapse, it looks like on the other side of the hill, there were some other spots of fire. Do you see that just on the other side of Sunswept Drive?
I noticed that, yeah.
I just went hiking recently in Fryman Canyon, and I was thinking to myself as I was traveling through the trails, a lot of the trees, a lot of the brush really overgrown and really dry. So there's a lot of fuel for this fire to work with, unfortunately, as we watch really dry conditions, not only on the ground, but because of the Santa Ana winds drying out the atmosphere as well.
It makes you wonder if this was actually the initial ignition point or if this is perhaps a casualty of something that was burning earlier in the area. I mean, you see flames off to the left, flames that aren't as, aggressive yet. What came first, the chicken or the egg here?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Julia, are you still with us? Can you hear me?
Got you, Colleen. Staying with you. We don't know where this fire started, if this property or properties were a casualty of something nearby, but I can tell you this dry brush, this fuel that Melissa was just talking about, this is burning.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't see this being attacked by firefighters on the ground or in the air just yet. So this is going to continue exploding. Look at this. The trunk of this tree now up in flames.
How unusual is it to see choppers dropping water on a residential area with homes like that? I mean, we see it so often with brush, but I don't recall it being the norm when you talk about a house fire in any kind of neighborhood.
I think at this point, with one house already collapsing and all of these homes packed in so tightly here with brush surrounding these properties, I don't know if they have any choice, especially with the ground attack, unable to get this under control. I think they have to go in with helicopters at this point because this is burning uphill, because there is additional brush and so many more homes beyond this, north of this collapsed home on Sunswept Drive. It looks like they have fire apparatus already standing by north of Sunswept Drive. Looks to me like residents have already evacuated.
And just as we mentioned, I believe with Robert Kovacic, with that fire, Sunset Fire burning in the Hollywood Hills, everything is so tightly packed in and dense. I mean, and you add that to the fact that there are narrow roads up in that area. The fact that you can even get fire apparatus up in that area, as many as we see in this live shot here, is pretty incredible.
Julia,
yeah,
what are they?
These narrow winding canyon roads. We saw the trouble they had earlier with the Sunset Fire. Firefighters trying to get in as residents were trying to get out. So here, at least, we have multiple fire engines already stationed on the ground. We've got 2 dedicated to this portion of the firefight to the south of this home.
Julia, what are they doing on those homes just above this? I believe it was Good View or Good Something Avenue there. You said it appeared they had been evacuating people there. Is there structure protection going on as well?
That's what it looks like to me. I'm counting 1, 2, 3 fire trucks stationed up here. I do not see residents walking around. Oh, my pilot's warning me right now. There's another hot spot igniting right now. Look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just beyond Viewcrest Road. That's what our helicopter map is telling us.
Might be a little difficult for you to tell me this or not, Julia, but is what on fire? Is this brush or is this another property? What can you tell from your
dry brush to me.
Dry brush.
This looks like dry brush to me, and even though this seems to be burning more aggressively than what we're seeing on Sunswept Road, we're not seeing helicopters attacking this just yet. We don't see any fire apparatus on the ground here because it's a little bit farther out from homes. So when it comes to prioritizing, it's going to be those properties first.
Right.
How close is Laurel Canyon to all of this?
You know what? Let me zoom out and get you that answer, Colleen.
Just to the east?
Yeah, that's going to be just to the east, and Fryman Canyon is going to be just to the south of what you're seeing.
All right, so we are pushing in here to Sunswept and Vanetta Place, where you see LAFD here aggressively attacking that house fire. We believe it's a 4-story property, and again, you see other units here along the road in place for structure protection, but peppered around the major fire is what we're looking at here. A lot of these hot spots, and you know, it begs asking, you know, what is this a result of the larger fire? Is the larger fire the result of what we're looking at here? So, investigators, I should say, the firefighters certainly have their hands full with this one. That is for sure.
Yeah, where we're stationed now, we are to the. Sorry, Colleen, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say. You've been over this for what, 10 minutes tops? And you see how quickly this has moved and how the smoke has changed from, well, the smoke hasn't changed at all. There's a little bit of white smoke out there, but mostly black smoke. It was all flames when you pulled over the scene.
It is all flames, and the house that collapsed, it's still burning. They still cannot put out those flames. In just under 15 minutes, we saw what started with 1 structure on fire turn into 2, possibly 3. And as I'm speaking, the entire left side of my screen is now obscured by smoke. but we have seen this traveling before our eyes up to the north, and these embers, these hot spots, are now threatening what looks like the backyard of a house on this street parallel to Sunswept Drive up to the north. So they're stationed up here. LAFD is stationed up here trying to protect these structures. It could be a long night here in Studio City.
Once again, we are looking at either a house and a garage or a second home, two homes at least, on fire here on Veneta and Sunswept Way. This is in the Fryman Canyon area. You see firefighters being very, very aggressive in how they're fighting this one, as they have been throughout, the past couple of days, fighting all these fires. But the problem here is if any of these flames, any of these hotspots get into Fryman Canyon, that means that fire can make a run all the way up through Mulholland.
What we've seen thus far is not only this fire burning here, but a few spot fires around this fire, and then off in the distance quite a way, we see another vegetation fire that Julia pointed out to us. But again, the priority, as you see from the ground units here, obviously the larger of the fire here, and we've also seen airdrops here. So again, a massive attack on this fire right now. You see firefighters pulling hoses here up the staircase.
That staircase.
Yeah, and again, not too long ago, Julia brought us a live picture of what appeared to be the roof of that main house collapsing, or at least the walls and the roof, a combination of both, or perhaps one. But again, a major collapse happening here on this property here on Sunswept and Veneta.
Julia, if you're still with us, we're looking at really a tight shot of what's going on in that one particular property. How close are all these other homes? And give us an idea of what firefighters are doing to protect those homes. Like across the street on Veneta Place and just above it as well.
These homes are steps away from each other. As you were asking me that, one of the firefighters on the ground started shining his flashlight on this house to the right of the one that collapsed. You can see his ladder right now going up the side of it. It looks like they might be soaking some of these adjacent structures to protect them. I don't know how much more they can do with all of this brush. It's a little too late to start clearing that brush, but I was zoomed in tight, Colleen, on these firefighters running that hose up this staircase, because I don't know how secure those stairs are. I mean, just feet away, this 4-story home collapsed moments ago live on air. I don't know if standing on those stairs, those wooden stairs, is the best idea right now, but clearly they feel this is how they have to up their fight. They're trying to get aggressive on all sides. You can see this stream of water from down below. This is to the south of the property, or properties. We're still trying to confirm if this was 2 structures on one property or 2 adjacent homes. That's how quickly this broke out and how quickly that first structure collapsed. But Colleen, to your question, how close are the other homes? It looks like there might be hotspots already traveling into the backyard of this road to the north of Sunswept Drive. So these LAFD fire trucks not moving, firefighters standing by, and we will see what kind of defensive tactics they might take to protect the rest of the homes in this community.
All right, Julia, if you can hold tight, we're going to keep your picture up. And on the phone with us now is Dr. Ron Marinaro. Ron, you live in Studio City. You can actually see the flames. Not only do you live there, but you have a business in the area.
Yes, my business is about a couple of blocks from here on Ventura, and my mom lives 1 block next to Whitsett, and they're the ones that made me aware of the fire, so I went over and they evacuated. The fire started about maybe 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, and already within 5 minutes there was a helicopter there with water, which is pretty quick. But I could see it spreading. Embers are spreading. It's on the flats, but I can see people watering down their houses here, and a lot of people have their baggage and are leaving the area. I guess they're panicked because of what's been going on.
Doctor, you said it's in the flats. Is that what I heard you say?
No. It's in the hills. I'm in the flats.
Oh, you're in the flats. Okay. Okay, got it.
And
Because we had heard it was in Fryman Canyon. Are you familiar with the street at all?
No. Fryman Canyon's on Laurel Canyon. This is west of Fryman Canyon, a little bit up in the hill from Ventura Boulevard. But it's west of Laurel Canyon or Fryman Canyon. And it looks like it's a house that is burning and it's spreading. But the fire department's there, the helicopters are there, and I don't know, the winds aren't that bad. Because actually, it's barely breezy.
Is it closer to Coldwater Canyon, or is it sort of situated between the two?
Between the two. It's between the two.
Okay. A lot of people who drive over Coldwater Canyon are familiar with, if you look up on the side of the street, I believe it's the east side of the street, you'll see a lot of homes on stilts and caissons up there. How close is it to that?
It's east of that. If you go by city blocks, maybe 3 city blocks east of that.
Doctor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's in the hills, so I could see helicopters around there. The fire department said there's a fire station right at the bottom of the hill, so they were there very quickly.
Doctor, anytime you see a fire in the hills, we talk about how densely populated, how close the properties are up in the hills with those narrow, windy roads. It's got to really make you think. You know, what do you feel when you see what you're looking at right here?
Well, the main thing is a fire truck, they might be able to get up if there's no cars blocking, but I don't know how they're going to get down. It's very narrow, very narrow. This is going to have to be done from the air or by foot. The irony of all this is I live in Malibu Park, Malibu, and I came here because, you know, the fires are getting close to me there. And now up the street, there's another fire on Whitsett.
You know, there'd been some speculation that maybe an ember had flown from Runyon Canyon into this area, and Michael and I are looking at it and thinking that's a long ways to go, especially when the wind is not gusting as much as it was last night. But we now know that LA County says this is a 4-story home. This fire is not related at all to what was going on in the Sunset Fire. So we just want clarification on this. You know, embers may be flying around this, but this fire started a whole different way.
Yeah, this, I don't think this came from
Doctor, are you still with us at all?
No wind, so hopefully they can contain this.
We were wondering as well. We heard this is close to Westlake, Harvard Westlake. Can you give us an idea of how far?
Harvard Westlake is on Coldwater near Ventura, so this is probably, like I said, 3 city blocks east of that. And maybe a little bit further up the hill, but not much. It's really closer to the boulevard than on the top of the hill.
We've been told that you got a call from your daughter reported the fire. How was she? How was the rest of your family?
They left and went over to my place. So now they're a little panicked because of all that's going on. And as I noticed in the streets, I'm on near Whitsett, people are grabbing their belongings and leaving, and other people are watering down the house as they find out about this fire.
Doctor, have you received any notices or anything like that for your family to be on alert because of the fires in the area?
No.
Okay, I'm just wondering because we're receiving a warning from the LAFD that I'm trying to find it again, that there may be a warning for people around the area. You know what? I take that back. We're going to get some clarification on that before we go with it, some confirmation. But there have been a lot of hot spots, and obviously we're seeing this fire is throwing hot spots as well.
Doctor, what do the next 24 to 48 hours look like for you and your family?
Okay, yeah, everyone seems to be on edge right now. Hello?
Yeah, I was going to ask you again what the next 24 to 48 hours looks like for you and your family in the midst of everything that's happening.
Well, we just moved to another place that's on Tahunga, and we're all going to be on alert.
Yeah. I think like the rest of Southern California at this point.
Yeah, you know, it's stuff like this that helps. The minute someone finds something out, we called you up, and you guys are going to hopefully say something on the news so people know that their neighborhood is lighting up, you know, because how else are they going to know? They're inside watching the news, and they're not watching the mountain or their neighborhood.
Well, we are doing our very best, Doctor, and we certainly appreciate...
You're doing a great job. I've been watching you all morning.
Oh, well...
All day, I mean. All day.
All day. You know, the hours sort of all go together at some point, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to attend to my family, and I hope they put this out.
We appreciate you giving us a call and giving us your input and insight, and please stay safe, you and your family.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye.
so much. All right, so that was Dr. Marinaro. He, has a business just off of Ventura Boulevard. He's about a quarter mile from what you're looking at here right now. He got the call from his daughter, who was hysterical. They've all since moved out. They're safe, and again, keeping up to date on what's happening by watching what's happening on the local news.
You know what was great? He was able to really pinpoint the location for us. We were in a whole different direction, thinking it was closer to the Studio City side of Laurel Canyon, and somewhere it's between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon. I see Melissa McGee is standing by right now as we continue to look at this picture from News Chopper 4. Give us an idea of the winds out there.
Like he said, the wind is barely breezy. Did you hear him say that? And also the winds are fairly light. So we've got the winds coming in out of the northwest. Relative humidity, though, is dry. And he is correct in the sense that this fire is sandwiched in between Coldwater Canyon and Laurel Canyon, and it's south of the boulevard. Just to give people an idea of what's north of the boulevard, once you cross over Ventura, you're very close to Whitsett, which is where he was calling from. And also, if you continue to go further down Whitsett and then travel over to the west, you're close to the Sportsman Lodge area, where a lot of people are familiar with that. That's right off of Coldwater Canyon as well. So the winds are light, but it's dry, and it's moving into an area where there are a lot of homes. And like we've been seeing, it looks like it's going to be hard for evacuation in the sense that we're dealing with very narrow roads. So folks trying to get out as firefighters are trying to come up and battle the blaze there. And on top of that, you got hot spots that are moving in around that fire.
Melissa, Michael, I just found the information I was looking for. We got an alert from the LAFD regarding the fire burning near Laurel Canyon. And it says, and I'm quoting here, Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, Coldwater, Ventura Boulevard, those nearby need to be ready to evacuate, just in case there's a turn for the worse here.
And as we spoke to the doc not too long ago, he's within the vicinity, and he is heated again. This warning, he and his family are out, and they have moved to a safer place. And again, we'll just continue to see what happens as we continue to clock these fires all around Southern California.
Let's check back in with News Chopper 4 and Julia Deng for a look at the progress being made, and still a lot of fire out there. Julia?
Yeah, Colleen, you can see flames burning through the roof of this first structure that fell victim to this fire on Sunswept Drive. It collapsed on air, and now flames are just chewing through the roof. Firefighters have stationed themselves now on the adjacent property. You can see they're standing on the roof here and shooting water at these flames, but they still don't have this under control. And what's more, it looks like the adjacent structure is catching fire as well. Look at this. We were worried about the stairs that firefighters were going up to try and fight this more aggressively, but embers have jumped over to this neighboring home. We don't see any lights on. I don't think anybody is home. But for anybody who has not evacuated yet, right, we're talking about these narrow canyon roads, these narrow winding roads. And now to the north of Sunswept Drive, we have fire trucks lining these streets, protecting additional homes that could be threatened. So that's going to make it even harder for residents who are trying to get out. And then earlier we showed you another hot spot, which in size is comparable to what we see burning here. The difference is that other hot spot to my left isn't threatening any homes just yet. We don't even see firefighters over there as they zoom out. That's on the other hillside here. You might not be able to see it. But this firefight still very much underway, active, and we did get that same alert that Colleen just read live. That was as Dr. Ron was talking about being on alert and his daughter being in hysterics. They are warning people here about potential evacuations. So at this point, this is just an evacuation warning, but same thing we saw earlier with the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. Moments after getting that first alert, my phone was going off in the helicopter about potential evacuations. Within 10 minutes, we got the alert about the mandatory evacuation order. So anybody in this area who has not done so already, now is the time to start packing your go bags.
I got to say, from this vantage point, it looks as if things look slightly better than...
Slightly is a very good word.
I'm going to use
here.
the word slightly. I mean, that's the caveat there. Slightly better than it did when you first rolled up, Julie.
Slightly better. We're seeing more smoke, less flames, but you got to take into consideration the direction of these flames. I think this house, this first structure, it's burning out. It's burning to the ground, but flames are now spreading to the right. So there is an entire structure here for it to chew through. And then next to that, another one just steps away. And look at how closely these homes are packed together. Look at how narrow these canyon roads are. This is a recipe for a disaster, and LAFD knows that. That's why they're attacking this so aggressively, dedicating so many resources to this. We've seen 2 or 3 water drops from overhead already, about a dozen fire trucks here. They've got this surrounded on all sides. Dr. Ron also was talking about neighbors who are soaking their homes, trying to do anything proactive they can to protect their own properties.
Julia, are you seeing any of that there?
We're not seeing a lot of resident activity on this stretch of Sunswept Drive, and that's probably good news. That means people have gotten out of here. They've gotten out of the way of the fire department. They are letting the professionals handle this, so they know where it is safe to set up. They know which roofs they can climb onto. They know which staircases they can drag their hose up. We haven't seen any additional structural collapse since that home, that 4-story home, went down. That was about 20 minutes ago now. We do have some new information that I want to repeat from the LA County Fire Department. They're now confirming this is not related to the Sunset Fire. This has nothing to do with what we covered earlier in the Hollywood Hills. So still unclear how this started, what sparked this, where it came from, but this is not related to what was happening on the other side of the hills.
And again, I think it bears repeating here, Colleen, that this fire burning near Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, Coldwater Canyon, Ventura Boulevard, those nearby should get set for what we're calling a potential evacuation. You know, they're being advised here to monitor local newscasts, LAFD social media. Again, evacuation preparation, info, just be ready, be set, and be ready to go.
Because we have seen how quickly things change. I mean, last night, never more evident. I mean, we had gusts, and then we had hurricane gusts later in the evening. And while our meteorologists tell us that's not going to happen, as Melissa pointed out, even a small gust is enough to fuel hotspots spotting ahead here.
Again, this is what we believe to be a 4-story structure here. Julia Deng live over in News Chopper 4, and we pulled up, what would you say, 20, 25 minutes ago. And when you rounded sort of the canyon there, boom, there it was. And, you know, though it's still engulfed now. We can say, or at least I will say, it looks slightly better, but the firefight here continues.
I would agree. It looks slightly better than what we saw when we first pulled up. Certainly better than when that first structure was fully engulfed. The trouble now is, will this spread to adjacent structures? That one on the left, that is still burning out of control. But if this spreads to the right, if this spreads to the north of Sunswept Drive, where those fire trucks are now stationed at the ready, this could be a very long night here in Studio City, a devastating night. But for now, this does look better. We're seeing more smoke than fire. We're seeing light smoke. But look with me as I zoom in near the top of this property, near the northern edge. It looks to me like things might be heating up here. So if embers jump from that home to the left of my screen over to the right-hand side, there's a house here that's several stories that could also go down. But firefighters now standing here shooting water from that property onto this first structure.
And looking at the number of engines on this narrow street, you have to think to yourself, if in fact residents there wanted to get out at this point, it would be they would be hard pressed.
Might be a little tricky.
Yeah, to get a car or two out of there.
The advantage, at least for firefighters tonight, and Melissa can chime in once again on this, is the fact that unlike this time last night, we don't have those egregious winds to deal with. You know, that is the break, at least for firefighters, whether it's the Sunset Fire, which from what I understand now is in mop-up mode, and this fire here.
Right, that's the saving grace. If this was happening last night, like you mentioned, it would be a bit of a different beast because we were dealing with unprecedented winds across our region. So imagine those winds where they are hurricane force, like Colleen was mentioning. Some spots we had winds up to 100 miles per hour. So that's a strong Category 1 storm. So imagine that wind down on the ground. Thankfully tonight, that's not the case. And like the gentleman we just interviewed, he said there in Studio City, it's barely breezy. But the problem is that it's so dry. It's really dry. And then you have all of that vegetation as that fire marches up the hill. It only helps to energize that fire and helps to move those flames along even faster than we would normally see.
Julia Dang live for us in News Chapter 4. Julia, is this yet another, is this the same property or a different property here?
We're still trying to figure out if this is two separate properties. That was the first question we had when we pulled up about 30 minutes ago. We do know this is a separate structure. It could be an ADU, could be a neighboring property, but there's something, as we come around in the helicopter, there's something out front that appears to be flaring up. I think it's some more of that dry brush Melissa was just talking about. Let me zoom out here and just give you a wider shot of the firefight still underway. This looks better. This looks more hopeful than what we were seeing earlier. I'm seeing far less in the way of flames. Smoke seems to be lightening up as well, but this whole canyon now lit up. Look at all the fire apparatus there. I know it's probably hard to distinguish between what are embers here, what are hot spots, and what are lights from homes. So I'm going to zoom in on where the hot spots still are, what's still burning here. It's these orange patches within the dry brush. So look at this. There are firefighters surrounding this area trying to get this under control. You can see, though, if you take a look at the trees, you can see the difference in movement between what we're showing you now in Studio City versus what we showed you earlier this evening in the Palisades, where winds were still whipping. We do not have that here, so that may end up just being the saving grace here.
You know, earlier, Julia, we asked you about the proximity to Laurel Canyon. Now that we know it's closer, we believe, according to Dr. Ron, to Coldwater Canyon. Can you give us a quick shot of that?
I can. So Laurel Canyon is going to be just to the east of here, and we are northwest of Fryman Canyon. We've been calling this whole region the Canyon. This is northwest of Fryman Canyon proper. So I'm going to show you this whole area, this busy, tightly packed residential area now lit up with these emergency vehicles. We haven't seen a lot of people trying to get out, so it looks to me like residents may have evacuated before we even got on scene. But that evacuation alert, that warning did come through on everyone's cell phones earlier, letting them know about a potential evacuation order. The mandatory order has not come down just yet. And if firefighters here can get this under control, we may not see forced evacuations.
What is that dark area that we're seeing from the chopper there? Is that an area where power is out, or more of a brushy area? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
All right, so we appear to have lost Julia's audio here at this point, but again, the firefight continues here on Sunswept and Veneta, and you asked the question, is that that sort of dark spot in her shot?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder whether that is something that's related to a power outage, or is that just a patch of, brush that perhaps is empty. Yeah, and it's probably that's empty and again, just sits there in darkness.
You know what is amazing as we look at these pictures? We're looking at that picture, dead center in the screen there is a hot spot. And you've got to wonder, it looks like it's a curb. There's a lot of water around there. What in the world could be on fire there? And while the firefighters seem to be getting the upper hand on this house fire or two-house fire, there are hot spots like this all over the area.
And these are the things that folks got to worry about. But, as Melissa said, the saving grace, at least for firefighters here today, is this hotspot is close to the actual ignition point, as opposed to, traveling 2 to 3, 4, or 5 miles away, as we've seen yesterday.
That is just amazing as I look at it. It's the corner of a curb there. Maybe it's a small brush, but again, with all the water that's being thrown on these two places, you would think that everything would be so saturated, it wouldn't ignite.
I liken it to a game of whack-a-mole here with fire officials here.
I think that's a very good description.
This pops up.
Julia, where's the focus on this right now?
Hey, Colleen, we're back with you now. Lost IFB in my headset for a moment there, but look at what's burning here. I'm not sure what that is. It's probably dry brush, even though most of this area, most of that front yard is now saturated with water. I think the focus of this firefight is still going to be to the east, to the right of this first structure. You see where they're shining that flashlight? They're probably trying to figure out and strategize how they can ensure this fire does not spread to neighboring structures. If you look at the roof of this home to the right, it looks like that might be igniting. Yeah, that's going up in flames now. I can bet we're going to see additional water directed here, possibly a water drop from helicopters still flying around this to try and get this under control. But over on the left, the two structures that were burning when we pulled up 30 minutes ago, that seems to be burning out now. So if they can surround and drown this and stop flare-ups like the one we're seeing right now to the right of your screen, this could be under control in a healthy amount of time.
That is good to know. It is 10 o'clock. It is Wednesday night, and this is continuing coverage of the devastation that hit Southern California over the past couple of days. We started this journey 11 o'clock yesterday. We've been on the air for 35 hours.
That was with the Palisades fire, and since then we have seen multiple fires throughout different parts of Southern California. This latest fire here in Studio City on Sunswept and Veneta, what we believe to be calling a 4-story structure smack there in the canyon, and again, part of what we looks to be a very dense neighborhood here on Sunswept and Veneta.
We have covered several fires today. You mentioned the Palisades fire, which is still going strong. No containment there. The fire in Altadena called the Eaton Fire. 10,600 acres burned there. 5 people lost their lives there. No containment to the best of our knowledge on that one as well. But a success story this evening, and that would be the Sunset Fire that broke out at about 5:30, I believe, this evening.
Yeah, caught our eye via News Chopper 4, and we just got word that this is now in what they consider mop-up mode. So obviously something to keep a very close eye on. But again, now probably diverting much of their resources to other parts of Southern California. As we look here from Studio City, we see a number of ground units here. In fact, we saw a couple of water drops not too long ago. Julia Dang live for us in News Chopper 4. Julia, again, we continue to keep a very close eye on this fire here. We believe a 4-story structure.
That is correct. LA County Fire, Michael, confirming it was a 4-story home that collapsed when we got on scene. This is not related to the Sunset Fire. This has nothing to do with the Hollywood Hills fire we covered earlier today, but now in mop-up mode, meaning this is under control. There were no forced evacuations here. Hopefully residents can come back in tomorrow. We're not hearing any reports of injuries, no fatalities confirmed here. So we are going to pull out of this shot, and we're probably going to head back east and check out the Altadena fire, the Eaton fire, still burning out of control.
All right, Julia Dang live for us there at News Chopper 4, as we, of course, will keep updated on this particular fire here. But we want to bring in Melissa McGee here right now because, again, we talked about the winds in this particular area.
Right.
And, you know, they're obviously not as strong as they were last night. And again, this is a saving grace here for those firefighters.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael, in the situation with the sun-swept fire. And we know, and we've got confirmation that these two are not related. These two in the sense that we've got the Sunset Fire and the Sunset Fire, but they're not too far away from each other. And the winds with the sun-swept fire, they are close to Studio City. They're moving toward the north and west. As we look at relative humidity across the region, relative humidity in the teens and the single digits. So even though the winds are not as strong as they were last night, in fact, we heard that gentleman say it's barely breezy outside in the valleys right now. The issue is that it's still very dry, so that's a concern. And where that fire is burning with the sun-swept fire, it's kind of a bit of a mouthful. Where that fire is burning, there's a lot of vegetation, so that's going to be the issue. And like we were seeing some of the images, there are a lot of different hot spots, even though they're starting to get more of a handle on the fire there. There are a lot of different places that they need to watch very carefully because we're dealing with a lot of dry vegetation. And as we've been seeing all of yesterday, it does not take a lot for these embers to get pushed and fly away from the initial ignition source. So we're watching that very closely. I've got my colleague meteorologist David Bigger. I don't know if he could put some of my graphics into play for me because we're tracking not only just the sun-swept fire, but the Sunset Fire and all of the other fires here across much of Southern California. So we're tracking this, and we also have other fires that were moving in across the areas in Eaton, as well as the Palisades fire as well. So if we could just advance here, you can see we do have winds that are fairly light. That's great news. Red flag warning is starting to be extended until 6 p.m. on Friday. Even though the winds will start to move on out, it's still very dry. So elevated fire threat is out there as we go throughout the rest of our week here. But I want to show you what's to come as we continue on with tracking the fires across our region. David's just behind the scenes. He's doing what he can. We appreciate the assist here, Dave. As we look at wind gust futurecast, you can see 7 o'clock in the morning on your Thursday, we are tracking another bout of Santa Ana winds. Here's the caveat, and here's the good news with the Santa Anas that will be on the way. They will not be as strong as they were yesterday. They won't be as strong as they were last night. If you look at the colors alone, when we've got the yellows and the oranges, and we've got the scale here on the side of the screen, that's winds gusting anywhere from 30 to about 40 miles per hour. Then you see the purple here, and those are some gusts anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. So just some isolated gusts, nothing like what we had earlier across our region and even yesterday here in Southern California. We'll continue to advance this as we get into our Thursday afternoon. Again, those gusts will continue out of the north and east, and this will be a factor even as we get into our Friday, which is why that red flag warning will stay up across our region. The winds will exit. It stays dry, and even with the sun-swept fire there in Studio City, even though it's very light in terms of the winds, it's dry on the ground, and we're starting to see those hot spots. That vegetation helps to spread out the flames. So we'll track this and all of the conditions outside as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Michael and Colleen, I'll send it back over your way.
You know, Melissa, we were talking about that fire in Studio City that we've been covering. We just got an official word. They're calling this a knockdown. I think Michael called it just a moment ago. 50 firefighters put out this fire. No injuries reported, but it did extend, as we saw, into the surrounding brush and vegetation with several small spot fires. And so that one is done. That one is off the books, so to speak.
That's great news.
Michael and I have been talking about, yesterday there was a prediction that the forecast that the winds would be stronger in the OC and the Inland Empire today. Did that ever manifest itself?
Yes, it did. In fact, we did have some winds earlier today, up to 90 miles per hour in Fremont Canyon in Orange County. I saw some gusts early this morning in Irvine and Santa Ana, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Thankfully, as far as we know, we did not have any reports of any fires in that region. But yes, the winds were strong even across areas in Orange County and the Inland Empire as we moved through the overnight hours and early this morning. So everybody kind of got in on the wind activity. I think the concentration the past couple of nights was out across areas in LA and Ventura counties because we were tracking these devastating fires across much of our region and the fast spreading fires too.
All right, so looking ahead, Melissa, over the next 24 to 48 hours, I know that red flag warning is going to remain with us at least through Friday morning, possibly into Friday afternoon.
Right.
So what are we looking at here?
For the rest of tonight, we'll have winds gusting anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles per hour. And then there will be some isolated spots that will be locally higher than that. But overall, in terms of the gusts, those are starting to diminish. We've got the high wind warnings. Those have expired. They expired 4 hours ago, so that's great news. We had the wind advisories. Those expired as well. So as we go into our Thursday, we've got this other round of Santa Ana's moving on through. However, they're not going to be nearly as strong as they were earlier today and even yesterday across much of Southern California. So by tomorrow, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour most spots. And then we've got this purple here. That's an indication of some isolated locations for the mountains and the foothills gusting anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. The winds will come down, relatively speaking, but it stays dry, so that's the issue. So even though the winds weren't as strong as they were yesterday, it's still dry on the ground. You've got that wind coming in out of the northeast, drying things out in the atmosphere as well. Once we get into our Friday, into our Saturday, an onshore flow moves on in. We'll start to get more moisture, more humidity, and hopefully that will help firefighters with the Palisades fire as well as the Eaton fire as well, guys.
Very quickly, any rain on the horizon?
That's the problem. That's the problem. It's been so dry across much of Southern California. No, to answer your question, unfortunately, Colleen, there is no rain in our forecast over the next 6 to 10 days. In fact, looking at the Climate Prediction Center across much of the West Coast, we've got below normal conditions across our region. Thanks so much, Dave. Relatively speaking, for what we've seen, October 1st, that's the beginning of our rainy season. We've only seen 1/10 of an inch of rain. We've got a deficit of more than 4.5 inches across our region and nothing coming over the next 7 days.
I'm going to still keep my fingers crossed.
And the toes, too.
Okay, toes, too. All right,
Yeah.
Melissa, as always, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, NBC4's Darcia Phillips has been in Pacific Palisades covering the fire. She's live along Antioch and Swarthmore Avenue. Darcia, what do you got?
Yeah, we're right in the heart of Palisades Village, and I know that you guys said that those other fires have been in the mop-up stage. They're off the books. Let me tell you, folks here in the Palisades would love for this fire to be at any containment, and they would love this fire to be off the books, but that is just not the case. You might be able to hear it right now, but the wind is whipping. It's not as strong as it was last night, of course, but we are feeling some pretty sustained wind gusts here. That's really very frightening for a lot of folks and even the firefighters, because we are not able to walk around too much here because the signal is hard, but we have.
All right, we apparently have lost that signal there, but I think you got the gist of it. The winds have died down just a little bit in the Palisades area, and what was it, close to 16,000 acres burned so far. Are you back with us, Darcia?
I'm back. Sorry, like I said, so the cell tower. You guys pretty much probably saved at least your deck.
At least. Well, you never know with the winds, you know, it could come up to the deck and then get the house next. I mean, look at that one right there. It's, what a blessing we got up here in time.
Exactly.
You can't understand the emotions, especially that my best friends came with me. Heroes, in my opinion, to me. It's, we saw this fire start right there yesterday. We got out of here, and yeah, this is unbelievable. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Those were some residents who went up to save their home, and luckily they were able to put out a fire that had caught on their deck. So this is still a very active fire. Lots of flames around the hills here in the Palisades. And behind me, what you're looking at is what used to be a Starbucks here in Palisades Village. Next to it,
all right.
It's just post IFB.
All right. So, again, that's Darcia Phillips there in the Palisades. She talked about how a Starbucks at that location there is gone. And we talk about other longtime stores and locations and landmarks within that city are now gone.
I believe she showed us earlier there was a Ralph's that she had taken pictures of earlier. And then when she returned not that long after that, it was gone. What I found most interesting about her report, she's talking to that young man there whose best friends came in to help him save the house. You know, in these situations, you see the best in humankind. Everybody seems to come together to help each other out. And, you know, that is absolutely amazing. What did that young man say? It's the worst thing he's ever seen in his life. I think a lot of people might agree. What we've seen over the past couple of days is some of the worst we will ever see.
Yeah, and we all hope that it doesn't happen ever again. So that is the hope, at least. And Julia Deng was, you know, in her reporting earlier today, she also mentioned that, you know, in times like this, we do see neighbor helping neighbor, strangers helping strangers in situations like this. And again, as we talked to Dr. Lucy Jones yesterday during our broadcast, you know, she says there's a benefit for everybody involved when you lend that hand. And it's not only benefiting the person who's receiving the help, but it also helps you.
The person
and warms
who
your
is
heart.
giving it.
Exactly.
Absolutely. News Chopper 4 is over the Eaton fire right now. This is the fire in Altadena. Julia Deng above. And Julia, when we last checked, this was about 10,600 acres.
That's right, Colleen. They actually haven't updated those numbers, that acreage for the Eaton fire here in Altadena for hours. It's been standing at 10,600 for most of the day, so I'm not sure how accurate, how updated that is. Right now, I'm going to tell you this tight shot we're giving you, this zoomed in look at the street level, is going to tell a better story than if we zoom out all the way, because it is so smoky here. We are in the Pasadena, Altadena area shooting north right now. It is so smoky. You can barely see anything. You cannot see the flames we showed you earlier. You're not seeing flames like we shot earlier in Studio City. You're just seeing a lot of these embers. Everywhere you see orange lights right now, it's either fire trucks or it's homes, trees, brush on fire. And what's interesting here, unlike what we saw in the Palisades tonight, where it's like a ghost town. We saw that in Malibu this afternoon as well. Somebody said it looked like a war zone. It's decimated and it's empty. Here we're seeing quite a bit of activity, and it's not just the fire department. We're seeing residents, we're seeing cars coming and going. This evening, we saw people getting out of their cars, walking into homes. So in a way, this is kind of like the stories of community and humanity and neighbors banding together that you were just talking about. But look at this. I think I've seen a car driving through this neighborhood. And these are areas that were under mandatory evacuation orders. So I think people must be coming in to check on their homes now, to check on their friends, on their family. And up here in News Chopper 4, I mentioned my pilot lives in this area with his family. He was doing that as well, you know, flying through here. He wanted to see if his neighbors, if his friends and family, if their homes are still standing. I cannot begin to imagine what that feels like, to not know, especially with these conditions changing so quickly and fires still spreading so quickly.
You know, Julia, we talk about sort of the enormous nature of these fires here in Southern California, and at the press conference here this afternoon, specifically on the Eaton fire, you had, you know, the mayor calling this a tremendous tragedy. 100,000 people under mandatory evacuations. And then you add to that 100,000 more have been warned to evacuate if deemed necessary. We look at what's going on here right now. How would you characterize the fire here right now and, again, its rate of spread?
I would say this is unpredictable. We just don't know what the night holds here in Altadena. I can show you what I'm seeing from up above, which is little spot fires everywhere. Everywhere I turn the camera, you see those orange lights. Those are homes. Those are businesses. Those are livelihoods up in flames. So even though the winds have died down here, they're not out of the danger zone yet. So people who are coming back, I sure hope they realize the risks they are taking. I mean, we're thousands of feet above this, but we're still in a cloud of smoke. I can taste it. We've got soot covering the camera operator in the back. This is unlike anything I've covered before. And Michael, something else that came up during that press conference that really struck me, and we've been hearing chatter about this all day, not just in Altadena, but in other communities affected by wildfires. There's looting going on. I mean, several arrests have already been made. There have been additional reports, and we heard the LA County District Attorney is gearing up to issue a press release and to take aggressive action on this. But you can't help but wonder when you see activity in a danger zone like this, is it neighborly activity or could it possibly be criminal activity?
Catherine Barger, LA County Supervisor, during that press conference, she said, and I'm quoting here, the full weight of the county will come down on those who choose to loot. Again, and we've heard of 3 arrests so far. 3
arrests, according to Sheriff Luna earlier today. Do we still have Julia with us?
Still here. Go ahead, Colleen.
So I'm kind of curious. We're looking at a lot of hot spots here. Is there a leading edge of this fire? Can you tell which direction it is burning right now?
I cannot tell. With every other fire, we have had an immediate answer to that question because you can clearly see in the helicopter picture which way the wind is blowing, where the smoke is moving, where flames are lapping. With the Palisades fire, you could see how the trees were blowing. You could see it expanding in every direction. Here, it's a different kind of fire behavior. We cannot tell where it is spreading. It's just like these little pockets of embers. We see things flaring up, dying down, and it is as far as you can see. Right now, we're still in Pasadena, shooting northeast, looking up at Altadena.
The latest update on evacuation orders right now. As well, you know, I can tell you that out of that press conference as well, we found out that additional teams are coming in. Yeah. Strike teams from Arizona were due into Pasadena, Altadena, that area later this evening. So they should be there at this point. And there's a mutual aid system. So we talk about firefighters coming from other counties and other zip codes in Southern California. But we're talking Oregon, Washington, Utah, Arizona, Nevada. All of those states are sending teams, whether they're strike teams or engines. Well, we don't know at this point, but they're all coming in because everybody looks at this and sees the magnitude of what we've been dealing with in Southern California.
Yeah, and you speak of the magnitude here. There's also been, sadly, a death toll involved with the Eaton fire. 5 fatalities thus far. 200 to 500 structures damaged or completely lost. But the good thing about this, if there is, and that was water drops began just after 10 o'clock this morning. And that has been the saving grace, the sort of the decrease in winds and wind gusts. So again, firefighters able to make hopefully some progress on the Eaton fire. NBC4's Tracy Leong is live on the ground in Altadena. Tracy, our coverage of the Eaton fire continues.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, and to your point, we have seen a huge difference compared to when Sean Browning and I were out here last night. We've seen those water drops from the helicopters, and just driving around this area. We are on West Palm near Lincoln in the North Arroyo neighborhood. We have seen a lot of resources. We have seen crews on a lot of these different streets that we are driving through, very different from what we saw yesterday. If you remember, I was telling you I didn't see any crews for sometimes blocks, and we would drive and just see homes burning down. But now that those winds have died down compared to what we saw yesterday, we're getting a better look at just the damage left behind. This home is an example. You could see the garage. There's still a fire smoldering inside. It's still smoking. The entire home behind it completely destroyed. The glass blown out. The walls just melted. And this car right here, this is an example of what we are seeing on almost every single block. We are driving down block, Sean and I, and we are just shocked to see that there are no homes standing. Perhaps one, maybe two every couple of blocks, but hundreds of homes. And when this is all done, we can understand that that number is definitely going to go up. And you see these officers that are driving through the area. They are working to protect these homes. People have evacuated, and the homes that are destroyed, well, there's no one protecting them. So we see a lot of the officers driving through the neighborhood, making sure there are not looters, making sure there are not people trying to come in and take advantage of a vulnerable situation. But you can also tell by this shot here at how dark it is. The power is still out to this area. The street lights are out, and we've also seen a lot of downed power lines. So when Sean and I were driving through, we had to be very careful. A lot of these roads were closed. Even though the power lines have been de-energized, you still want to be very careful. The winds snapped those lines. They snapped those trees, pushed a lot of those through the area. And we also saw a lot of debris through here. We have some video that we want to show you from earlier to show you how that fire is far from over. This is video from Lake Avenue. A lot of businesses, 40 businesses possibly. I know as Sean and I were driving up Lake Avenue, we saw grocery stores destroyed. This is the Bank of America. As we arrived around 5:30, you just saw flames shooting from the roof. You saw firefighters using hoses at the front entrance. And then you also saw people like this that were trying to water homes next door. They were trying to water some of the hot spots to save what was left, to keep these homes that had not burned down safe. That is something we are seeing tonight, that people, you know, even though they have been ordered to evacuate, Michael and Colleen, they're coming back and they are trying to save what is still standing, because this fire, as far as we know, there is 0% containment. And while we don't see any active flames and the winds have really died down compared to what we saw last night, it does not take a lot to move the embers from the fires that are still burning. We do see a lot of little fires, but that's gas lines that are up in most of these homes. The gas has not been turned off. So that is the glow that we are seeing as we drive through the neighborhoods. But that's the very latest, reporting live in Altadena. Back to you in the studio.
Are you also seeing a police presence out there? We were talking about the arrest of 3 looters earlier. Earlier, when I was driving in an area, I saw black and whites, officers sort of patrolling out there. What are you seeing? Any of that?
Yeah, just as you mentioned that, Colleen, another officer drove by us. We are seeing that. We see it on a lot of blocks as we drive through. We're actually seeing more officers than fire trucks, which is very good news, because these areas, no one is here. Most people have been ordered to evacuate, and if the homes are burned down, there's no one protecting these properties. So that's the good news out here, Colleen. We are seeing a heavy law enforcement presence.
And again, it was worth mentioning here that the Sunset Fire is in mop-up mode, and Robert Kovacic tells us that the LAPD will be out in Upper Nichols Canyon checking IDs and trying to keep looters out of that particular area as well. So,
Speaking of Robert.
Yeah, well, it's like magic. Robert Kovacic live for us there in Studio City, just off of Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, unfortunately, these fires are starting to appear a bit like magic, unwanted magic. And we are about 2 miles away from where we last saw you with the Sunset Fire. This is another fire, very difficult to access, which is one of the reasons that we are down below. You can see the water that is flowing here, but the LAFD explained to us that they cannot allow our vans and our trucks to come up there because they're having trouble just getting a hook and ladder up there. As you can see, it really is a very narrow street, and then once you get up Veneta, you got to get up to Sunswept, and again, it just continues to be narrow. I did hoof it up there, and I can tell you that they tell me that there are 4 houses right now that they believe that are completely gone, 2 more being threatened, and also an area behind it where there is a lot of brush. And again, it's sort of the same concern you have with the Sunset Fire because it burns through Runyon, and that is fuel. So what you don't want now is for the winds to pick up, for the winds to have those embers spread. We have no reason to believe that the embers from the Sunset Fire caused this fire. This will be under investigation. Is it possible? Sure. Anything is possible. It's really not that far away. But we are looking at right now a very dangerous set of circumstances here in Studio City, in the hills above Studio City. And to help me explain why it is so dangerous is a longtime resident, Michael Schul. Come on in there, Michael. Thank you. It's good to see you, and thank you for sticking around for us. Michael, like so many of us tonight, has received an evacuation order.
No.
Not yet.
No, we received an order to stand by for possible evacuation.
And are you doing just that?
Yeah, we got the cat box ready to grab if we need to, but we live further down the hill, so we feel fairly confident. I mean, we're like right at the bottom of the hill. The fire is right at the top of the hill, and it doesn't seem to be growing. So at the moment, we feel okay, but we're just on alert.
Michael, one of the things that our viewers may not understand is that when you live in these hills, you receive a notice from the LAFD every year that you need to clear your brush. Usually it's a May 1st deadline that you get where you have to start clearing it. And if you don't, you can be fined. Do you and your neighbors follow that brush clearance abatement order?
As far as I know, I see people having clearance all the time. So, I mean, I can't speak for like every house on the hill. And the only thing is I think there's a lot of open space that might be owned by the city or the government. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a lot of open hill, just like in Laurel Canyon and everywhere.
Well, you know, in these areas, they cherish their open space. We vote for this open space. We try to keep this open space. But of course, this can also be very dangerous. Well, it's great to have that, especially for our wildlife, but you never know what's going to happen because when we have the rain that we had last year, and now we have these fires, there's fuel to burn. Tell me about how you learned about this fire. You and I were talking about that. You thought, okay, we're out of the woods here as far as this wind event is.
I've had friends and relatives call me all day, and I'm like, oh, we're fine. We're far away from the fire. And then I heard on the news that it was like hitting Laurel Canyon. My partner called me. I came home, and it still seemed okay, and then all of a sudden I heard 6 fire trucks go up the hill. I heard 1 fire truck go up the hill. I looked out the window, it's another one. I'm like, oh, shit.
Is it this immediate concern for you, excuse your language, is this immediate concern for you that when you see the wind that's the big fear?
Yeah, I mean, I've never experienced a fire from being spread through wind before, but I know it happens. And so there was some concern. I see a lot of water coming down the hill, and it seems like they dropped a lot of water, and it feels damp outside. So I'm feeling like we might not have that particular problem at this moment, but I'm just guessing.
And that does appear to be the case. Michael Schul, thank you very much. And please stay safe. Get that cat box ready and go if you need to go.
Thank you.
I know you will. The beauty here is, and the difference here is, if you can remember 24 hours ago, and though we were in the Palisades, no matter where you would have been standing here in the Los Angeles area, the wind is not a factor right now. And that is, as the LAFD explained to me when we left the Sunset Fire, we are in mop-up mode. We are looking for spot fires because the wind can be erratic. So the LAFD explained they're just going to be traversing the hills and looking and sort of searching for an ember to fall for a spot fire so they can jump on it. But because we don't have wind, this is allowing them, as you see and as you hear, them to try and get the upper hand on this fire, to put this out through the air, and as well as you can see with the water flowing down here on Veneta, getting this fire from the ground as well. So they're able to do that. Unfortunately, it looks like another 4 homes have been lost. 2 more are in jeopardy, and the brush behind it. But the one thing that we have with this firefight, which is giving us a chance here, a real fighting chance to make room and to get headway, is that we don't have the wind fighting against us.
That is very good news for us. Robert Kovacic reporting live from Studio City. I believe this is the 3rd fire that Robert has covered just today. Robert, thank you. Yeoman's job out there. As you can tell, we are committed to staying with you on this, committed to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help with that, we've brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations all across the country.
Valena Jones from our Bay Area sister station covering the Palisades fire joins us live at PCH and Sunset.
Well, Michael and Colleen, we're here on PCH and Sunset where it's eerily quiet, but it's because that there's no service up in the hills and Pacific Palisades where we were just over there. We just left from Palisades Drive where we saw many homes engulfed in flames. And when you go up in those hills, you can see not only the damage from yesterday and today, but the fire that is still going on tonight. We saw several different fires spread throughout the neighborhoods there in the Palisades, caught on fire. And while we're seeing a lot of fire personnel, we're not seeing them focus on those homes that are on fire. We're seeing them focus their energy on the homes that they can still save. Take a look at what we just saw from up in the hills.
Valena, we're apparently having some problems showing that. Can you just tell us what you saw up in the hills there and give us your exact location?
Sure, absolutely. So, Colleen, we were on Palisades Drive over by Palisade Villas, and that community of houses are completely engulfed in flames right now, and what we saw is pure destruction. I mean, you can hear the wind, you can see the flames billowing, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. You know, that fire has been going on for quite some time now. It does not look like it's dying down. We could see some of those structures, little pieces of the structure still standing, but most of it is completely gone. And we've gone through different neighborhoods through the Palisades here tonight and throughout the day. And what we're seeing, aside from the homes that have already been, down to the ground because of the fire and diminished to rubble, we are seeing new fires here tonight as well. And aside from that, with the wind, the embers are going to different locations throughout the area and starting new fires. And so, you know, we were here earlier in the daylight when we got to see some of those homes, some of the homes that have actually already been burned, but we saw the fire starting to pick up again as winds picked up in this area. And so the fire is still going here tonight. Again, service is bad up there, but what we're seeing is definitely several different fires throughout that neighborhood, Colleen and Michael.
All right, Valena Jones from our Bay Area sister station. Thanks so much for giving us an idea of what is still going on. A lot of cell towers were lost out there in these fires, and we're doing our best to bring you the coverage out there. But again, 16,000 acres burned so far, and they still don't have a count on the number of homes lost.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist David Bigger. Obviously, we've continued to talk about how dry it is out there. We, of course, are talking about how the winds aren't as strong as they were last night and, sort of forecasting what's happening over the next 24 to 48 hours.
So we're still going to see some offshore winds over the next 2 days or so. It's just they won't be as intense as what we had last night. And you can really see that difference if you take a look at a couple of different things. First of all, our observation sites, which I'll show you in just a second. But also, if you take a look from satellite, we've been showing you this kind of throughout the coverage of this, all the fires across the region. This is what we call fire temperature, where the brighter the pixels are on the screen, the more intense the fire is burning. And I had to put a little arrow pointing at where the Eden fire is, because it is here. It's very faint. It's hard to make out, but it is still burning. But the fact that it is not a bright spot on this map shows the kind of difference that it makes not having very gusty winds. It's essentially a lot of smoldering with some things burning, but not widespread active fire happening. Around the Palisades fire, you can still see it is pretty bright, not as bright as it was last night, an indication that it is still burning actively, but not as intensely as what we were seeing when we were having our 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts during the overnight period last night. I wanted to zoom in on a couple of areas. We also have been making some updates to some of our fire perimeters. We have gotten a few updates from the fire crews. So first of all, for Malibu Creek, for Santa Monica Mountains, are two observation sites that are in the upper elevations of the Santa Monica Mountains near the Palisades fire. We've been still seeing gusts in the 40-50 mile per hour range. That has not changed over the past couple of hours, so that is why we are still seeing some very active fire around parts of the Palisades. As you take a look around Topanga Beach, you can see that the wind gusts are more in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range, and we've lost the gusts once again around Santa Monica, so a sign that the winds are still relatively light with only the occasional gust. One other interesting note, I was actually taking a look at this perimeter as I was putting it together, and I noticed right about here, we were wondering about how far west it had gone. This is right where the Franklin fire burn scar starts and extends out toward Malibu. You remember that one that burned through the Pepperdine area? That burn scar might actually be the edge of this one. They may have allowed that to burn out to that because essentially that vegetation is already burned. And I noticed that that outline matched right where the Franklin fire was. Let's go ahead and talk about the Eden fire now. We officially have our first map here of it on our system. First of all, it is calm conditions essentially across the entire region. Eden Canyon Park, the only spot showing maybe about 4 mile per hour winds. But you can see how far this is burned out of the San Gabriel Mountains into Altadena itself. We've had this burned quite a bit of the way down over here as well. So this was pretty remarkable to have loaded. Now we realize how much of the community has been affected by this. That's why we have thousands of people displaced and potentially a lot of structures that have been impacted. But right now, the good news about this is that the winds are calm. So we're likely not seeing any widespread ember casting like we were seeing last night, where embers were being thrown 1 mile to 3 miles out ahead of the fire, starting additional spot fires. And that is likely how all of this happened so quickly. You have a fire up here, but you're blowing embers this direction, you're starting spot fires, and that's how you get these little islands down here as well, where we have a couple of little burned out sections while we have unburned sections kind of in between. So we still have a red flag warning. This is up until 6 o'clock on Friday. Originally, we had it up through Thursday. It is now extended through Friday for most areas, not necessarily everywhere, though. The reason why is because we will still see some strong Santa Ana winds. Not as strong as last night, but considering how dry the air already is and the fact that we already have fires that have been happening around the region, it doesn't take much to really kick up some of those fires again and start throwing embers. And this is always a concern with any fire that we have around the region. Is sometimes what will end up happening is it'll kind of be contained or sort of put out, and it's sort of smoldering. A lot of the heavier fuels will keep burning for a couple of days, and you all of a sudden introduce another batch of wind, and all of a sudden that flares up little sections. So I'm sure that's what firefighters are going to be doing over the next couple of days, is making sure that they figure out exactly where some of these flare-ups might happen so they can have an active defense plan in place. But essentially, here's what we're looking at. As we pick up the wind gust futurecast right around 11 o'clock this evening, so only about 30 minutes from now, you can see that we've got still some wind in parts of the IE coming out of the Cajon Pass, but this is so much lighter than it's been over the past couple of days or even earlier this morning. But I want you to see what happens as we go through the rest of the overnight and head into Thursday. So still pretty quiet for the early morning, but as we get into the afternoon, it gets gusty once again across the Inland Empire and Orange County. And I'll show you LA County and Ventura County in a second. But you can see that coming off of the San Jacinto Mountains now, we're starting to see some pretty strong gusts around Beaumont, for example. 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. This will continue through the overnight hours into early Friday morning, especially coming off the Riverside County mountains. You can see that Sage site right there looking at winds in the 50 mile per hour range essentially. But the good news is that as we get into Friday afternoon, a lot of this will shut down. We get a bit of an onshore breeze as well. And by the time we get to Friday night, this is why that red flag warning expires at 6 o'clock. We are essentially done with the winds around the region. We get a couple of days break before we might get another round of winds potentially coming our way as we get into next week. LA County and Ventura County, you can see that as we get into the early morning hours, we still have a couple of gusts out there. Nothing too crazy, about 15 to 25 mile per hour gusts at the most, probably the strongest in the Santa Monica Mountains out of the entire region. But as we go through the rest of Thursday, watch how quickly the winds will start to ramp up. This is 9 a.m. You just see a couple of gusts through the Santa Susana Mountains and across some of the San Gabriel Mountains. But as they play through a couple of more hours, you suddenly see how we ramp up all these gust intensities back into the 35 to 45 mile per hour range for parts of Ventura County. But the somewhat good news, if you will, it's still going to be very gusty, so it's not great news. But if you look around the Santa Monica Mountains, you're not necessarily seeing gusts into that 50 mile per hour range like what we've been seeing over the past couple of hours. Still, though, this is an offshore wind. This is still a Santa Ana wind. And that is obviously going to keep fire danger very high as we get into Friday morning. But by the afternoon, we start to see an onshore breeze, initially gusty at first, but then the winds will start to shut down as we get into the overnight. And again, 6 p.m., that's our expiration time of the red flag warning. You can see the winds around the region look pretty light. And the only reason why I'm not showing the San Gabriel Valley with all these maps is because the San Gabriel Valley will go back to being a kind of our typical wind shelter location. That is typically what we see with a lot of these offshore wind events, is that San Gabriel Valley and the base ended up wind sheltered. That did not happen yesterday. That was all like the wind was extending all the way out into the basin. But I think for the next round of wind that we're looking at as we get into late Thursday and Friday, I think for the San Gabriel Valley, we may get an occasional gust, but not nearly as strong as some of the rest of the region. That's the latest that we're looking at. I'll send it back to you guys.
David, very quickly before you go, is it likely these winds through Friday could affect the aerial assault? We've seen how powerful these water-dropping choppers are and the fixed-wing aircraft in fighting these fires. Will this affect them?
You know, it's hard to say. Obviously, they're the ones that'll make the call on that. But I have a feeling that they'll still be able to do some firefighting effort. I think really the reason why we lost that air assault yesterday was because we weren't looking at gusts in the 35 to 45 mile per hour range. We were way above that. We're up in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range and even higher. And that's where it just gets way too turbulent coming off of some of the area mountains to operate any fixed wing or even rotor aircraft. And one of the interesting things to point out about yesterday, and I'll just kind of reference this here, even though you won't see anything additional animated on this map. But you look at some of our mountain ranges around the region, with the way the jet stream was oriented yesterday, it was almost directly over the top of all of these, essentially coming in out of the northeast. And that drove what we call a mountain wave, which starts to pull some of these very high winds down off of the mountains. And you end up with this wave effect. It almost looks like you're taking a garden hose and trying to shoot it over kind of a little obstruction or something. You get these little bounces of waves, essentially like a set of rapids or a river. That is very hard to fly aircraft in. That is why so many aircraft were diverting away from Burbank Airport yesterday. There were a lot of delays going into LAX. There were reports of severe turbulence over the region and extreme turbulence in some spots too. And so that just made it hard for firefighting efforts. It'll still be very bumpy getting into tomorrow, but I think we have a decent shot of still having an air attack. And the other thing, I mentioned this earlier, this still kind of feels weird to say, but what we're looking at wind-wise for tomorrow, that's more of like our standard strong Santa Ana wind. What we had last night, that was something exceptional that we have not seen in a very, very long time. I don't think I've ever seen that with any of the fire coverage I've ever done. So we're kind of back to your standard Santa Ana wind, and they can definitely make some air attacks during those.
All right, so in terms of air attack, timing is everything.
Timing is everything, and location too. Because if it's away from some of the mountains and away from some of those strong gust cores that we might have tomorrow, I think we've got a really good shot that we should have some air attack happening.
All right, David Bigger, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Amber Frias. She's in Studio City. And Amber, is this the Sunset Fire, or which fire is this? There were two in the area this evening.
This is up in the hills in Studio City, Colleen. And you know what? Firefighters have a pretty good handle on it at this time. If you could see behind me, there is some flames that are still peeking from behind that home where you see the white smoke coming. And from our vantage point at this time, it appears that there are at least 2 homes that have been destroyed by this fire. But while we've been here, we've seen several water drops by helicopters, working on this area. And I do want to show you video from earlier today of what it looked like so you could see, the change that has happened in that time. Now, most people in this area appear to have left, walking up these roadways and driving up here. It appeared very quiet, very little cars. We did speak with one man who lives in one of the homes that is right behind where the fire is burning right now. He told me he went ahead and evacuated his family, but he wanted to stick around a little bit and just keep an eye on his home. He told me he had lived here for 40 years and never imagined something like this could happen in his community. Now, like I mentioned, fire crews hard at work out here. Conditions are improving. The winds, we don't feel them as strong as we did earlier this afternoon. But again, you know, the fire risk is still there, and it's always a reminder to people, if you do need to evacuate, you do it before it's too late. Colleen.
Amber, you mentioned evacuations. Thank you for that. We're getting an update on some of the Eaton fire evacuations, the area there. Here's the update. The evacuations now include the area north of Orange Grove and Rosemead Boulevards, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue as well. Let me repeat that for you. Area north of Orange Grove and Rosemead Boulevard, east of Lake, and west of Michelinda Avenue. That's the latest information we have on evacuations in that Eaton fire.
And of course, we'll have that information posted on our website, NBCLA.com. All right, we are committed, obviously, to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help with that, we brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country. That includes, of course, Dave Summers from our affiliate in San Diego. He joins us live now from Altadena. Dave.
Guys, we're on Harriet Street near Olive Avenue, where firefighters have returned with this water tender because they're having trouble getting water to this area. It's been a constant complaint here over the day, and it is a problem here too. But the water tender is just enough to get them enough water to get these hot spots out. And here's one that they came up here for. So this is a house that burned earlier, but it's the house behind it actually that was not burned that they're trying to preserve tonight. This was spotted by mission number 1 for firefighters, which is tactical patrol. And what they're doing is they're going in and out of the Altadena neighborhoods and looking for houses that have not burned but may have spot fires or embers or something that could start, and they're just making sure that doesn't happen. So instead of fighting the fire necessarily, they're out there and they're kind of doing a surround and drown with the preserved homes, and that's the case right here. So up here in the neighborhoods, there is no electricity, as you know, and a lot of power lines down. So it is a very great concern, not only for firefighters that are working, but for people that are coming back to the neighborhoods and trying to snap pictures or maybe retrieve something that they might have left behind. You're dodging power lines that are on the ground and power and utility poles that are burnt, tilted. So it's still a very dangerous area, even without fire necessarily spreading to other homes. But you still have a lot of dangers. This was obviously a very destructive fire, and that's evident here. Obviously, in Altadena, there are several hundred homes destroyed, several cars. You just have to drive down this road on Harriet Street, and you'll see all the abandoned cars that were burned up, and obviously all the homes that have been leveled as well. So tonight, the job really, because we don't have high winds, it's more like a breeze, if that, which is certainly stops the rapid rate of spread. And firefighters are certainly happy with that, but still there's the concern of the dangers that and the destruction that the fire caused, the concern for firefighters, and concern for anyone who might come up here as well. Reporting live, I'm Dave Summers, NBC4.
Dave, I assume with all the dangers that you just described there with power lines and things like that, residents are not being allowed back in to check to see if their homes made it through this fire?
Well, we're seeing a lot of people coming by homes and taking photographs, individual photographs, and some of them are people who are friends of people who live there. Some of them are the residents that live there. Everybody we talk to seems to be telling us that they're either lost a home or they know someone who lost a home, and they're just either getting photographs or just trying to help. There's a lot of civilian traffic up here, which really kind of surprises me, because I can tell you, working this neighborhood and other neighborhoods in Altadena today, we have run into so many power poles that are almost to the ground and wires onto the ground. Of course, they're not energized. They shut all of that off, but it still, as we've been talking about, it poses a danger.
Potential risk at the very least. All right, Dave Summers there live for us in Altadena. NBC4's Darsha Phillips has been in the Pacific Palisades covering the fires there. She's live now along Antioch and Swarthmore Avenue. Darsha.
Yeah, Michael, we're in the heart of Palisades Village, where a lot of businesses have burned. You're looking at one just behind me. This was the Starbucks, also an Italian restaurant just behind it. And you can see, look how fast and how hot this fire burned, completely eradicating this building. It's a stone building, but everything inside is charred. And this is what we are seeing all across the area here in the Palisades. You know, the evacuation orders, of course, are still in effect. When people come back, they are not going to recognize this area. Now we're going to pan over. I'm going to move the light. You can see another corner there. That used to be a building as well, with a yogurt shop and other businesses. That is also gone. This is the heart of Palisades, and it is really, really destroyed by this fire. Now I do want to show you, if you can come back this way, Jeremy, my photographer, you can see the ash that's kind of blowing in the light here. We are still feeling winds here in the Palisades, and right now we are stuck in this area because of signal. There's not a lot of cell phone signal here. But we were driving all around this area earlier today, and there are still homes that are on fire, and there are still active fire in the hillsides. We actually met up with some residents. Take a look at this video. They were up in their home closer to the Highlands, and they were putting out a spot fire on their deck. They were able to hike up to their home and put out this fire. And this young man that I spoke to, he actually brought his friends to try and help him save his house and his neighbor's house, and they actually did a pretty good job. Take a listen.
You guys pretty much probably saved at least your deck.
At least. Well, you never know with the winds, you know, it could come up to the deck and then get the house next. I mean, look at that one right there. It's what a blessing we got up here in time.
Exactly.
You can't understand the emotions, especially that my best friends came with me. Heroes, in my opinion, to me. It's we saw this fire started right there yesterday. We got out of here, and yeah, this is unbelievable. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
And again, you heard that young man say, we saw the fire start over there yesterday. And what he is saying is that what he told us is that he actually saw that first plume of smoke happen in the hillsides behind his home. He called 911. And then Michael and Colleen, what he told me is that he just saw it explode. He saw the winds pick up and that fire just spot, and all those embers continue to just move through the Palisades. So what he is saying is that he really saw the beginning of that fire. So really, really tragic. And again, what I do want to mention, what we showed in some of our past videos, is that there are entire neighborhoods. You can't see it here. It is too dark. All the power is out. But when you walk down these streets or drive down these streets, there is nothing left. We are talking about entire neighborhoods that have been flattened, that is unrecognizable because of this fire. And I can only think about these families who are coming back to these neighborhoods and to these streets that they will no longer recognize. They're coming back to a home that is no longer there. And another thing is I know that there's a lot of people who are watching our videos and looking online and hoping to see their homes standing. And we have seen several homes standing, but this isn't over. I can't stress that enough. We are still feeling winds. And when we drive around here, there is still active fire, and firefighters do not have any containment on this fire right now. They are doing the best that they can with what they have, but this is still a very tricky situation here in the Palisades. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darsha, you mentioned active fire. That is exactly what we're looking at on the right side of the screen here. This is what we think might be the leading edge of this fire. It's burning east towards east towards not necessarily Brentwood, but in through Topanga Canyon and that area. Darsha, as you're driving through, we're looking at a big area of fire right now. There are hot spots through the neighborhoods as well. That has to be eerie when you drive through and you see that sort of thing.
You know, Colleen, it is really hard to put into words what we are seeing. When we see these hot spots, when we see homes that are standing, and then we see fire and winds, and we feel the winds, and we know that in just a matter of moments, this could go as well. The word that you used is eerie. This entire area, I've spent time in the Palisades. I've ordered drinks from this Starbucks behind me, and I do not recognize where I am because it just looks completely different. And when you say that you see that big fire, that's what you're seeing kind of marching easterly in that direction, it doesn't surprise me because when we were driving around, we would look off into the horizon and we would see the orange glow. Again, we're not able to show you all of that because we have to be kind of planted in this area. But again, it is still not over here in the Pacific Palisades. Colleen?
Different Pacific Palisades today than it was 48 hours ago.
Absolutely. I'm not sure of exactly what that area is, but I guarantee you I will find out. We'll get Julia Dang to put a map up over the area and you'll be able to see. But I do know it is moving in an easterly direction. There you see right there, West Mandeville Fire Road and I believe Sullivan Fire Road. Those are the two intersections that we were looking at right there.
We definitely will stay on top of that. In the meantime, we want to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee, obviously keeping a very close eye and keeping tabs on what's happening, not only with the Palisades fire, but the other fires burning here in Southern California.
There's so many fires, Michael and Colleen, to track. So I want to give you the very latest observation data with the Palisades fire here. Darsha was mentioning that the winds are starting to pick up, or they're still fairly windy in some locations. I want to show you Topanga Beach. We've got a wind gusting up to 25 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, not nearly as strong as last night, but it's up there, sustained out of the north at 35 miles per hour. We've got a gust currently of 47 miles per hour in that region. Also tracking very closely the Eaton fire, calm conditions. So this is great news for firefighters as they try to get the upper hand on what's going on. This is great for all of Southern California. Look at the winds. It's really light right now. We've got winds sustained in Van Nuys at 6 miles per hour. Not much in the way of gusts across our region. Also, I want to show you the relative humidity is starting to change as well. Earlier today, when we were on the air, we were tracking relative humidity numbers and the teens and the single digits. You notice for the basin and the coast, we start to see some overnight recovery. So we do get some moisture coming in from the ocean and then working its way inland. That moisture adding to a rise in the humidity. So that's great news as firefighters try to get the upper hand and get some forward progress on some of these fires that we're tracking here. I want to take you into time. Futurecast wind gusts showing you as we get into our Thursday morning, we still do have some gusts out there. We are tracking another bout of some Santa Ana winds, but these are fairly moderate in comparison to the significant winds we had yesterday. So overall, looking at the colors and then watching the scale here, we're looking at winds anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. And in some isolated spots for the mountains and the foothills, we'll have some winds gusting anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Even after the strongest winds move out of Southern California, it's still going to remain dry. We've got a northeasterly wind that will continue into our Friday. So we've got the winds, we've got dry conditions. This will certainly elevate our fire concern even as we get into the last day of our work week. Rapid fire growth is a concern even as we head into our Friday. Futurecast as well will be a big concern in terms of the smoke advisory and the impacts for the communities and the residents. Air quality is very poor. It will remain so as we get into the rest of our week. That's the very latest. We'll track it all night. I'll send it back over your way, Colleen and Michael.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Time now, 11 o'clock, and we continue our coverage of all of the wildfires burning in Southern California. We've been on the air now for the last 36 hours.
The latest fire we've been covering tonight, several homes that went up in flames in Studio City. In fact, take a look as one of those homes collapsed. You see it collapse right here in Studio City. This is one of several homes that caught fire. This is on Sunswept and Veneta. This fire also extended to some of the surrounding vegetation in the area, and there were hot spots, in fact, at surrounding homes as well. Firefighters are on mop-up mode right now. Here's the good news. No one was hurt. Our Robert Kubasik standing by for us with a live report in just a moment.
And here is a look now at the Sunset Fire burning in the Hollywood Hills here tonight. It is threatening homes near the Runyon Canyon area. Mandatory evacuations are in place. Now, the first report came in at about 5:30 here tonight, and at this hour, it has burned at least 60 acres. There are several road closures in the area as crews work to stop this fire from spreading to homes.
On the Eaton Canyon fire, or the Eaton fire as it's being called, this fire has burned 10,600 acres. We expect that number will grow, and it is still growing. At least five people have been killed here at last check, and that was earlier this afternoon. Anywhere from 200 to 500 buildings have either been damaged or destroyed, and we expect that number could go as high as double. There are evacuation centers at the Pasadena Convention Center, the Arcadia Community Center, the Pomona Fairplex, and the Westwood Recreation Center.
The Palisades fire is the largest of the fires, still burning strong here tonight, forcing thousands of folks to evacuate. The Palisades fire has destroyed about 1,000 structures, and at last check, the fire has burned nearly 16,000 acres. We begin our live team coverage here tonight with Julia Deng live over the Palisades fire and News Chapter 4. Julia.
Michael, this is where the nightmare started yesterday. It feels like it has been weeks since we first started our extended live coverage. This is still burning out of control, more than 16,000 acres now. And images like this one, where fires are burning so close to homes and we don't see helicopters, we don't see firefighters on scene. We have seen this now playing out in so many communities, but I'm going to zoom out and show you just the scope of destruction, of devastation here. 16,000 acres just beyond here. Look to the right. Look at these flames. This is going to be in the Mandeville Canyon area. This is west of the 405. Flames, smoke, all of this is blowing toward the ocean still. It's blowing to the west, but this fire is still expanding to the east. And you can see now, especially in the dark, because we have this contrast now between these bright flames, these embers, and the dark night sky, this dry brush, you can see where it is just reaching out. It's fanning out like fingertips, and it is marching to the east. It's marching to the south as well, and that's why evacuations in the city of Santa Monica had been such a concern. We have repeated this with every live report we've done. I'm going to try and spin the camera, see if we can come around in News Chopper 4 and just show you more of this area. It's a very different kind of picture at night because you can see where the lights are still on. You can also see where the dry brush is, where the vegetation is that can easily burn, because those are the dark spots. And then, of course, you can see the flames. You can see the smoke. But let me turn the camera now. We're looking west. Now we are looking south. West, that's the skid of News Chopper 4, and beyond here is Santa Monica. Conditions have changed throughout the day. We showed you earlier this afternoon, late morning during our midday show, when the region was just blanketed with so much smoke we could barely make out buildings. We showed you the Santa Monica Pier when lights were off and it was completely deserted this afternoon, and now it seems like lights are back on. I've talked to friends who are in the Santa Monica area who've decided to come back home because they feel like the immediate threat, they feel like the worst of this is now over. But look at that white plume. Look at that smoke still blowing south. We've been talking about this throughout the day. This smoke is toxic. Even if your home is not threatened by fire, this smoke continues to be a hazard. And this fire directly to the north, this fire still burning out of control in the Palisades, it is generating more and more of this smoke, and it is getting closer and closer to homes. So we are not seeing any water drops going on right now, but we do know there are a number of LAFD, city fire helicopters overhead with us. At last count, there were 3 of them. So right now we're not seeing them doing what they did over that Hollywood Hills fire this evening. We don't see them shining spotlights, trying to strategize where to attack this fire. Perhaps it's because this is so massive and they're trying to conserve water, conserve their firefighting resources, but they have been circling the area. We're keeping an eye on where they're heading, what they're doing, and of course listening to these fire scanners. But homes still threatened here. And the reports we're hearing from the ground, the images we're seeing, just devastating.
Yeah, you see that big pocket of fire that's burning in Mandeville Canyon right now. Julia Dang, thanks so much for that report. We're also following that fire that they managed to knock down in Studio City. This one not far from Ventura Boulevard, between Coldwater and Laurel Canyon. Several homes burned there. Firefighters have a pretty good handle on this one. Robert Kovacic is live with more on that for us. Robert.
Hey, Colleen, they do have a handle on this. We have made it up to where the fire took place here, which is basically at the top of the hills here in Studio City. And as they continue to dump water on this, we are going to speak right now to Assistant Chief Louis Aldana. Chief, the question, first of all, as we look at this fire, we have 2 homes that have been completely destroyed. What happened when you came upon this fire?
So about 9:45 this evening, Los Angeles Fire Department resources were dispatched to the 4100 block of Veneta Place. First companies on scene reported the 4-story structure that you see here fully involved, and as a result of that, it began exposing one of the neighboring buildings. It was also ember casting up the hill. We're in a draw here, and there's a canyon back there. So our concern not only was for the structures here, but that we wanted to keep the fire out of the canyon itself.
And so far, we've been successful. However, we lost 1 home and then the home that was next to it, correct?
Yeah, as of right now, the initial fire building is a total loss. The neighboring structure is heavily compromised right now, but we did keep it out of the canyon as well.
So far, we kept out of the canyon, thankfully, because the wind has died down. But was the wind a cause here? We are wondering, we were at the Sunset Fire, that was the fire that was burning in Runyon Canyon. That's less than 2 miles, I would guess, certainly by the crow flies. Is that what happened? Did an ember fly and hit this house, and that's what caused this thing to erupt?
You know, so I don't have any information that I could provide on that. I don't know what the cause is, and it's going to have to be under investigation. So we're going to probably bring out our arson investigators out here and see if we can do a cause determination.
Okay, Louis, is it a possibility that an ember could have made it over here?
I suppose it's a possibility, but like I said, I really couldn't confirm one way or the other. I don't want to give you bad information.
I want to talk to you about your team with the LAFD. This is a fire that, once again, that you're upon. Let's talk about your last 24 hours. Your team was in the Palisades. Then you were at the Hearst fire in Sylmar. And now you are here. We talked about how you managed 2 hours today to take a 2-hour nap. How is everybody holding up?
Everybody's tired, but the members of the LAFD and our other fire service partners, everybody's they're working overtime, and they're really coming through for us, helping us out.
Hey, Louis, have you sat down and talked to your guys and said, the men and women of the LAFD, and said, have you ever seen anything like this? Have they ever seen anything like this? Because we out in the field, and our viewers at home keep saying the same thing. We may be looking at what was the most destructive day in the history of our city, and you all were firsthand witnesses.
So as you know, brush season is something that happens. It's an annual event in the city of Los Angeles. But this particular wind event that we had was of epic proportions, and as you can see, the results, unfortunately, in the Southland, the damage has been tremendous.
We talked about how we've had people that have lost their homes and people that have lost structures. How is the LAFD? Have you talked to your colleagues, and have they lost homes as well in this fire?
So I do know that we have had a few members of the LAFD who have extended family, who have families that have lost structures in this event.
Okay. Louis, how you holding it?
We're tired, but we're doing it.
Our Assistant Chief, tired but doing it. And you want to know something, Sumo? Just swing around if you see right here. These are the men and women of the LAFD. You just heard that. They've been now to 3 fires in the last 24 hours, 2 hours sleep. and they are going to continue to do it as they were up here. And Lewis, this was not an easy fire up here in the hills of Studio City on Sunset.
No, hillside fires are always very challenging. This one was certainly no exception.
Okay, before I let you go, are there any evacuation orders in place, evacuation warnings in this neighborhood?
I think we had issued some evacuation warnings as a result of this incident, but now that this incident has been mitigated, the only obstacles we have right now is getting our heavy apparatus out of the way. We're going to try to get the streets open to the residents in short order.
Okay. So people sleep well tonight here in this hillside, knowing that this fire is pretty much now, again, just in a mop-up mode, and we're putting it out. And of course, you'll be here looking, as they are at the Sunset Fire, for those hotspots.
We have their back. We're going to have resources out here until the fire is completely rendered safe, and you can rest assured of that.
Rest assured that you're going to have another busy day tomorrow as well.
Very likely.
Assistant Chief Louis Aldana, we appreciate it so much. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good to see you. Again, so as you look right here, and as the Chief told you here, this is the first home right here, Chief. This is the one that they knocked down, right? This is the first one, and then the second one is spread to 2 homes lost, the hillside above it, that's brush threatened. You don't want to see that get on fire. You don't want to see that burn, because then you've got to look at what's happening on the west side. We've had people calling, wondering about Harvard, Westlake, and other schools impacted. So far, this fire is out. They were successful. You see them throwing water on it. They will continue to do that. And once again, we are watching our heroes hard at work, as they have been. And tonight, again, as we've seen with the Sunset Fire just 2 miles away, this one is going to end on a positive note, in the sense that they managed to quickly take care of it, even though in this fire in Studio City, we've got 2 houses lost. Let's go back to you.
That Assistant Chief said they're tired, but they're doing it.
Yes.
Tired, but doing it. All right, we went out want to switch gears. Send things over to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She's live on the ground in Altadena for us. Tracy.
Yeah, Michael, I'm in the North Arroyo neighborhood, and as we were driving through these streets, you can probably notice completely dark except from the glow of little fires here and there, and from the emergency personnel, their lights, as well as law enforcement, their lights. That's what's lighting up the streets out here. But we've seen a lot of power lines, de-energized power lines, that are laying in the middle of the road or laying low as we drive through. So we've had to be very careful, Sean Browning, my photographer, and I, especially in our live truck, just making sure we're not hitting any of those or hitting any of those branches. Now, the fires are mostly out, at least through this area, but as we drove through, Michael and Colleen, we just saw homes looking just like this. This is a garage completely collapsed, the home just a shell of what it once was. You can still see the fire and smoke smoldering inside, and these cars, so many cars just left behind. People who evacuated, they only could take one car. They only could grab what they could to get out. And so we're seeing a lot of these cars still smoking, just completely destroyed, burned in that fire that swept through last night. We are driving through, and maybe one home is saved. It's a miracle on some of these blocks, but for the most part, hundreds just devastated, just completely leveled. I spoke to a woman earlier tonight. Fortunately, her home did not burn down, and she said she's going to stay over tonight to make sure it stays that way.
When I got here, I find out that it's still standing. I was so emotional. I'm sorry.
Ruth Harrow, shocked and relieved her Altadena home on West Palm Street is still standing.
I was like, what? They told me it's gone. You know, I'm just so sad for my neighbors, because we always are good neighbors, you know. And when I started walking from there, I said, wow, all the corners, this and this and this and this. And this is the only one standing. What I can say, I don't have words.
Friends told Harrow her place was wiped out in the fast-moving Eaton fire that devoured hundreds of homes in Altadena.
Take a look at the Bank of America building.
It also destroyed dozens of businesses on Lake Avenue. Earlier, we watched fire battle the raging flames shooting from this Bank of America. Harrow's friends and family dumping buckets of water on the hot spot still smoldering next door. Her neighbor telling her to use their pool water since water has been shut off in the area. While Harrow has been ordered to evacuate, she plans to spend the night with family. to protect her home.
This is all my life effort, and I have to take care of it.
And you are taking a live look, Michael and Colleen, at all the emergency crews and personnel right here on West Palm Street. Very different from what I saw last night as we were driving through the area where a lot of the homes were burning. You know, resources, as we know, were stretched very thin, which is why they were fortunately able to bring a lot of these emergency personnel in from out of state to help out and monitor this massive fire, which, as we know, has exploded in size. Still zero containment. So this is very important. This is a very positive sight for a lot of people who live out here tonight. Reporting live in Altadena. Back to you in the studio.
And we heard from the fire chief in Pasadena today, Tracy. The firefighters said, or the chief said, the firefighters are exhausted. They attacked 15 house fires out there. He said they didn't save a single one, but they saved entire neighborhoods. So we are seeing some hot spots out there. We are still seeing a lot of personnel on scene out there. In fact, just a few blocks away, we have another reporter, our Dave Summers from our affiliate, our sister station in San Diego tonight. He joins us live from Harriet Street with more on what's going on there. Dave.
Right, we are on Harriet Street, right close to Olive Avenue, and with another example of the Eaton's destructive capabilities here. What we are seeing are firefighters throwing water on this home that was once really just embers and a spot fire that became fully involved just within the last half hour. Now they're throwing water on this house, not so much to save this home because it has to be surrendered, but to protect this house on the other side, which has not been burned at all, and we have firefighters on both sides just keeping this fire contained to this area. And it is just a way to protect what they can, save what they can, and surrender what they cannot. We spoke with a number of Altadena residents today, some here in the neighborhood helping out their neighbors and even old neighbors, and some here just telling us how they're coping with the loss.
It's hard to say right now. It's very emotional. Like we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
We have to play our part too, so I'm just here to do what I can selflessly for whoever needs it. So my neighbors did that for me on that street, and I'm doing that for my neighbors tonight. So I'm just going to sit on the street and make sure that there's no problem with their places or this place that's still standing. We're glad to see that still standing.
So the temperature here is cool and the wind is slight, and that's helping with what was a rapid spread of fire. So tonight, what firefighters are doing is they're going, just through the neighborhoods looking for spot fires and just keeping them under control so that, as I mentioned earlier, those houses that can be saved will be saved, and the ones that can't will just simply be surrendered. They're very happy about that, not having that that ember spread that they were dealing with last night in those high winds. We have noticed that they're able to get to a lot of neighborhoods and just keep your eye on it. And really that's what's important tonight as we've gotten a break in the weather. Reporting live, I'm Dave Summers, NBC4.
All right, Dave, thank you for that. On your screen, as we stay in Altadena here, is a side-by-side view of those flames. Yesterday on the left and video from today on the right. You can see here just how much smoke is being produced by this fire. Air quality continues to be a concern here over the next few days. Meteorologist David Bigger here with a look at the conditions. David.
Yeah, we are expecting the air quality to be pretty poor here for the next couple of days, Michael, all because of the smoke that's still coming off of the fire. And a reminder, we're still going to have some offshore winds as we get into tomorrow and into Friday. So that may ramp up a little bit of the activity or start a little bit of additional smoke. And right now, as we take a look at the current air quality out there, the fire itself, the Eden fire, is right about in this area. But you see this big red blob here that includes portions of downtown LA. That is air quality that is considered unhealthy, period. Doesn't matter if you have any lung ailments or any heart conditions or anything like that. It's unhealthy for everybody. This orange coloring is unhealthy for sensitive groups. That's more if you have any lung issue, breathing issues. respiratory problems, heart conditions as well. But this air quality is so bad because of the fine particulates from smoke, ash, but not only that, there's also likely a lot of chemicals and building materials in this smoke as well. Think about any of the chemicals that you have at your house. Maybe you've got bleach, laundry detergent, you've got all the various cleaning materials underneath your kitchen sink. That has all been ignited in some cases with some of these homes that have burned, and that has been turned now into gas that is up in the atmosphere as well. So that is part of the reason why the air quality is so bad around the region. And if you are anywhere near any of this, windows closed, doors closed, and if you have power, try to run your air on recirculate so it can try to filter some of that out. If you absolutely have to go out, wear an N95 mask. That way you can try to filter out as much as possible of any of the particulates in the atmosphere. I wanted to show you what the current conditions are looking like around the Eden Fire right now. This is still really good news to see that we have calm conditions at Loma Alta Park, Altadena itself, pretty much calm conditions around Eden Canyon and calm conditions in Sierra Madre. Still very dry. The atmosphere is looking at humidities in about the upper teens, low 20s. So that's still considered pretty dry. But the other thing that we've done now is we've been able to kind of take a bit of a closer look at the fire perimeter here, and we've zoomed in around the Altadena area. This doesn't mean that everything has burned inside of this perimeter. So there might still be houses that are standing, but it's a good general idea of about how far the fire has progressed. And for a little bit of reference, this is Woodbury right here, and this is New York. So you kind of have a good idea of where the streets are on the very south end of this fire perimeter. Speaking of fire perimeters, here's the Palisades fire. This is about as wide as it has gotten. There's a little interesting note here. On the very western edge, I noticed that the fire kind of stopped in its tracks almost, or it seemed that way. The reason why is we have another burn scar here. It's a Franklin fire, which was only a few months ago, it feels like at this point. And so that is essentially the eastern edge, or the western edge, I should say, of the fire is against the Franklin fire burn scar. But you can see all of this area that essentially got burned last night as we slowly watch this activity spread out from the original area of the fire, which was right about in here somewhere near the summit in the Pacific Palisades area. And of course, as we start to keep moving off toward the east here, you can see where Riviera is. This is the golf course right there. This is part of the reason why we have so many of those evacuation orders and warnings around the Santa Monica area, is because of how far east this is burned. Here's Will Rogers Beach, for example. So obviously this will continue to be a developing situation. But right now for the Palisades fire, we're still seeing some gusty winds, not nearly as strong as last night and not as strong as earlier today, but winds are gusting into the 30 to 45 mile per hour range across the ridge tops, while in the lower elevations, the gusts are a little bit lighter. But one final note on this before I send it back over to Michael and Colleen here. I want you to see these humidities. We are hovering right at about 10%, and there have been several spots through the past couple of hours that have dipped down into the single digits. It is still incredibly dry out there right now, and any fuel moisture that exists is essentially just depleted once we get down to this low humidity. And on top of that, a reminder, we're still looking at more Santa Ana winds coming our way as we get into tomorrow afternoon, especially into early Friday morning. That is why we have that red flag warning. It is still up for the region until 6 p.m. on Friday. That's when we'll finally start to get a bit of a break from the fire conditions. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. On a big fire like the one we are seeing in the Palisades, sometimes the best perspective is from overhead. Julia Deng is overhead right now in News Chopper 4 with the latest for us. Julia?
Colleen, the best perspective, not just overhead, but at night where we have this contrast. And you can see what you were asking about earlier, the leading edge of this fire. You can see these tendrils, these fingers, if you will, poking out. This is the east edge of the Palisades fire, and this continues extending to the east. It's growing in every direction. Winds are pushing smoke and flames to the west, but this leading edge, this is creeping toward the 405 now. You're looking at Mandeville Canyon. You can see these helicopters flying through our shot. They seem to be surveying the area. We've only counted one water drop since we got on scene about 25 minutes ago, so it's unclear what their firefighting strategy for tonight is going to be, which part of this fire they're going to attack. But we do have some updated acreage numbers just from within the last couple minutes. This is now just over 17,000 acres, 0% containment. But Colleen and Michael, what is more powerful to me is not the numbers that are creeping up. It's the scenes of destruction. It's the images of this fire marching forward in every direction, and it's the stories from the ground. People saying they cannot recognize their neighborhoods, their communities, the neighborhoods they grew up in, us not being able to recognize the coastline from up here because it is so obscured by thick smoke and flames, and because these iconic institutions and businesses we know so well are no longer standing. I mean, the devastation we cannot see at night, but we have a clearer picture now of what is causing that devastation, what is chewing through this part of Southern California. And we keep on saying it, but this truly is unlike any fire we have covered before. You can see that cloud of orange glowing in the center of the screen. This is another hotspot, another area flaring up right now. I do want to try something else in the helicopter. We have this mapping technology where we can give you more of a satellite view of what we are flying over. Give me one moment here. Let me pull this up so we can show you where we're flying and what we are shooting in relation to homes. So we're talking about communities, we're talking about businesses, we're talking about neighborhoods. This is where we are. I mean, every little box you see on that map, that's a home, that's a household, that is a family impacted by this. Tens of thousands of people now evacuated, and this continues burning out of control.
No, Julia, you talk about the devastation. Someone who has seen it firsthand is NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She has been in the Pacific Palisades covering the fires. She's live along Palisades Village for us. And Darsha, you have been there during the daylight hours. You are here now and obviously an eyewitness to what has happened there.
Yeah, Michael, it is really difficult to put into words to try and describe the scope of this devastation. You really would just need to see it from the air. But when we were driving through it, it was home after home, street after street, neighborhoods entirely flattened by this fire. So we are in the wake of the fire, and you can see what was left in the wake is just some burned, charred out buildings. This is a Starbucks that is right here in Palisades Village. This is just one of many businesses that are no longer standing because of the fire. We are also near the Caruso Center. The Caruso Center appears to be unscathed, but just down the street, the Ralphs was decimated. Also, a gas station, a bank. We are just seeing so much destruction just here in Palisades Village, and not even to mention the homes. So many homes went up in flames. People who are going to come back into these neighborhoods will not have a home to come back to. Now, one of the things that we did see were a lot of folks who were able to come back and try and help their neighbors or help their homes. We saw earlier some kids who came to help their best friend put out fires at his house. And we also spoke to a man who came back into his neighborhood. He had many friends who lost their homes. His home was thankfully standing. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It seems like maybe half of this whole town has been leveled, and we know several friends, probably half of our friends have lost a home. You know, you just look off in the horizon, and I think there's probably at least 8 fires going right now, and it seems like the wind is a little less than it maybe has been earlier, but you just don't know what's going to happen.
Now, back here live, what we're showing you is a tree that went down not because of the fire, but because of the winds. We talk about how strong the winds were last night, obviously much different tonight, but those winds, those gusts were difficult because they came through here so quickly, and this is one of the limbs that just kind of came down and took down those power lines. The power was off here in the Palisades last night and, of course, tonight, but that is the type of destruction that we are are talking about. That was how fast these winds were moving, and that is exactly why we are seeing the devastation that we are seeing. Thankfully, it does feel like the winds have died down. We have felt some stronger gusts, and we still do see active fire. You saw that from our chopper. You see that it's still marching easterly, and we have no containment on this fire. But again, so much devastation left in the wake of the Palisades fire. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darcia, are you seeing any traffic in those neighborhoods at all?
You know, that is a great question. So we have actually seen a lot of folks up here on their e-bikes, on their electric bikes and their electric scooters. It appears that they're not allowed to come up with their cars, that if they show their ID, that they are able to hike up here, walk up here, or bike up here. So we have seen a lot of people trying to come back into their homes to see if they're still standing, to grab whatever that they can to try and get out. But it is a far walk and a far hike from all of the closures from PCH and then all the way down Sunset. But we have seen several people doing that. We've also seen a lot of first responders, a lot of police officers patrolling the area. And we did see at least 2 people being detained by officers, so not sure as to what was going on there, if they were not supposed to be in this area. But again, they are checking IDs and trying to make sure that this place is kept safe while it's under evacuation.
And Darcia, before you go, talk to us a little bit about the Ralphs that you saw earlier today. Not standing anymore. Where was that?
So the Ralphs is just on Sunset, not far from where we are right now in Palisades Village. And the interesting part is we were in that parking lot last night, kind of using it as a sheltered place because there was so much concrete around us and there was a lot of fire, but we felt safe because that parking lot was so large. That Ralphs is right in the heart of Palisades Village. When we left at about 1 o'clock this morning or yesterday morning, it was still standing, and we thought it was going to be okay. There was a hardware store that was right next to it. That is thankfully still standing. And when I came back into the village today, I was completely surprised. I almost didn't realize that that was the grocery store. That is the one that's right next to the Chase Bank, close to the gas station that also burned. So we're talking about a village that does not look like it did 2 days ago. It is completely a different Palisades Village here.
Wow, that is so sad to hear, Darcia. It's Kathy. Great job out there. Thank you so much. We want to continue our coverage, though, right now. Thank you, Darcia, with Valina Jones from our Bay Area station, who is also covering the Palisades fire. She joins us right now at PCH and Sunset. Is that still your location?
That's right. We are at PCH and Sunset, and just within the past 30 minutes, we've seen a new fire spark at one of these homes and buildings here. As you go up the hill, you can see the flames here tonight in the night sky, and this is really kind of the story that we have seen throughout the evening hours here in Pacific Palisades, where it's no longer complete neighborhoods that are on fire, but it's sporadic fires throughout these different areas. We have seen the destruction from yesterday as well as today, but tonight we're also seeing new fires come, like this one right here that we're looking at. We were up in the hills a couple of hours ago on Palisade Drive, where we saw a whole entire community engulfed in flames. Take a look. We are on Palisades Drive at Palisades Villas, where this community has been completely engulfed in flames. Tonight, the wind is billowing, and you can see just the pure destruction that this fire has caused. And it's still raging here tonight. Not a single house is left standing. You can see the destruction here just in this driveway coming through. It looks apocalyptic. And if we come over here as the fire continues to rage tonight, we're hearing how powerful the wind is as we continue to hear the fire take over this community. And the fire's not slowing down. But what we haven't seen is a single fire crew come here and treat this area. We have seen fire crews drive past this area, but the problem with this is there is limited resources, and fire crews are focusing on the communities and the homes that they can save right now. But tonight you see this is a complete loss as the fire continues throughout the evening hours.
Sounds of the destruction that really get to you, and right there in that report we're seeing the sights and the sound. Amazing report. How has it affected you seeing all of this?
You know, it's an eerie feeling going through these neighborhoods and not seeing anyone in sight. You know, as Darsha said, we did see a couple of people on their bikes, on their e-bikes as well. And we had a chance to speak to some of them, and they said they've seen nothing like this, right? This is the community that they've grown up in. In some cases, they've been here for quite some time. And so it's heartbreaking to even think about what these residents have to come back to. And seeing this, it's just an eerie feeling when you go from neighborhood to neighborhood and see this destruction. We have seen holiday decorations in front of homes with everything else burnt down, and the fire starting to affect those holiday decorations too. And so you just think, you know, it wasn't too long ago that people were celebrating the holidays in their homes, and now they have no home to go back to.
Yeah, you mentioned that, the holidays. It seems like so long ago at this point, but it was only a week or so ago a lot of people were celebrating. Melina Jones from our sister station in the Bay Area, thanks so much for your help today. We certainly appreciate it.
All right. Well, we have a lot of schools around the area that are closed tomorrow, so we can run down that list right now.
Let's do. And this is tomorrow, and they're going to be in alphabetical order, I believe. Alhambra Unified, Arcadia, Beverly Hills Unified School District, Duarte Unified, Garvey School District, Glendora Unified School District as well.
Those are all tomorrow. These continue too. As you can see, the list is growing. All LAUSD schools, Monrovia Unified School District, San Gabriel Unified School District, Santa Monica, Malibu School District, South Pasadena Unified School District, and Temple City Unified School District.
Now, the next group that you see on the screen, these are closures for Friday as well. Burbank Unified School District, Glendale Unified School District, La Cañada Unified School District, and Pasadena Unified School District as well. It would explain, because these are in the area of the Eaton fire, that these schools will not be up and running through this week.
And because classes are canceled, the YMCA can help with free childcare. We know that puts parents and caregivers in a bind. YMCA centers will be open tomorrow for kids in TK through 8th grade. And we have a list on the screen of some of the centers that are going to be open: North Valley, Ketchum, Downtown, Culver, Palms, also East Valley, Westchester, Mid Valley, West Valley, and Burbank.
We've also brought in Daniel Ramirez from our affiliate in Las Vegas tonight. He joins us live from the bottom of Runyon Canyon. He's been checking on the progress of the Sunset Fire that broke out earlier this evening in the Hollywood Hills. Daniel?
Definitely some significant progress that has made here on the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills area. In the past couple of minutes, we've seen grounds crew, about a dozen of them, make their way down with chainsaws, shovels, among other pieces of equipment to be able to contain the fire and do their progress. And yeah, like I mentioned, past couple of hours, the flames have definitely diminished here from areas that were completely being illuminated in the dark, and residents here worried in the area. Now, as you can see behind me, there's only a couple of fire engines left here. And yeah, as we mentioned, it's not a lot of flames that you can still see at this point. Mostly at this point, the firefighters that are still in the area, mostly just making sure to check the terrain, making sure that no other flames or any other sparks provoke any further incidents. And yeah, it's a fire that started around 5:30 that quickly grew to about 20-30 acres. Currently, CAL FIRE, the latest information stating that it is roughly around 60 acres. However, yeah, like we mentioned, firefighters have done significant progress in being able to do their part and contain flames, here in the area. As we mentioned, fire engines are continually making their way out. LAPD was also present here in the area at some point, making sure that residents would stay out of the area of the Runyon Canyon Park. But like we mentioned, they are continuing to make that gradual progress, and they'll be here the time that is necessary through the remainder of the night in the next several hours.
Daniel, do you know if residents have been allowed back in to see what's going on with their homes?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have seen a few residents here in the neighboring apartment complexes make their way back. However, we have received information of several evacuation centers that are available for the public, including the Pan Pacific Recreation Center located on the 7600 block of Beverly Boulevard. They are open to taking people and providing resources to people that have been evacuated from this neighboring area of Hollywood Hills in the past couple of hours. However, again, mentioning again that we have seen several people here, even in the outskirts of the apartment complex, is still trying to just make sure that they are safe and secure back and currently home where they are.
Well, I can tell you, it's good to see that you have to struggle to try to find flames back there. I'm just wondering, have you had a chance to talk to any of the people who have been around there and get their perspective on what happened so fast tonight?
Well, the energy has definitely calmed down since we first got here, roughly around 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Definitely has soothed down. Early on, we were seeing people along the sidewalks with luggage being picked up, even with grocery bags, just carrying essential items, anything that they had available to them. And just in those moments of panic, we were seeing people being picked up from family, from loved ones, as well as a couple that we spoke with that were just waiting to get picked up by an Uber to make their way out of the danger area here. However, again, mentioning that there are still a few residents here in the neighboring apartment complexes kind of just trying to receive the latest information that we'll hopefully be able to get from the LA Fire Department in regards to the condition of the fire, as well as how long they might continue to have their presence here.
Again, this was called the Sunset Fire. This was about 60 acres, broke out about 5:30 this afternoon. Firefighters really got the upper hand on this one very, very quickly, Daniel. They called it something of a success story. Any damage to any of the homes in the area at all, to your knowledge?
As far as we can see, no. Most of the fire and the smoke and the flames that we would see would be along the hillside. We haven't received any information. Again, checking on the latest updates from CAL FIRE. If there's any structure damage, we'll definitely stay tuned to that. But again, so far it's been a calming feeling among the community of the Hollywood Hills area that had been affected again by those moments of panic from a fire that happened to start around the time that it was starting to get dark here in the area of LA.
All right. Thank you for all your good information. Daniel Ramirez reporting for us. We appreciate it. We are dedicated to covering all the fires. So let's get back up to Julia Ding, who is in News Chopper 4 over the Palisades fire. Juliet.
Kathy, the leading edge of this fire, which is now mapped at about 17,000 acres, it continues creeping east. Look at this. It's changing shape by the minute. It's almost like this fire is giving LA the middle finger. You see where this smoke is creeping east toward the 405. We just mapped this, and it looks like this edge, this eastern edge of the Palisades fire, is now about 2 to 2.5 miles west of the 405. We are positioned just east of the 405. We're hovering over Bel Air. So as I zoom out and go full wide, I can show you just how close this is to the freeway. We're not seeing any looky-loo traffic here, which is interesting because when I drove up the 405 earlier today, people were stopping. People were standing still on the freeway and taking photos of the fire out their windows. But now, less than 24 hours later, it seems like this is just business as usual. This is just the everyday backdrop here in West LA. But this is changing shape. This fire behavior is still erratic. This is continuing to expand in size. Just an hour ago, we reported it was at about 16,000 acres. It's now at 17,000 acres. If you look over here on the right, you can see one of these firefighting helicopters circling the area. We've seen 2 of these helicopters now. I believe they're both from LAFD, the City Fire Department, do water drops over this eastern edge. This is where the spread appears to be most dynamic. I don't know if they're making much progress. What they're doing now is surveying the area. We haven't seen water drops against any other flank, but this is where I think the firefight is going to be concentrated tonight.
Drops, but still amazing to me that they're able to fly at night. I know the winds have dropped down, but still, it is still a very, not dangerous, but, it's difficult at night. You're flying over a fire. Can you talk a little bit about that?
It is very tricky. They know this area well. These are our LA city firefighters. They know the terrain. And I guess the silver lining, if you will, of fighting something that is burning this actively, something this massive, is that we have an additional light source from this fire. This is just lighting up the area. So they have better visibility tonight around the Palisades fire than they typically would flying at night. And visibility is one of those big concerns. But compare this picture I'm showing you now to what you saw over Altadena. We didn't have active flames like this over the Eaton fire. So you were just seeing little specks, little fires here and there, tiny hot spots. When I zoomed all the way out, you could barely make out the picture, which is why I took out the map graphic in our helicopter mapping technology earlier, just to give you a lay of the land. But look how brightly the Palisades fire is burning here. I do not think visibility is going to be an issue for these LAFD pilots.
Quick programming notice, we continue to look at these pictures of the Palisades fire. We are going to stay with our continuing coverage of all the fires, the devastating fires burning in Southern California, instead of switching to the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Let me ask you this about this fire, the pictures that we're looking at right now, Julia. Is there real concern that this could burn up to the 405 freeway? You said what, it's 2.5 miles away?
Yeah, there's absolutely real concern, Colleen, about this burning toward the freeway. I think that's where the firefight is concentrated. They're determined to not let this reach the 405. They're trying to stop this from spreading south also to Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica ordered evacuations yesterday. And if this continues moving the way it is, we are looking at potential spread in every direction.
That's exactly what we don't want to see. Maybe this is a good time to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee to talk about how this fire could potentially spread. We hope it won't, but what are the winds going to do?
I want to show you that, Kathy and Colleen. We're looking at some observation data. So Malibu Creek, we've got winds gusting up to 41 miles per hour. They're sustained right now, but you look at the wind arrow and the wind direction. They're coming in from the west, pointed toward the east. And if we just follow this line here, we have on our map, that's the 405 freeway. We also have winds gusting out of the north and west out across areas in the Santa Monica Mountains. So winds gusting up to 32 miles per hour. They're still fairly strong in some spots, and like we're seeing, a lot of hot spots in that area as well. So this is something that we're going to monitor as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And it's dry, and looking at the images from Julia's chopper picture, there's a lot of dense vegetation where that fire is currently burning and where it's currently growing as well. Also, other fires that we're tracking for the rest of tonight and even into tomorrow, we've got the Eaton fire. This broke out yesterday night, last night, close to Altadena, and you can see the winds are really calm, so great news here. The problem, though, the wind direction is still stiff in a lot of spots out of the north and west, so all of the smoke and the ash blowing all the way down for areas just to the south of that. Pasadena, you are included in that location. Here's an update for you, and really nice improvement. Look at the sustained winds across our region. It's really light, anywhere from 5 miles per hour there in Santa Clarita and up to 6 miles per hour with just some minor gusts in and around Southern California. So much improved from where we were just the same time yesterday. Also, we've got relative humidity numbers that are starting to rise as well. Look at this as we look at the basin, up to 30%, 52% there in Long Beach. So typically as we go throughout throughout the nighttime hours, we start to see what is called overnight recovery. You do get some moisture coming in from the beach, coming in from the Pacific, and that moisture heads inland. So that's great news in terms of getting some forward progress with the fire, because you've got more moisture, more humidity in the atmosphere. But as we continue to travel to our north, still a concern with the relative humidity dropping down into the teens. Let's talk about what's to come and how much in the way of wind we will see as we get into our Thursday. Wind gust futurecast showing you tomorrow morning we do have some winds gusting up to 26 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, but certainly not as strong as they were yesterday at this same point. And also some gusts there in the IE up to 26 miles per hour. But looking at the shading here, overall, I would say we could find winds anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour, even as we head into our Thursday. And there will likely be some isolated spots anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour, but that's mainly for the foothills and the mountains, specifically out across areas in San Bernardino, Riverside counties, and the San Gabriel Valley. What's next as we track more of this wind across much of Southern California? The winds continue to subside overnight tonight. There's another round of wind as we get into our Thursday, but it's not as strong. That's the major takeaway. Again, those winds ranging anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour out of the northeast, and locally they could be higher than that. However, critical fire threat does remain for much of LA County, even across areas in Orange County and the Inland Empire. And the impacts for us, for the residents close to the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, even the Hearst fire there in Sylmar, is the air quality. Wildfire smoke advisory is going to stay up until Thursday night, and now you can see some of that smoke starting to move on off to the east, out across areas in Orange County as well as San Bernardino County, Ontario included in that. So widespread impacts as a result of the fires that we're tracking, the Santa Ana winds, and a big concern with air quality, not just tomorrow, but even as we go throughout the next few days. That's the very latest. We'll continue to track it for you as we go throughout the night. Kathy and Colleen, I'll send it back over your way.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, you mentioned moisture here.
Yeah.
So you know where I'm going on this. Begs the question, will we see rain anytime soon in the near future, or even long-range forecasts on this?
Yeah, we were looking out 6 to 10 days and even as far as 8 to 14 days. And we look at what's called the Climate Prediction Center, and climatology is telling us that even that far out into the future, we are going to stay dry here in Southern California. Just advancing the maps here because I want to show you, and I think that was David Bigger doing that. I appreciate the assist on that. January 14th into the 18th, look at this. We are looking at below normal conditions for much of the West Coast. And then you talk about our rainy season so far. We've not seen a lot of precipitation. It has been bone dry across much of our area here. We've got a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain so far in LA County. We've got a deficit of more than 4.5 inches of rain. And the reason why it's so dry is so far this season, all of the rain, we've been talking about it for weeks on end, out across the Pacific Northwest, Northern California, where they have been seeing rounds of rain, even high terrain snow. So because the pattern is blocking all of that moisture across Southern California, they get it to the north, we stay dry to the south, and you can see the impacts as a result of that. It's dry in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and these Santa Ana winds make it dry all the way down to the surface, which is why even still, as we get into our Thursday and Friday, we've got critical fire weather. It's a concern. So the winds push out, but it stays dry on the ground. So rapid fire growth is still a big concern.
Well, we need the rain, but I'm just thinking not too much rain, because then we have to worry about mudslides after a fire.
Right. It's one thing or another here in Southern California, Kathy and Colleen, right? One storm can change all of this around for us. An ease in terms of precipitation would be great, but we are really dry. This is January, and we spoke to, or at least heard from, the fire chief in Pasadena as they were dealing with the Eaton fire, and he said, just think about that. We've got a red flag warning here in the month of January. That's odd. That's dry, really dry for Southern California, because this time last year we were dealing with soaking rain, and it really continued for much of our season. Not the case this season so far. So we could use just any drop in the bucket right now here in Southern California. Certainly will help with the images you see just to the other side of me as we're dealing with the Palisades fire, and fires very similar to that.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We're going to go back topside to Julia Deng over the Palisades fire. We just see a water dropping helicopter go in there. Is that the leading edge of this flame group?
That is correct, ×2, Colleen. Yes, that was a water drop from one of these firefighting helicopters, and this is on the leading edge of the Palisades fire. It is on the eastern edge. You're looking at Sullivan Fire Road. This is in the Mandeville Canyon area, just about 2.5 miles west of the 405 freeway. You see this helicopter still hovering, spotlight turned on, probably going and picking up more water now, performing more of these water drops. That seems to be the strategy overnight. I know we have a ground reporter who's moving out here to get a sense of what is happening in Brentwood communities. That's where they're trying to stop this fire from spreading right now. But I'm going to go wide and show you again that shot of the 405 freeway. This is 2.5 miles west of Getty Center Drive off the 405. And it's business as usual on the freeway. People aren't stopping and gawking at this the way they were earlier, but this fire is just continuing to grow. There was a hot spot to the left of the leading edge, west of it over here. This appears to have calmed down, which is good news because this was burning very close to homes in the area. This is Sullivan Fire Road. This is just beyond Farmers Fire Road. So many homes here. They're not quite as tightly packed as what we saw in Studio City. There's more room between these properties, but we've got the same issue here with an abundance of dry brush. And the big difference here on the west side is that we still have more powerful winds than we have seen in any other part of LA County tonight. And look at this, we've got another firefighting helicopter now doing a water drop. This is likely how they got this flare up under control fairly quickly.
I can't tell you, Julia, how great it is to see the water dropping aircraft up tonight, but also when they make a drop, you realize what a tedious process it is. They make their drop. You really don't see a difference at first. They have to go, fly, get more water, and come back. It's very tedious.
That's right. And here, because they have to travel farther to pick up that water and then come back, and because this is a much bigger fire, they have to fly around the area and be strategic about where they are dropping that water. This isn't happening on quite the same timeline as what we witnessed over the Sunset Fire. I think we all noticed earlier that was happening really quickly. There were 3 helicopters there as well. We've got 3 over this fire, but it seemed like every 2 minutes there was another water drop, another water drop. Here, it's taking a little bit longer in between, and that makes me wonder, are they going to bring in additional aerial resources overnight? But we are stretched thin, and the Eaton fire is still burning in Altadena. So between these two and other fires that are still erupting that we are still monitoring, I don't know what our fire departments and agencies are capable of.
Well, we know they do yeoman's work. Let me just mention on the Sunset Fire, that cycle, that time cycle was so much faster because the Hollywood Reservoir, often known as the Lake Hollywood area, was much closer. So they only had a few minutes to go to get water. Where do they go here? Do they go out to the ocean and then back?
I believe that's what they have been doing. We actually don't have any reception up here, so I can't track these helicopters on flight radar the way I usually do, but that seems to be the direction they're flying in. And then when they get back here, you've seen this live as our other reporters have been speaking. You've seen these helicopters flying into and out of our shot from News Chopper 4, and it's because they're scoping out the area. They're trying to figure out, where do we drop this water, this precious cargo, before we have to go and pick up more. So that's what they're doing right now. They're going to come back very soon with their spotlights. And for now, I've counted 3 helicopters. If we start to fly a little bit lower, if we are able to, and I have reception again, I can turn on that flight radar app and actually tell you exactly where they are going, how high they are flying, and tell you precisely where they're doing these water drops.
All right, Julia Deng reporting live for us over the Palisades fire. We see the water dropping choppers out there tonight. They appear to make a little bit of a dent there. The game plan is to stop this as it's encroaching on Brentwood. This fire is sort of on the march to that area. Also, it's only 2.5 miles away from the 405 freeway.
Yeah, they really want to get a handle on that and at least stop the growth tonight. And we are seeing them continuing to drop water. Right now, we want to switch over to Amber Frias because she is in Studio City. And Amber, we understand that you have some new video to show us.
I do, Kathy, Colleen. If crews out here have pretty much knocked down the fire that was burning these homes here. So this is what it looks like right now. But let's go to that video from before when the fire was much larger. Now the fire started at one home, then quickly spread to surrounding homes. From here, we've counted at least 2 that have been completely destroyed. The one where the fire started, we see it collapse. That's what you saw on that video. Now, since this fire started, since we got here about 2 hours ago, we've seen multiple helicopters making drops in the area, not only working to put out this fire, but preventing those flames from spreading into the area. But like I mentioned, looking a lot better out here. We've seen residents, come in and out of the area, checking on their homes. For the most part, everybody evacuated. But like I mentioned, people have been stopping by just to keep an eye on the fire, make sure that it doesn't get too close to their homes. People are really concerned. They're also shocked. They say they didn't expect something like this to happen in their neighborhood. But luckily, like we are showing you right now, these flames, there's still some that seem to be peeking from behind that structure you see, but it is looking a lot better out here. The winds have slowed down significantly. Conditions much better for these firefighters out here. Kathy, Colleen.
How large is the contingent of firefighters out there right now? And are they from the area, or are they from one of those mutual aids that we've seen so much of?
You know what, Colleen, I'm pretty far up, to be honest with you. I can walk to this first fire engine just to see where they're from. Let's see. Yeah, this one's Sherman Oaks, it looks like. But I cannot make it all the way down, to be honest with you. There's a lot of water, and these are pretty steep hills.
So good to know they are local. I mean, that would definitely be their area. This fire is located just south of Ventura Boulevard. If you're familiar with the area between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon, and not too far from Harvard Westlake, the campus there just off Coldwater.
Trying to figure out if anybody was...
Yeah, not too far away. They have their training center there on Sepulveda. That's where they do the LA City Fire does a lot of training for disasters that happen. Anything you can think of, they simulate out there and get ready for it. So definitely they are well prepared. And Colleen, when you look at this from earlier, they really did get this out pretty quickly.
Well, what was really interesting about this is we were covering the Sunset Fire, which is not that far away at Runyon Canyon. I believe Robert Kovacic said it was about 2 miles or so as the crow flies. Then all of a sudden, they got that one under control. A few hot spots here and there, but for the most part, that was a win for firefighters today. We looked up, and all of a sudden, we saw this. And this was in Studio City.
And it was just explosive. It just, we're saying, is this a house?
It truly was. And, a lot of people weren't sure. The winds were not that strong at that hour, so could it have been spotting? Don't know. We heard Robert talk to the fire official out there tonight. It will be investigated. he didn't want to give us bad information, I believe is what he said.
Yeah, they have to look into
It's
this.
possible, but perhaps not probable at this point. So we don't know what ignited this fire here.
Well, we want to thank Amber Frias for bringing us that video, and also a shout out to the firefighters out there, our local firefighters who do such a great job. But let's switch over to NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She has been in Pacific Palisades covering the fires, giving us a look at the landscape and everything that has happened out there, not just for people who live there, but also businesses. Darsha.
Yeah, we are here in Palisades Village, and it is, like I mentioned before, it is completely destroyed. It's very difficult to put into words to try and describe what we are seeing, the amount of devastation that we are seeing here in the village. It is completely dark because most of the power is out. We are seeing this building behind us is the Starbucks, and also a very popular Italian restaurant here called Casa Nostra that also went up in flames. Then we have also seen just down the street, the Ralph's is gone, the U.S. Bank is gone. Around the city here, the high school was damaged, elementary schools were burned, and then of course the homes, so many homes, neighborhoods completely flattened by this fire. It's been really, really devastating. We were able to put a light up on the building behind me, and again, this is a popular Italian restaurant called Casa Nostra that went up in flames. We were here last night. We were hoping that the village would be spared, but again, those winds and the fire, they were just too strong. It was all too devastating, and most of the village is much different than it was 2 days ago. There have been some businesses that were able to save. But Colleen, Kathy, what I really want to talk about are all of the residents who are going to come back into this neighborhood and into this town and really not recognize it. Joining me right now, Jason Windebank, you grew up here and you actually biked here to try and get your parents their medications. Take me through that. Where'd you come from, and what did you find when you went to their home?
Well, I actually came from Vegas because that's where I live, and we've been trying to, like a lot of people, I think, who live in the Palisades, try to find answers and figure out whether their homes are standing. And it's just been difficult to figure it out. We see, anecdotes and from where you all are broadcasting from, but difficult to understand exactly which streets have burned completely. So I came in to help them both figure out what was going on and what they're going to do. We assumed their house was probably gone. My mom needed some medication. I thought I might be able to get some for her from the house if it was still standing, and did the same with their friends. I was going to try to get some for them. But it looks like both of the homes that I was trying to get medicine from are gone. The frustrating thing has been just difficult to get the information. We've been using the Duty Watch app, which gives a good map of where the homes are burned. Unfortunately, it was showing large areas of the Palisades that were completely destroyed. Hard to believe that that was the case, but it seems that it is true. Those areas that are in red on the Duty Watch app and probably the other official websites that are showing maps, those homes are almost entirely gone, which is just a really hard thing to get my head around. And you grew up here. What are some of your emotions as you're just biking through the city, and then also when you went into the home that you grew up in? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to digest it at this point. It's just sort of a moment of shock and kind of trying to be numb about it. Of course, I speak to my parents about it, and they're breaking down, and it's probably the same reaction that anybody would have if they've lost a home that they lived in for almost 40 years. Just incredibly sad, and every one of these homes is going to have a story like that. What more can you say? It's just it's even if your home is standing, you're in a city now where almost everything else is gone. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or not to be the one home that's standing. And as you're biking through here, I have a hard time putting this to words to try and describe the scope of how much devastation. When you were biking through here, what was kind of going through your mind and your heart when you see this? Well, I wish it was daytime. I don't understand why there's not more aerial footage. I mean, it seems like a drone would be able to show the picture pretty accurately, but it's going to look like like Damascus after being bombed. Everything leveled, coming along Sunset. you got gorgeous ocean views now, and where homes used to be, and just riding through the streets behind me here down Via de la Paz, everything's just flattened. It's like a lunar surface.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear about your parents' home and the home that you grew up in. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and I hope that your parents are able to rebuild, as well as their parents and their neighbors. But again, this is a story that we are hearing over and over and over, people coming up to hope and find their home or get something from there and just finding nothing. And unfortunately, this is something that we're going to continue to see as the days go on, because Colleen, Kathy, the devastation here, again, it's just really hard to put into words. The scope is really unimaginable. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darsha, I know it's early, but and I also know you've been talking to people out there. Is there any talk of rebuilding at all?
There are a few people, their resilience is amazing that we've come up upon, and they said, okay, well, you know what, it's just stuff, we will rebuild. But I think that it's daunting. I mean, I'll pose that question to Jason. Jason, I know that your parents have lived here for 40 years. They've lived in that home for about 40 years. Did they think about rebuilding? Are they even there yet about rebuilding that home?
No, they're close to 80 years old, and I don't think they've had a second to think about it. And I haven't spoken to them since I just sent them a couple of images. But there's going to be a lot of people that now have to think about that, and probably a lot depends on your age. But I would think that the time to go about permitting, doing the architectural work, getting the contractor, getting it built, you're talking 3-4 years. And a lot of people, I just don't have that sort of time scale that they're working with to rebuild and come back. So I think it'll be time to say goodbye to the Palisades for a lot of people, unfortunately.
Where will your parents go?
Don't know. I think that's what we got to, part of what I'm here to help them figure out. Anticipating this, we've got to now sit down and figure out how we handle this as a family.
Where are they now? Where are they staying?
They're in Marina Del Rey at a hotel that they have for a couple of days.
Thank you again, Jason. Again, such hard conversations, such hard stories to hear. But like you heard Jason say, his parents are in their 80s, and the amount of time it would take to rebuild is something that they just don't want to spend to do that in their late 80s or in their 80s. So again, everyone's story is different, but it is equally just as hard when you've lost your entire life, your home in just a day, really. So it's going to be very tough for a lot of people here.
He is a very good son. I hope he has a plan to be able to at least contact a doctor or somehow get the medication that his mom needs. But you can definitely tell him we're impressed with the effort that he has made coming from Vegas and then trying to bike into the neighborhood. And so sorry that he had to give his 80-year-old parents, 80-plus-year-old parents, that devastating news.
And their neighbor as well.
Absolutely.
Darsha, thank you, and thank Jason for us as well, please.
All right. Well, earlier we told you about some school closures. There are a whole list of school closures that are happening tomorrow. All LAUSD schools are closed for tomorrow. And earlier, Superintendent Alberto Carvalho talked about the district's response to the fires.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline warriors, our first responders, in dealing with this unprecedented set of circumstances. My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust have permeated into our communities, making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lusd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that, unfortunately, the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities.
All right, we've been listening to the superintendent talk about the situation with LAUSD and the fact that they lost 2 elementary schools, 2 schools in the Palisades area. We want to talk a little bit now about the Eaton fire, and there's to that end, there's new information or updated information on the evacuations there, mandatory evacuations. They include the area north of Orange Grove and Rosemead Boulevards, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue. That's the latest we have on that.
All right, we're going to check in with NBC4's Tracy Leong live on the ground in Altadena, where you grew up, Tracy. I know this has been a difficult journey for you, just going back to the neighborhood, but what's the latest there?
Yeah, Kathy and Colleen, I know I grew up here. It's difficult. You know, when Sean and I were driving on Lake Avenue, we saw businesses destroyed, the grocery store that I used to shop at, schools that were standing just, you know, a couple days ago. And it's difficult. It looks like an absolute war zone. And we're seeing neighborhoods like this one that I'm on, West Palm and Lincoln, completely destroyed by that fast-moving fire. This garage just melted from that fire. There's still smoke smoldering inside. And the walls, one just about 5 minutes ago, or right before our live shot, Kathy and Colleen, we heard it collapse because these fires, they came through, and all the structures that are still standing right now, they're extremely brittle. They're barely holding on. And so they are starting to crumble. And that's what we are seeing through these entire neighborhoods, just leveled. There might be one home that's still standing, but for the most part, completely gone. This car is something something that we're also seeing. A lot of people, they left behind multiple cars. If they own them, they could only pack up one car and they had to move out as quickly as possible. So this car, as well as ones that we're seeing lining the streets, they look like bombs went off. And it's completely dark out here, so it's just really dangerous if you are driving through, which is why these roads are closed. Even if you do live up here, law enforcement does not want you to come through these roadways. I know Sean and I had a difficult time just driving through because there's down power lines, and even though they're de-energized, you still want to be really careful. We had those strong winds that came through last night. Fortunately, a different picture tonight. Those winds, not an issue, but we could barely stand, and that was knocking down trees. And so today we're seeing just the devastation. They're not even beginning to go into cleanup mode at this point, because they're still battling that fire. We do have some video we want to get to. This was around 5:30 earlier tonight. This is on Lake Avenue. Hundreds of businesses up and down that street. That's a very popular area. Grocery stores, churches, schools, salons burned down. We were watching as this Bank of America went up in flames, though they were just shooting from the rooftop. We saw firefighters bring out the hoses. They were trying to attack it from the doors and from above. And then we also have seen residents or neighbors coming over and try to put out some of the smoldering spots that we're seeing in these homes to save what's left behind. If a home is still standing tonight, if it's lucky enough to be that sole home on this entire street, they want to make sure it stays that way. And so they're using the available water from pools, because the water is shut off. So they don't have access to hoses. They can't wet it down in any other way. So that is what they are relying on. We're seeing neighbors helping each other. But, you know, as we've been talking about, I mean, these are hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and that number is going to go up because this fire is far from over right now. And even though the winds have died down, it just takes one ember to move through, and it's like a domino effect, clearing out all these homes. So just really difficult to see. You know, we've had friends, we have colleagues that have also been impacted by these fires. So they're very personal. I grew up in this area. I know people that grew up here. So it's just difficult to see this area as a shell of what it once was just days ago. And Christmas Tree Lane, we were just there doing a live shot on Christmas Day, and we're hearing, you know, a lot of those homes have been destroyed, and those trees, I mean, that's a tradition that's going on more than 100 years. People come from all over the country to view that. So that's just one example of these heartbreaking stories of a community that has a long road ahead of it when they even want to think about rebuilding and even cleaning up. But I'll send it back to you in the studio.
You know, when we looked at pictures, the overall picture of what was happening with the Eaton fire earlier, we couldn't really find a leading edge. We saw a lot of hot spots, a lot of embers burning still in the area. What are you seeing out there tonight? Are you seeing any of that?
You know, it's difficult, Colleen, because we have had multiple issues with even trying to get a signal. So even if Sean and I get into an area, we don't have cell service and we can't go live, and it's very spotty. You drive through, it's very dark, the power is off in the area, so you want to be very careful of where you're driving through. Where it's burning, what we saw last night, most of those fires are out, and all you see is just rubble that's left over. And so a lot of the fires that are burning are north of us or more in an area that's difficult for us to get to. But earlier, we were in a popular area. We were on Lake Avenue, and buildings just burning in the middle of the street on both sides, and everyone just standing there and watching the fire crews do the best that they could to try and get a handle on it. But most of them just burned up right in front of us. So, yeah, it you know, 0% containment.
It is. What are people telling you, though? People you've encountered, whether they're business people or homeowners, are they planning to rebuild?
I think right now they're still in a very shocked phase. They're still grieving the loss of what once stood here about 24 hours ago. Not a lot of them have spoken about rebuilding. A lot of people don't want to leave this area. They're from here. I think that is the plan, that they would like to stay here. But it's so early. They're just, I think, still in shock in a situation like this. And it's just heartbreaking to let that reality set in, that the home you grew up in or the school you went to or the church that you were a part of is gone, and all the memories and all that history. So just really difficult. And we are going to be continuing to hear these stories definitely over the next several days, weeks, months.
I hope we hear stories of rebuilding and people who belong to those churches coming together and starting anew. I'm thinking back to 2011 when that freakish windstorm went through and toppled all the trees. And I was driving down Lake in Pasadena, and every tree, it was such a beautiful street before, every single tree was down. And I thought, this is never going to look beautiful again, but it does.
It does. People are resilient. People will rebuild. And you're right about that. Many of them are so shocked right now, in a state of shock. They haven't had a chance to formulate plans, because think about it. When we sat here at this hour last night, we were just beginning to talk about the Eaton fire. They had just named it. When we left at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, it was 1,000 acres. And then it exploded because the winds picked up and the gusts were, hurricane force gusts almost. So things change in 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just on the area 24 hours ago. You're right, with you, Colleen and Kathy, as we were watching the Jewish temple and center burning down and the embers flying, and just frightening images. Sean and I drove back over there. Some of the walls were still standing, but for the most part, it was completely destroyed as of what we saw last night. And it's just really sad. That's one of the words I can use to describe it, and it's hard to see.
I have a friend who loves to garden, and she's so proud of her garden and her chickens. And sadly, I found out when I checked on her today, she had lost her house. And she said that she left, she got her cats out, but everything is gone. She left literally with the clothes she was wearing and her shoes, and that's physically all she owns right now. It was her childhood home, and I actually didn't know that was her childhood home. So it was, it's really hard to hear these stories, but I have every confidence that everybody will wrap their arms around her, and she'll come through this.
Well, you're right about that. People will wrap their arms around you. It does bring out the best in human nature. You see community come together, and we've seen that already. Tracy Leong, thanks so much. And, we were talking about the winds last night at this hour is when they really began to pick up. This was sort of the witching hour last night. We're going to bring in David Bigger right now. What a difference in 24 hours when we look at the winds out there right now.
Yeah, I remember at this point yesterday, literally 24 hours ago, this observation site right here was reporting wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. And that's the kind of wind gust that we were talking about what's called ember casting, where embers pop off of the fire and then they can be blown a distance away. We were talking about ember casting 1 mile to 3 miles out of the head of the fire. But 24 hours later, we now have calm winds in the area. Still incredibly dry air right now. About 18% humidity around Loma Alta Park, and in Altadena itself, we've got 19% humidity. I wanted to make kind of one little note, also tying in a little bit of a personal story as well. The winds are all very light right now, and this is probably giving a lot of people the sensation that this is over. Why can't we go back and see? My parents had the Atlas Fire in 2017 burned through part of their neighborhood in the Bay Area, and they evacuated. I went up and joined them at the hotel they were staying at, and every single day for breakfast, all the people that had been evacuated would meet up in the breakfast area, and then they would all be asking, why can't we go back yet? And there was still active fire burning in the area. We still have more wind coming our way. That is part of the reason why, but don't worry, the firefighters will eventually let you back in. It'll get there, and then the community will be there with you. I know there's thousands of people displaced right now. God forbid any of your homes are gone. I'm sure there are some. My heart goes out to you if that's the case. But right now, even though the winds look light, we still have some more wind coming our way. In fact, you can see that around the Palisades fire, this is actually where you're seeing quite a bit of wind improvement as well. Look at Topanga Beach. Not listing any more wind gusts at this point. Same with Santa Monica, not listing any more wind gusts. Up across the ridge tops right now, Malibu Creek and the Santa Monica Mountains observation site that we've had. Earlier this evening, we were talking about wind gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range or stronger. Right now, we're talking about wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour. It is still gusty. It is still challenging for firefighters and for the helicopter operations right now. But this is a huge improvement. This allows them to get a little bit of containment or a little bit of work done on the fire before the winds come back for it tomorrow. I'll show you the winds in just a second. But you can also see, look at these humidities, still hovering around 10%. The air is incredibly dry. We haven't had that true recovery where we start to get the humidities back into the 30% range or the 40% range, where we don't even consider the air dry anymore. So here's what we're looking at as we get into the next couple of hours. So by noon tomorrow, look what's back. We're back to seeing wind gusts, not like last night. That's the one thing I want to emphasize. We are done with what we had last night. We are not going to see that again, and hopefully we'll never see that again. As we go through the next couple of hours, what you'll see, though, is that we do get occasional gusts up to about 40 miles an hour across some of our mountain spots. This does include some of the Santa Monica Mountains. This is part of the reason why the firefighters are still working really hard and are concerned about the winds as we go through the overnight hours Thursday into Friday. But as we get into Friday evening, notice how the winds have all shut down. That's essentially the end of this wind event, and we get a couple of days break before we might get some more offshore winds eventually coming our way for next week. It's very similar across the Inland Empire. By the time we get to 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, it is pretty gusty through our typical wind-prone spots. But this is sort of the wind speeds we get with some of our moderate to strong Santa Ana events, not our crazy windstorms that we had last night. As we go into the evening hours, you see some pretty strong winds coming off the Riverside County Mountains. But I think as we go past Friday morning, we're essentially shutting all the winds down as well. And by the time we get into the evening hours, all the winds are done. That is why with the red flag warning, you'll notice the expiration time here. It's 6 p.m. Friday. It was originally 6 p.m. tomorrow, but because we are going to get this additional pulse of winds late tomorrow into early Friday morning, it's had to be extended. We're still looking at some very high fire danger across the region. And then I think we'll start to see some improvements for the weekend. Obviously, things will continue burning even though the winds stop. So the firefighters are obviously doing what they can, and I'm sure the winds will be benefiting them eventually. We have to get through another round of wind for tomorrow into early Friday. But one more time, I'll emphasize this. This is not like the winds we had last night. This is still very gusty, still 30 to 50 mile per hour gusts potentially, but we're not talking about gusts up into the 90 mile per hour range this time. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We continue to track all the evacuation zones, and we have an update on one I want to share with you right now. This has to do with the Sunset Fire, which we covered earlier today in the Runyon Canyon area. The majority of the evacuation zone for that Sunset Fire has been lifted, with the exception of the area north of Franklin Avenue from Camino Palmero Street to Sierra Bonita Avenue. That's according to the LA Fire Department. The spokesperson, we've spoken to her many times over the past 24 hours, Margaret Stewart. So the exception being north of Franklin from Camino Palmero Street to Sierra Bonita. All the others have been lifted there, and that's because firefighters need to remain in the area just for mop-up purposes and to contain some of the hot spots there.
And thank goodness Robert Kovacic was at that fire. He is now in the Palisades, and he's covering that fire. Robert, what can you tell us from where you are tonight?
Let me quickly put a pin on the Sunset Fire, because again, they are in mop-up mode. You will see fire trucks in that area throughout the night, worried about spot fires. They are going to be following what embers may sort of fly away and possibly catch fire somewhere, as we saw earlier tonight in Nichols Canyon, but they quickly jumped on it. And the evacuation order that remains in that area north of Franklin is basically for those people in that area. That's really sort of the entrance of Runyon Canyon on the city side. So that really is a very good set of circumstances. We were there at the Sunset Fire. Again, it appears that that fire is completely out. We were up in the Studio City Hills, 2 homes lost there, but they managed to stop that fire before it spread into the thick brush there off of Sunswept. So, you know, again, 2 homes lost, but it could have been so far worse. And then, of course, we return here where we were all of last night, where we were today, to the Pacific Palisades. And this, we understand, for the people who live here and the people who have had, have witnessed this, this is really the site. This is what we are going to remember. This is the scene of mass and almost total destruction. The masks are on, goggles are on. They haven't blown away yet, and that is a good thing. But if you were with us last night at this very time, at this very hour, we were standing right here, Hartzell and Sunset Boulevard, and we stood here for hours, and we talked about the fire and how intense it was and how terrible it was. And throughout the day, we talked about how the fire hopscotched. Well, in this area of the Pacific Palisades, it didn't hopscotch. It just took it out. It's you look here, and it is one home after another, both sides of the street. And again, ladies, we're literally just right off Sunset Boulevard. We're not talking about the Hollywood Hills. We're not talking up in the Studio City Hills. We're not talking up in the area of the Pacific Palisades Hill, which was also devastated. These are the flats, and everywhere you look here, these homes are gone, and we witnessed it last night. And as you watched it with me, and you saw that there was little the firefighters can do, even now, here, as we look into a home, not crossing, we're respecting their private property, but just looking from the street, you see these little fires that continue to burn. They're almost like reminders throughout the Palisades when you see these glowing lights. It's not a welcome sight. It's just a sign that the fire still lingers and the fire still smolders. The reason why we have returned here is that we spoke with Julia Deng, and we have been listening about the fire creeping back east, creeping east from here. So what we did is we returned here, and a couple of interesting things to point out. We got back to Mandeville Canyon. Sumo, you can just take a walk around and see what you can see in the dark while we chat. But we went to Mandeville Canyon and Sunset, and it was blocked off. Now, normally that's not an issue for members of the media, but it is. The LAFD has told the LAPD to please not allow anyone up into Mandeville, a very vulnerable area right now. So we were asked not to cross the lines which have been drawn and had the roadblocks. And so we stayed away from Mandeville Canyon. We asked the LAPD, what can they tell us about what's going on there? And the LAFD said, you know, we have seen fire trucks go up there, and we are keeping an eye on what is happening here. And we are watching to see if the fire could possibly move. But, you know, it's really just speculation at this point to see if the fire would even make it to Mandeville Canyon. Very close friend of mine and Melissa McGee's told me that he looked out from his home in Mandeville Canyon and saw the flames on the ridge, but he said, you know, it's still a couple of miles from us, but, you know, a couple of miles and it can move very quickly. So Julia Deng has watched this fire from overhead, and that's really the best perspective right now. And the fire, if it does move east, then the evacuation orders that still remain in place for Mandeville and even areas near there up to Kentner in the Brentwood area, then people have, if they haven't left, then they will really need to leave again. But we can only hope, and listening to David Bigger this evening, that the winds will cooperate enough that the air attack will continue and that there can be a ground attack. Because what Sumo is showing you right now, and Susan Monroe, when I drove with her today, all she kept saying was, from a photographer who you both know, who's been with us for decades, just said, wow, wow, wow. Everywhere you look here, you know, as Darsha has tried to eloquently put it, there really is no words. It's devastation we've never seen before. It's just.
We may have lost Robert there for a moment. Yeah, his picture is frozen up too. David Bigger was just saying it looks like it is snowing out there. Everything is gray everywhere you look.
Yeah. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So, Robert.
You know, I just wanted just to reiterate what my photographer, this brave woman who's carrying the camera right now, said, because from her perspective is going to be the perspective of all of you that haven't seen this. And when we saw it by the light of day, it is jaw-dropping in the destruction. It is jaw-dropping in its scope, and it is jaw-dropping that it's still not over. We drove by the Charter High, it's still burning. We drove by a church, it's still burning. We drove by homes, still burning. And I'm not saying smoldering, but this is close to, 6 o'clock tonight, still burning. So, and the efforts and the efforts by the firefighters to try and do whatever they could are marked throughout the Pacific Palisades. And as I have told people tonight who have asked me to check on their homes, who have asked me to drive by, I sometimes have the great fortune to tell them, you know what, I did drive by your home and it's okay, but that could change in a minute. That could change in an hour. That could change in seconds, because 2 blocks away, there is a home, and we saw 2 of them on Miami that were burning, just burning. The entire home on fire, ablaze, burning. There were no firefighters there. There was nothing they could do. That fire, when it burns, it's not only going to take out one house, but the fear is that it could take out others. And the fear tonight that this fire could move east is why we are back here and why we are monitoring the situation for you. At this point, I can tell you we haven't seen a movement or an exodus of reinforcements trying to get on top of it, but they are, as Julia showed us in O'Sullivan, they did drop on there. And so again, what we have seen now at the Pacific Palisades, what we saw tonight so effectively in the Sunset Fire, it is going to have to be an aerial assault. And with the aerial assault, we're going to win this. You know, we've suffered beyond, but we are going to win this, and the only way to do it is to hit this now from the air, as the LAFD has told us. And you know, as you heard from one exhausted assistant fire chief, Luis Aldana, tonight up in Studio City, you know, they've slept, but just give them a couple hours and they're going to be on it, and they continue to be on it. So have faith. We're almost there.
I think a lot of people have faith in what they've done, they've managed to do, and what they continue to do every single day. Robert, we have to ask you, this fire that is burning in Mandeville Canyon, how far is it from reaching Brentwood? We thought the issue was 2.5 miles away to the 405, but is it 2 fronts that are burning here? Clarify that for us.
Let's talk about that. And as I do this, I want to give Susan a break, and this is going to seem a little jumpy, so I apologize. You'll all, if she puts the camera, which is, 30 pounds of that she's been carrying on her shoulders, and all I do is have to carry a 1-pound microphone. Let her put it on the camera for you, and we'll talk about that. There are roadblocks, Colleen and Kathy, at Kentner on Sunset. There are roadblocks outside of Mandeville. It is completely quiet. There are no cars. We have not seen people, didn't see anybody in the little Brentwood Village area. It is close enough that if this was last night and the winds were pushing it, it could make it there in hours. But we're still a really far distance from there. We would say, we're miles from Mandeville, and then miles, add another mile until you get into Brentwood. The fears that it could come to the 405, as we have seen so many fires start on the side of the 405, usually by cars that spark, it's going to have to do a lot to do that. It's going to have some help. It's going to have a push, and the way that push comes from and the help that fire is going to need, as we all know, is, it's its old friend, is these gusts of winds and these bursts of winds. And fortunately, we are not seeing that. It still gets a little gusty. As that friend of mine and Melissa's that I was talking about said, once you cross the 405,
it's weird. We sort of create our own weather. Just sort of, it's a different climate. We sort of have a different climate, and you feel it here. It dropped in temperature, and it's still, you know, windy enough that you're like, oh, I can feel it a little bit. But nothing near as what we experienced last night, and that is to our great fortune, is that we are not experiencing the conditions we did tonight. So hopefully now they can actually make progress in the overnight hours and make progress tomorrow, as the fire chief, the incident commander, told us last night, who has a personal stake in this fire in the Palisades because he lives here. He said, you know what? He said, Friday is the day I've circled on my calendar. So we hope that Friday is the day that they can really sort of try and get those containment lines and finally, you know, put this one to rest. And then we can look back and just say, this is a day, a week, and a time in our history we're never going to forget.
No, we will not. Thank you so much, Robert. We're going to check in with Valina Jones from our sister station in the Bay Area, who is also covering the Palisades fire, and she joins us now. You have been at PCH in Sunset. What's happening out there?
Yeah, so this is one of the entry points for a lot of law enforcement and fire crews, as this roadblock is keeping out anybody that may want to go in. And during this, we've seen a lot of fire crews go up to try to navigate their way up the hills to fight different fires, but just not even a mile and a half up the road, they had to stop because they saw yet another fire take over an apartment building. Take a look at what we saw. We're here on Sunset Boulevard, where yet another housing community is a complete loss tonight. This is West Side Habitats. You can see fire crews are putting water on the flames right now. They said their goal is to make sure these embers don't billow up into the air and travel and catch other things on fire. They said at this point they have to triage the situation. They put water on it for as long as possible and try to diminish this fire as low as possible before moving on to the next thing. So I just talked to fire crews here on scene, and they said, you know, we're going up the hill. We have other places to be, but we wanted to make sure that we at least got some of this down so that these embers did not carry over and create new fires. But they said when there are so many fires that they have to attend to, this is really just about triage at this point. And so this is what fire crews are dealing with throughout the overnight hours, right? They are fighting different fires throughout Palisades, but they have to stop sometimes because they see yet another fire erupt. And just throughout the course of the day, when we have been up there in the hill area, you know, we've seen the devastation from yesterday, we've seen the devastation from today, but then as the winds picked up a couple of hours ago, we saw some of those hot spots pick up, and some of the places that had already been burned started to burn again, and then new areas began to burn as well. And so, you know, fire crews are working hard. They said they are trying their best to salvage what is left of the Pacific Palisades here. But again, it's all about triage.
Yuri, Valina, when you see the lights behind you, and I assume that's an alarm that's going off there?
Yeah, so there is an apartment building not too far away from us up above, just as you start to go up the hill, and that alarm has been going off for hours now. And so it's kind of a weird feeling because, you know, normally when you hear a fire alarm, everyone leaves the building and, you know, there's this mass rush, but this area is vacant, right? You know, everyone is out of this area, and so that alarm just keeps on ringing as fire crews continue to work throughout this area.
Valina Jones from the Bay Area, our sister station there. Thanks so much for your help tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We also brought in Daniel Ramirez, and he is from our affiliate in Las Vegas. He joins us now from Hollywood, and you have a different problem going on out there. Tell us about that.
That's right. Just down the street where we were providing live images and live content regarding the fire that was taking place here in the area that firefighters have done a really good job on. Like you can see behind me, we have a situation where, yeah, one of the trees along the sidewalk have fallen over onto this vehicle. We're still trying to figure out the cause of it, as our photographer here will be able to provide a closer look as to the scene here. Like we mentioned, we're still trying to figure out more information as to what happened, what caused it. You can see quite the distance from the sidewalk from the place where the tree was planted to make its way over the vehicle. It could be a scene that's been here for several hours. We're still trying to figure out. Again, we were just up the street, roughly about a half mile away. So assuming that something of this magnitude would have been something that we all would have been able to hear. However, again, we're still trying to figure out the cause of it. It could have been whether the strong winds that have played a factor in the Los Angeles area in the past couple of hours, in the past couple of days, or potentially even a spark from the flames from the not too far by Sunset Fire. So we're still trying to figure out that information. Again, you can see some of the caution tape that's along some of the tree trunks here of the vehicle. So it's obviously a pretty impactful scene. However, we're still trying to collect that information to you as to what provoked this incident. In the meantime, we do have more in regards to the Sunset Fire. The last fire engines have left the scene here along Fuller Avenue, and as well as there are plenty of resources for people that were evacuated in those tense moments in the past couple of hours. And we do have information as to provide to the public for those that were evacuated.
Right now, it's non-perishable food, water, but we don't need a bunch of people here. Only really come if you need to evacuate. We're trying to keep the site clear, the parking spaces clear for people who really do need a place to come and stay. We're working with service providers, with our partners on getting what we need here. So this is really just for folks who need a place to come who are evacuating from the various fires.
We dropped off a lot of supplies, including diapers, water, medical supplies, food,
feminine hygiene
products, yeah. So all the good stuff that they would need. I knew a lot of my coworkers were affected. Certainly, I had a coworker who lost his home in the fire. Everyone's been affected in some way.
So those resources are available at the Pan Pacific Recreation Center located on the 7600 block of Beverly Boulevard. However, we do mention that a lot of the residents have gradually made their way back into their homes. In the past couple of hours, we've seen a lot of traffic of vehicles making their way back into the parking lots of these buildings, as well as many that were just standing by, hopeful and faithful that firefighters were able to combat the flames the way they were. According to the last information that we have from CAL FIRE, stating that it's roughly about 60 acres of the fire, of the amount of acres that were consumed by the flames here of the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood area. And obviously no 0% containment according to the latest information. But again, strong work by the firefighters to be able to bring that sense of relief to this Hollywood community.
Daniel, let me ask you this. Is that another alarm that we're hearing in the background? That's not a fire alarm, is it?
Great that you mentioned that. As a matter of fact, not too long ago, we spoke to some of the residents here of this apartment complex, and what they tell us is that it's a fire alarm that's been going on since the early signs of the Sunset Fire. So it's been something that they've been dealing with for the past couple of hours. We've seen some residents having to make their way in and out, including some squad cars with the Los Angeles Police Department, just dealing with the people that have dealt with the loud noises and clearly unable to sleep because of it.
To it. We just talked to our reporter out at Palisades, and the same thing was happening, that alarm going off. So, yeah, and just on another note with the car, hopefully the person will come along and be able to claim that. What a mess out there with that tree falling on that car. Wow.
Daniel, very quickly, we talked about the Sunset Fire, 60 acres. You know, they made very quick work of that with aerial drops out there. Most of the people, most of the mandatory evacuations have been raised. Is that a fire truck coming in behind you?
Yes, we do have a fire engine coming in. Yeah, we'll try to figure out where it ends up, whether it's here or maybe just a little further up. Again, over there in the Runyon Canyon Park area, there are still a few teams still participating, kind of just making sure to maintain the area, make sure that there isn't any sparks that can come from the resulting burn scar. Yeah, it's probably going to make its way up along with the rest of the crews up there still past the entrance of the Runyon Canyon Park. And yeah, more than anything, I figured just to be able to maintain an awareness in the area and hopefully just nothing around the perimeter to be able to spark another fire.
All right. Well, it was good news with that fire. And thank you so much for your efforts there tonight. Thank you, Daniel.
All right, we want to bring in our colleague right now, Adrian Arambulo from Today in LA. Welcome early to Today in LA today. But of course, given the magnitude of what's been going on the past 36 hours or so here, we want to get started early, make sure people are covered. They know what's going on in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, and just wake up and it continues to just astound you. You know, the scope of damage, the intensity, the relentless of what's been going on throughout Southern California. It's just absolutely shocking, and you try to compartmentalize it because we're trying to disseminate information and get it out there, but it really makes you sick. You know, it's like I was able to get, I think, probably about 4 hours of sleep, and then we come back and get at it, and just kind of getting up to speed here and just listening to the coverage and reading reports to think about the thousands and thousands of people impacted by what's been going on, the suffering, and we're still just trying to get through it, you know, before you can even start the process of grieving and rebuilding and trying to figure out what's happening next. So it's just, it's a lot to take in right now, and appreciate what you guys do and what all our crews are doing in the field right now to try to get the information out there. But our thoughts are with the people who are really going through.
You're right. It is
really
so difficult. We hear the emotional stories. We heard from Jason this evening. I'm not sure if you were able to hear that, but his 80-year-old parents, he flew in from Las Vegas. He rode his bike up to their house to get some medication, found out their house was gone, a neighbor's house was gone. And, you know, you could tell he was putting everything in a compartment as well. But it was very emotional just to even hear the story.
Yeah, and you get drawn into that. You know, you're sitting here listening to it. All of a sudden, you feel like you know Jason. Yeah. You understand what he's going through, and it is hard. But yeah.
He brought up a good point. It's like if your home's left standing, are you really one of the lucky ones because the rest of your neighborhoods are wiped out? Hearing from Tracy Leung in Altadena, where she grew up, I mean, it's neighborhoods just obliterated. It's everything that you've been talking about: the restaurants you go to, the schools, the local shops, the homes. You know, it just, you name it, it's affected. And a lot of people are hurting right now, and trying to keep that in mind, trying to be as compassionate and sensitive as we can to all those folks.
Well, we know you were dedicated to staying on 24 hours a day and continuing the coverage. So you have Today in LA starting here at 1 o'clock early, and you'll be going throughout the morning, doing the same thing we're doing, checking on the fire and checking on the weather conditions, because we have some changes that are coming up. The winds are going to be
actually very good changes compared to what the situation was last night at this time, or I guess I should say this morning.
We're getting a little confused on the days.
We'll take whatever we can get when it comes to any type of incremental improvements, anything that can get the firecraft or the aircraft up above these fires.
Exactly. Big difference when they're up there fighting this. We saw that Sunset fire out tonight pretty quickly because of the area assault there that they couldn't do the day before because the winds were so erratic. So that's good news.
Adrian, it's all yours.
All right, and I think we're going to check in with David right now. He's got to look at the weather and those changing conditions there. David.
Yeah, and Adrian, I wanted to show everybody what we've been essentially showing throughout the overnight hours last night and tonight. And this is a look from satellite at what we call fire temperature. The brighter the pixels are on the screen, the more intense that the fire is burning. And last night, the Palisades fire and the Eden fire were just big, bright pockets of light on this view. But right now, you can see the Eden fire not quite as active. Occasionally, we get this little pulse of color, an indication the fire's getting into something and burning a little more intensely. But the Palisades fire, unfortunately, just continues to burn, not as intensely as last night, but it is still showing up on satellite, an indication of the activity that's still there. So why are we seeing less color with the Eden fire? Well, it's essentially we've kicked out a leg of the fire triangle here. So the wildfire triangle essentially dictates about how aggressive the fire is going to be after it starts. It has three ingredients. It has fuel, topography, and weather. Well, we have the topography. We're burning through areas with canyons and mountains and valleys. So the topography is there. The fuel is obviously there. It is incredibly dry fuel right now. We've had very little rainfall across the entire region, and all the fuel is just ready to burn. The weather part we have had for the past 2 days. It has been very windy and it has been incredibly dry. Last night at this time, we were dealing with incredible wind gusts that I hope we never see again in Southern California. But right now, the winds have gotten light in a few spots, and that means we're missing this leg of the fire triangle. And the fire has essentially, it's still burning, but it's not burning as far and as quickly as it was last night. So take a look at the conditions around the Eden fire, for example. Right now, Loma Alta Park and Altadena both reporting calm winds. And even though you see numbers here for Eden Canyon and for Sierra Madre for the wind speeds, it's essentially calm. That's imperceptible wind speeds. What you're also noticing is that the humidity is still pretty low. We're still dealing with humidity in the teens to low 20s, but that's a huge improvement from what it was at this point yesterday. That is why you're not seeing it blooming, this bright light on that fire temperature map. Here's what it looks like, though, around the Palisades fire. Topanga Beach, finally, calm winds around Topanga Beach. It's taken all day to get to that point at this right now. For Santa Monica, we have relatively light winds, but around our mountaintops, we are still seeing gusts. But notice the wind gust intensity, 20 miles an hour, 26 miles per hour. That's much lighter than it was at this point yesterday, and much lighter than it's been for much of the evening. We were talking only a few hours ago of 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts still around the fire. But we still have these gusts, and that is still driving this fire right now around the Pacific Palisades area. I wanted to show a little bit closer look at some of the burn scar here. So here's what the Eden fire looks like so far. I'll zoom in a little bit closer around Altadena. If you're familiar with the area, this is Woodbury right here, this street, and then this street is New York. So that gives just kind of an idea of where it's burned down to. And as you look at this, I have no idea how much inside of this area is actually burned. There could be homes standing, there may not be. That's something that will be determined later on, but I just wanted to give an idea of about how far off of the mountains this fire has ended up burning, all because of the winds that we were seeing last night. For the Palisades fire, it's very similar. It started in this area. Notice how far west this is burned. This was all because of last night, because of the wind directions. We noticed when we looked at satellite that we had a pocket of really intense burning in this area. Then we had another one that was slowly working its way off toward the west, and that was burning through all of this vegetation here, but it ended up hitting something. And if you take a closer look, I've got the Franklin Fire burn scar turned on here. It ran into the Franklin Fire burn scar. Remember that from not too long ago? That was the fire that burned near the Pepperdine area. So it hit that burn scar, and essentially that's the western edge of this fire. But if you work your way back off in this direction, you can see all the areas that ended up burning, including through Topanga Canyon. And before I continue to move this off toward the Pacific Palisades area and the summit, which is about where this fire started, one additional note, and this is an unfortunate thing that we're going to have to bring up, but as we get eventually some rainfall, these are the prime areas where we might potentially get debris flows. So it's something that we're going to not be just monitoring for the next couple of days. It's the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and potentially the next couple of years. And then as we continue off toward the east here, here's Riviera, here's the golf course. This is about as far as the fire detection had gone. It is likely burned out of this area and into some of these canyons. We were seeing that from News Chapter 4 earlier. That's something that obviously we'll continue to track as we go through the morning. And then, of course, the other major problem with this right now is the air quality. South and west of the Eden fire, we've got some unhealthy air quality. That's this red color that you're seeing here. It is a combination of several things. It's a combination of ash. It's a combination of particulates. But most concerning, it's chemicals and building materials. Think about all of your cleaning materials that you keep under your sink, your laundry detergent, all sorts of things that you might have in closets. That kind of stuff that burns gets aerosolized, it gets turned into gas, and it gets put into the air. So if you are in any of these areas, and this extends all the way to downtown LA right now, you need to keep your windows closed, keep your doors closed. And if you have power, try to run air purifiers or at least recirculate the air in your house. And if you absolutely have to go out, make sure you wear an N95 mask. But that is something that will continue to be a problem as we go through the next couple of days. Adrienne, Lynette, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, David. It is now 1 a.m. Our coverage of the Southern California wildfires will continue all morning long. We have not gotten off the air since this started. We're glad you're still with us. I'm Lynette Romero.
I'm Adrian Arambula. We've been bringing you more than 42 straight hours of live coverage since these fires started. And we want you to take a look at this map right now. It shows you what's happening in Southern California right at this moment. The major fires that have kept firefighters extremely busy throughout Southern California, from the ocean to the high desert, the foothills. The biggest fires still Palisades and Eaton fires. And here's a live look at the latest information regarding those wildfires burning in L.A. County.
The biggest one right there you're seeing at the Palisades fire. It is so much larger than it was yesterday. At this time, just 24 hours, it is now more than 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. A lot of homes and businesses have burned. More than 1,000 are gone. The other big fire is the Eaton fire. Now, that started in Altadena. It's burned more than 10,000 acres. It destroyed hundreds of homes and many businesses. 5 people have died. And we, of course, are working to get more information about those victims.
Many schools are closed today, including every school in the LA Unified School District. The superintendent making that decision last night to make sure that all the students and all the staff, all the folks who work with LAUSD are okay. And then we know that multiple entire school districts are closed as well. We expect to get an update on all the fires burning in our area right around 8 o'clock this morning, just as we did yesterday. Firefighters and law enforcement will be holding a news conference, and we'll bring that to you live as soon as it begins.
NBC4's Amber Frias is in Studio City. Very scary moments there yesterday evening. That's where a new fire broke out, burned a home. What are the conditions right now, Amber?
Adrian, Lynette, looks very different out here at this time. Firefighters have pretty much knocked down this fire here that burned down a couple of homes earlier tonight. You could still see some flames coming from behind that structure that burned down, but overall a lot different than what it looked like earlier. But I do want to show you what it did look like. Here is some video from earlier today. On that video, you see the fire that started in one home and knocked it down, and that spread to neighboring homes. Now, since we've been here, firefighters have been hard at work. Earlier, we saw multiple helicopters make water drops in the area, not only to combat the flames directly on the homes that were burning, but prevent it from spreading anywhere else. Now, most of the people in the neighborhood did evacuate. Some did stay behind. But before everybody headed out, we were able to speak with one family. Here's what they had to say.
Well, we were sitting in our house watching television and
heard what seemed to be gunshots. Of course, we were watching the news and all the fires. Again, heard what seemed to be gunshots and looked outside. Saw our next door neighbor's fire coming out of their home. Took a second and went back out again. He went to grab some things, and I said, our house is on fire. And
she came and said, the house is on fire, the house is on fire.
Literally grabbed our phones, a computer, and our dogs, and ran out.
Now, just heartbreaking hearing all these stories from all these people impacted by these wildfires that we've been reporting on since yesterday. Luckily here, like I mentioned, it appears things are under control. Hopefully, at least the main fire appears to have been knocked down at this time. Still, the work continues out here tonight. Conditions also, luckily, a lot better. We are not really feeling those strong winds we were feeling earlier in the day and also yesterday. So, hopeful news out here tonight. Lynette, Adrian.
I was just curious, is that the reason why firefighters have been able to kind of manage this and stop it from spreading to nearby homes? We've seen, obviously, the other fires just explode so quickly. So I was just curious as to how they were able to get the upper hand on this one.
They had a lot of water drops. We got here almost immediately after the fire was reported, and we saw them, back to back. So I'm thinking that's what helped a lot of this. And yes, of course, the fire. We didn't see that rapid spread like we saw with the other fires.
Yeah, and having the air assault is just instrumental in this. That's what happened yesterday. The winds were so strong they couldn't do that. All right, Amber, thank you so much for that live report.
Right, Valina Jones from our Bay Area station. She is here. She is helping us out. She's helping our community out, covering the Palisades fire. And she has a look at some of the devastation at PCH and Sunset Boulevard.
That's right. You know, just 30 minutes ago, we were heading up towards Pacific Palisades, towards the hills there. And this is, you know, the closure right here at PCH and Sunset. But this is also the main artery where a lot of law enforcement and fire departments come through to try to triage the different fires throughout the area. And so they were coming up and they did not even make it a half a mile in before they saw a fire. Take a look at what they saw and us. We're here on Sunset Boulevard where yet another housing community is a complete loss tonight. This is West Side Habitats. You can see fire crews are putting water on the flames right now. They said their goal is to make sure these embers don't billow up into the air and travel and catch other things on fire. They said at this point they have to triage the situation. They put water on it for as long as possible and try to diminish this fire as low as possible before moving on to the next thing. So I just talked to fire crews here on scene and they said, you know, we're going up the hill. We have other places to be, but we wanted to make sure that we at least got some of this down so that these embers did not carry over and create new fires. But they said when there are so many fires that they have to attend to, this is really just about triage at this point. And so that's really been the story here tonight. You know, as many people have said, the winds have died down, so the winds have not been a critical issue tonight. However, we still see several different sporadic fires throughout the area here in Pacific Palisades. And when we start looking up the hill, we just see all these different, it's orange balls of glowing, right, at different neighborhoods throughout the hills. You can see that from the ground level and then once you get up there. And so it's all about triage tonight. You know, fire crews say they are doing the best that they can. They are trying to save, you know, these homes, but they said when you see a scene that we just saw, that's a complete loss. And they said, you know, their priority is to make sure that those embers don't spread and catch other things on fire, but they have to continue to move on to try to save these other homes that are still at risk. And so while the wind is not a factor, the fire continues to be a problem here throughout Pacific Palisades.
Thank you for that, Valina. Can you talk to us a little bit about any change in the conditions? Because we have seen the winds die down, we've seen a lull, and then all of a sudden the gusts pick up again. It's very unpredictable. Are you seeing it stay steady, or are you seeing some changes?
So for the past couple of hours, we've seen it pretty steady. I will say, you know, when it was still light out, we were seeing, you know, the wind get really heavy there. And in fact, we were in some neighborhoods that had already burned down. You know, these homes were already a complete loss. But once that wind picked up again, we started to see hot spots ignite, and then fires would start again. And then those embers that they were talking about, those embers then go to other locations and start new fires. And so for the past couple of hours, we have not seen really large wind gusts as we were seeing throughout the day. And so that's good news here tonight. Firefighters are welcoming that change of weather, right? Because it's making the firefight just a little bit easier when they're, you know, facing all of these challenges. But for right now, the winds are steady. Again, it wasn't like that just a couple of hours ago. So that's good news here as we head into the overnight hours.
We take a breath, but we cannot let our guard down. Thank you so much for that live report.
All right, we're going to check with meteorologist Belen De Leon right now. Belen, you've got to look at the wind conditions right now as well as the humidity. And we were talking about as we were getting ready to go on the air just a few minutes ago, it looks like the conditions that are conducive for these types of wildfires, that's been expanded for a little while longer.
Yes, because of the very dry conditions that are staying in place. We don't have any rain in our forecast. We're going to see another surge in winds, nothing like what we saw Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning, but the winds are going to be picking up again as we go throughout the afternoon tonight and back into Friday morning. Now, first off, I want to show you what's happening right now with our winds, because you've been hearing our reporters out in the field talk about the significant difference from 20 24 hours ago. And we can see it here with this map, where yesterday around this time, this map, which is a current winds, sustained winds, was so bright, was so colorful, was so active. But things are much different right now. We have much calmer conditions. We're able to see those water drops and hopefully able to see our firefighters get some containment, get some kind of handle with what we've got going on. Now, here's a look at the current gusts. Again, another map that looks significantly different than 24 hours ago. The spot that I am seeing is the San Fernando Valley, where the winds are still gusty. Gusts right now up to about 17 miles per hour in Van Nuys. We also have some gusty conditions through the mountaintops and ridges of the mountains and out towards Big Bear in the San Bernardino Mountains. Now let's take a closer, tighter view of what's happening around the fire area. This is the Palisades Fire Observation Stations around here, and this very different. The Santa Monica Mountains Observation Station yesterday had sustained winds at 50, 60 miles per hour with gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So it's much lighter, but check that out. Gusts still at 26 miles per hour is capable of picking up embers and transporting them at long distances. Malibu Creek looking at gusts at 17 miles per hour. Topanga Beach, very light winds, and over in Santa Monica, light winds. But look at the humidity. The humidity is down into the single digits and into the teens. So all of that fuel moisture out there, all the vegetation is just ready to be combustible and to go up in flames. And that's what we have, the very dry vegetation and that low humidity. Now back to the Eaton fire, and you'll notice that the winds much calmer here also compared to yesterday, looking at calm conditions, thankfully, but the humidity is still staying low. Now the humidity across the area a little bit higher close to the coast, but you'll notice that we're seeing those single digits and teens inland, Santa Clarita 15, even in the 20s over in the deserts. So as we go over the next 24, even 48 hours, what we have is that red flag warning has been extended. Originally, it was supposed to expire this afternoon at 6 p.m., but because of the very dry conditions in place and another surge in winds expected later today, that red flag warning has been extended. Now, I want to show you what the winds are going to be doing in the next 24 to 36 hours. There are still going to be some gusty pockets, especially below those mountain passes and canyons, and you'll notice it as we take a look at this map. Now here we are around the middle of the day. Although the winds are much lighter right now, we're going to see those winds pick back up throughout the afternoon. Around lunchtime, gusts once again blowing over the mountains and out towards the coast. At times, we may see some gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. Same goes for the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. Some stronger pockets that once again could not only start more fires, but expand any new fires. Here we are this evening looking at those winds once again picking up and staying pretty gusty all the way through early tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, here we are looking at the weather at 7 a.m. Still looking at some gusty conditions, and then as we head into tomorrow afternoon, the winds are much lighter. Unfortunately, we're not going to see much relief when it comes to these winds until tomorrow afternoon and evening, and that's when this red flag warning will expire. So again, the red flag warning has been extended because of strong Santa Ana winds that are going to surge up again later today and into tomorrow morning, the very dry vegetation and that low humidity. And before I leave you, I want to show you the smoke advisory, because that not only has been extended, but it also has been expanded. LAUSD, no school today, and this is possibly affecting other school districts as well. We've been announcing all of those school closures, but the air quality is really bad. I saw some folks yesterday at the grocery store that were wearing that N95 mask. That's probably a good idea, and you want to limit your time outside because of all of the fine particulates that are in the air, not only because of the fires and the smoke from the fires, but also of everything else that is burning as well within those homes, unfortunately, and within those businesses, and all of that is just going straight into the air. Look at our smoke futurecast. As we get into later today, we're going to see those smoke plumes unfortunately increase as those winds increase as well. Here we are looking at the weather at 3 p.m. this afternoon. The air quality affected, and unfortunately we're going to see it in our skies. Just a very eerie, ominous look, and that's what we're headed for, especially this afternoon, amigos. So be safe with yourself, and again, a reminder that that red flag warning in effect for all of Southern California. We're seeing the effects of it, and we know how it's impacting travel. So here's Robin Winston to let us know how this fire is affecting. What are we looking at, Robin?
Well, you mentioned the red flag warning being extended, so that means our closures will remain in place. It's a little different from yesterday, but also with the schools being closed, LAUSD, we think that a lot of kids will be home, parents will be home, so we're not expecting the same amount of traffic on the road compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a mess in some areas. I'll get to the closures in just a bit, but I saw this notification from Metro, and I want to keep you posted on mass transit because trains and buses had a tough time yesterday navigating the streets and the tracks because of the debris and all the down wires. This morning, there was a detour in place for folks traveling on bus line number 2. It's not going to be on its normal route. Metro says they're going to detour that to Santa Monica Boulevard from Beverly over to La Brea, and this is because of the wildfire in the Hollywood Hills. So once again, bus line number 2 will be taking a detour this morning. Plan ahead, get out there as early as you can, and pay close attention to the announcements being made by Metro. Now, getting home yesterday, my goodness, I had to hop off the freeway. The 5 was absolutely awful because we had the closures in place on the 5 at the 210 connectors. Those closures are not in place this morning, so we're expecting traffic to look a whole lot better. Things have changed a bit. So westbound 210 at Roxford open. This is relating to the Hearst fire in Sylmar. That closure no longer in place. You don't have to worry about that. But all of the truck routes that take you to the area are closed. The 5 North, the 14, the West 210 truck routes, but the closure from yesterday lifted, and we're not expecting traffic to be as bad. Something that they added to the list because of the Hearst fire, Soledad Canyon Road is now closed. You don't have access to that between Agua Dulce Canyon and Crown Valley, and they're saying till further notice, so they're not even giving us an estimated time of clearing. Now, the Palisades fire, PCH, will remain closed until further notice. We touched on this yesterday from Las Flores all the way over to the 10. You should not be traveling between the 101, Topanga, and PCH. That area should just be off limits, only for emergency crews. Topanga Canyon closed once again. Mulholland to PCH, Malibu Canyon at Piuma. That's closed, as well as westbound 10 at Lincoln. Okay, this is the same one. So once again, Topanga Canyon is going to be closed. And if you don't live or work in the area, or if you're not a part of emergency personnel, you really shouldn't be traveling along that stretch. I have another list of long closures. I can't squeeze it all into one report, but I'll keep you updated, especially on Metro throughout the morning. But be safe on the roads. Leave as early as you can if you do have to drive. And we'll check more closures coming up in a little bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Yeah, we promised to get to all of them, right? We already got a long morning ahead of us. So.
A long morning for sure. All right, NBC4's Robert Kovacic has been covering the Palisades fire, and he joins us now with the very latest there. Robert.
Do you hear anything?
Lynette and Adrian, this is the situation right now in the Pacific Palisades. We are at Palisades Park, where the Palisades Tennis Center, you can see here, is already completely decimated. And behind me, the recreation center is on fire. Any other day in the Pacific Palisades, this would be a very, very big deal. And something would be done about it to try and save this very large recreation center. But it continues to burn. We have been in the parking lots with CAL FIRE and with the firefighters from Owens Valley because, frankly, there is nothing that they can do except monitor this at this point to see if this fire takes off in any way and if this could be a tinderbox, if you will, and if this fire could spread. But the recreation center is just one of those other buildings that has been completely destroyed here in the Pacific Palisades, because this is not any other day in the Pacific Palisades. This is the new normal in the Pacific Palisades. This picturesque, highly coveted neighborhood is reduced to us looking through smashed windows in a recreation center to see what is left of it, to see that it is still burning, that it is still smoldering. And again, there is really nothing that they can do at this point. It is going to be a complete and total loss. And the firefighters here must just continue to monitor it to see if the winds that you've been talking about pick up and if they push this anywhere else. But frankly, when you look around, there really isn't any much else in this neighborhood that you can possibly burn. So what we are showing you here is really just sort of, I think, a highlight. It is an underline of the new normal here in the Pacific Palisades, as heart-wrenching as it is to see that you have the building that is on fire, and you can see it for miles, but everywhere you look in this war zone that this community has become, you see just these little fires, and those are not campfires. Those are nothing to welcome you. Those are fires that smolder from the gas lines, usually at homes that have burned to the ground. And that is what spots this neighborhood. This is what was left, some type of a picnic table and recreation table here. And this is what it did when it melted and it burned. This is just nothing compared to the losses suffered in this community. And as Susan Monroe turns around, you can see here that the recreation center building, it's just there, guys. I mean, it's on fire. There are no firefighters here trying to do anything to it. There is nothing that we can do right now except just watch it burn. Because like last night, the flames were so intense because the winds were so intense that we were there standing with firefighters from Morro Bay, Atascadero, Moreno Valley, Fountain Valley. They were from everywhere, from Anaheim, you name it. The additional resources were here, but they would say, as much as they tried to do structure protection, there wasn't a lot they could do because the wind was so intense, but to watch it burn. And now in a situation like this, the recreation center's already gone. There isn't much to do except watch this fire finally take the building down to nothing and watch it be completely a complete loss. And the only thing they can do now is to try and make sure monitoring from the parking lot, as CAL FIRE and Owens Valley Fire Authority is doing, just to see that this fire, whatever is happening here, doesn't spread. But the winds are insignificant at this point, at least from where we're standing, and it is a slow burn. And this right now, I think, to me, in so many ways, is a definition of the new normal here in the Pacific Palisades, because what would have been this would have been a major deal just a week ago. And now it is just one of the minor losses, if you will.
Robert Kovacic. Now, I know there is a delay. We want our viewers to know there's a little bit of a delay here as we have a conversation with you, but you know this area well, Robert. You've been doing this a long time. I guess because the winds have died down, I hear in your voice, not defeat, but this is starting to sink in. This is really, the enormity of this is starting to sink in.
Lynette and Adrian, it sinks in so many different ways. It sinks in when I talk to friends who, are Hollywood agents, and they tell us about all the losses that they have suffered from their agency. When I talk to doctors and physicians, and they talk about the losses that they have suffered. And then I talk to people like the LAFD and firefighters who say that they too have suffered losses. And everything is compounded on the fact that almost every viewer that has reached out to me has a story about a home loss, a family member that was trapped. There are dreams here that have been destroyed. Coming and finding your way to the Pacific Palisades. If you're from Los Angeles and you tell someone you live in the Pacific Palisades, it's a very enviable place to live. It is a place because it is not only close to the beach, it is not only picturesque, it is not only beautiful, but it's also very family oriented. I've seen friends who have moved out here, and this is a wonderful place to raise a family, to have your family. So it's a very family oriented community, and the Palisades, as we've seen. I remember when Rick Caruso built the village in the Palisades, he talked about the sense of community there, and what the Palisades was lacking, he was a gathering spot and a place for this community to come. And this is what we've seen in the Palisades, that this is a community that has suffered immeasurable, unspeakable, it will never be the same loss. The Pacific Palisades is now going to go down in our history as the moment and the worst devastation our city has ever suffered in its history. I mean, and think about that. If I would have said that to you, that the Pacific Palisades is going to be remembered for that singular moment, that the destruction in Los Angeles, it all comes down to this one community that suffered the worst day in our city's history. It's pretty remarkable to think about that. And it has nothing to do with an earthquake. It has to do with a wind event and a fire that started as a small fire in someone's backyard and exploded and took out home after home after home, and took out villages and took out recreation centers. And now the Pacific Palisades has to sit back and watch one of their gathering spots, one of the places families would come, families would gather, and know that this too is destroyed. It will be rebuilt. And, you know, the one thing the Pacific Palisades, I think, can take heart in and may be able to take note of is that the world has watched this happen. And when I say the world, we've heard it from so many different people. People around the world have watched this happen. And there is not just Southern California that stands with the Pacific Palisades, but I will tell you, the nation and beyond stands with Pacific Palisades. Let's go back to you.
Yeah, and with Robert's pictures and words there, I mean, you think about all the memories, the joyful memories that were made at that specific place. That's all that really remains. And then the resignation, you know, to just let it burn, because you can only get to so many places at so many times.
Not an easy thing to see. It's really hard to watch that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that, Robert.
Now, because of the unprecedented demand for water in the Palisades for firefighting efforts, there is a significant low water pressure that reduces water quality, and that can pose a health risk. So now the LADWP is strongly advising people in the 90272 zip code and adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard to only use boiled tap water or bottled water for drinking and cooking purposes until further notice.
Now, over in Pasadena, where the Eaton fire is growing, Pasadena residents in evacuated areas are being told not to drink the tap water, only use bottled water. They are also saying not to use tap water for cooking. Now, the city will let everyone know when it's safe to drink the water again.
If you're someone who is not impacted by this and wondering how you can help those affected, and I've heard from folks asking about this, the American Red Cross is working with local shelters and partners to help evacuees by providing food and health services. To support, you can make a donation at redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. There is an urgent need to help firefighters as well. The LA Fire Department Foundation is taking donations as well. They'll go towards emergency fire shelters, hydration backpacks, wildland brush tools. Head to supportlafd.org. You can also donate to the California Fire Foundation, which is a nonprofit working with local fire agencies to provide direct financial support to impacted residents. To donate to them, you can visit cafirefoundation.org.
Now, with so many people being forced to flee, several hotels are actually offering discounts to evacuees. Some of those include the Queen Mary in Long Beach, the Pierside Hotel in Santa Monica. Even the City of Big Bear's website has information about local lodging facilities that will be available to evacuees. Airbnb is teaming up with 211 LA to help evacuees find free temporary housing. You will need to submit a form online, and they will notify you on availability. Now, to do that, you can head to 211la.org.
And on that same note, you know, I've been hearing and reading about certain gyms in Southern California offering their services to people impacted by these fires. That's the state that we're in right now, you know, so people can come by and take a hot shower, that they can charge their phones. I mean, people have lost everything, infrastructure, their way of life now gone, and people are really stepping up to try to help, but it's a tough task right now.
This is really where I feel like the community comes together. This is when you see humanity and compassion. You see people willing to do whatever they can to help, and we can't say it enough. This is the time to check on your neighbors, to check on those who might need some support, and, you know, just to be a good neighbor. That's what it's about. So it is 1:29 right now. We are going to continue to follow all of this. We are going to stay with you, continuing coverage. One of the biggest things that we want to talk with Belinda De Leon about right now is the fact that we are seeing the winds calm down, but it still isn't over, is it?
It is not. In fact, that red flag warning has been extended until Friday afternoon, and I've got that map for you. It's just because the weather, not only is the air really dry, but our vegetation is really dry. We don't want to take a look at that water year so far because our water year started on October the 1st, and the seasonal average rainfall is 14.25. But around this time of year, we should be closer to about 5 inches, about 4 inches and 3/4. But we have a huge deficit because we have only had about 0.16 inches of rain that has been received in the downtown area, which is nothing, amigos. So we had a very wet season coming off of 2023 into 2024, and that created a lot of new brush and a lot of new growth. But over the summer and into the beginning of the water year, we haven't had any moisture, so all of that new growth is really dried out, and that is just prime, unfortunately, to just go up with any sparks, with any flames, and that's what we're seeing. And unfortunately, there's no rain in our forecast. When we take a look at the outlook from the Climate Prediction Center from January 14th through the 18th, notice how over the West Coast, we're going to be stuck in this weather pattern of below normal precipitation, not anticipating any moisture, any use for those umbrellas. The weather is just going to continue to be very dry for us. Instead of tracking rain this time of year, we're looking at these very strong Santa Ana wind events. For the third time this season, the National Weather Service has used that very strong wording of particularly dangerous situation. Prior to this wildfire season, myself or other meteorologists on this team don't recall there being a time when we needed to use that strong wording, but we have a different wildfire season now where we are dealing with these extreme winds and this very low humidity and very dry vegetation that unfortunately all of these ingredients are coming together to just create this scenario. So here's what I've got for you. That red flag warning, as I mentioned earlier, was set to expire this afternoon, but now it has been extended until 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And once again, it covers most of Southern California because of the combination of these ingredients. We all have the risk of seeing these fires. And as we head into the afternoon, although things are much calmer right now, as Net was saying and as our reporters are saying, the winds are expected to pick up again later today. So here we are looking at the conditions right now. By the way, the winds, the gust, much better than 24 hours ago. But as we head into late this morning and into about the lunch hour, notice how this gust futurecast map, it turns bright again. It turns colorful, indicating strong winds moving back into the area. Gusts potentially up to 40 and 50 miles per hour through those mountain passes and canyons. Those typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots are the ones that are going to be affected, unlike the very strong winds that we had late Tuesday into Wednesday, where they were more widespread, and we even had wind-sheltered locations that being affected. This time around, it doesn't seem like those wind-sheltered locations will be affected. These will be typical Santa Ana winds blowing from the mountains out towards the coast. You're going to feel them again around the middle of the day for those wind-prone locations. As we head into this evening, notice how those winds, they hold on. These strong windy conditions will hold on all the way until Friday morning. Here we are looking at the weather tomorrow at 7 a.m. and you'll notice that the winds not as strong, but still some pockets of gusty conditions. And then throughout the day on Friday, those winds will subside until finally that red flag warning has been allowed to expire. The winds will improve. But another reason why this red flag warning has been extended is because of the very dry air and the low relative humidity. In the overnight hours, what usually tends to happen is that we have some kind of recovery when it comes to the humidity, but not tonight. This morning, we have humidity readings inland that are in the teens, that are in the single digits, and we're going to continue to see that low humidity in place for us all the way until tomorrow afternoon. That's the reason why that red flag warning has been extended. The other thing is a smoke advisory that covers most of Southern California right now, and it's because of the Eaton fire mainly. The Palisades fire, the direction of the wind is carrying that smoke out towards the sea, but the Eaton fire right now is transporting all of that very poor air quality for most of us. So if you have to spend time outside, take precautions. But look at the air quality right now. We're really seeing it affected, especially around the San Gabriel Valley, around the areas near Pasadena, and that very poor air quality extending around into the Los Angeles area and all the way out towards the South Bay, where we have air quality that's unhealthy for sensitive groups. So we've got to take those precautions, and a reminder that here are the tips. The main thing is just to limit your time outside. I love taking my walks outdoors. Yesterday, that wasn't that kind of day. Had to get your steps indoors. Keep windows and doors closed. Avoid vigorous physical activity. I know there's no way around it, and some of our residents have to work outside. If that is the case, please take those extra precautions, give yourself some breaks, and make sure you have those masks. And indoors, run your AC and air purifier. We're not there yet. We can't let our guard down. We still have this elevated fire danger and still the potential of seeing some debris out there on the road, a possibility for some damage to trees, and also some hazardous travel conditions because we still have some strong gusty conditions in our forecast. Even though those wind warnings have been allowed to expire, we're still going to see some gusty spots, especially if you're traveling through those mountain passes and canyons. So unfortunately, amigo, this is the scenario that we have for you, and what I have, the newest information I have for you right now. We've got to get a check of the traffic because we know that all of these fires that are burning in the area are affecting your commute. So here's Robin with more.
That's right. Good morning. We have some new closures in place. We have closures that were extended overnight. So we'll start off here on the 210. Let's say you're traveling maybe between La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and the Pasadena area. A Caltrans closure remains in place on eastbound 210 at Arroyo Boulevard, which is also the Windsor Avenue exit. That's going to be closed off, and they're saying until further notice. This, of course, is all related to the fire that's impacting Altadena and Pasadena. So you're going to have to dump off the freeway before or after that exit and keep it available for emergency crews. We talked about the surface street closures in place. They remain in place for the Eden fire for the area north of the 210. Once again, you should not be traveling in this area if you are not a part of emergency crews responding to the area. This is the area bounded by Sierra Madre, Allen, Santa Anita, New York Drive, Altadena Drive, Sierra Madre Villa, all closed to traffic pretty much until further notice. I just got word from Metro that they also have some tracks closed. This is on the AV line. The AV line is the Antelope Valley line. They're saying between Lancaster and the Vista Canyon area, due to the fire activity, they have closed those tracks until further notice. No shuttles, no alternates will be provided. So that means you'll have to find your own source of transportation, but they are offering refunds. So if you normally take this route, they're saying you can get a refund or a voucher, but you have to plan ahead because the tracks are closed from Lancaster to the Vista Canyon area. We'll check in on more closures coming up in a little bit. Plan ahead, think ahead, get out there as early as you can. But with the schools closed today, we don't think it's going to be as bad as yesterday, especially on the 5. Adrienne Lynette, it was so bad. I just dumped off the freeway. I just worked my way on city streets for about 20 miles because of the closure of the 5 at the 210, but that's no longer in place. So a little bit of good news there.
All right, Robin.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep, thank you. And here is a list of those school closures that we've been talking about because of the fires and the poor air quality. There is a lot of them, including all LA Unified schools. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of children, the parents, support staff impacted by this. There's Monrovia, San Gabriel, Santa Monica, Malibu, South Pasadena, Temple City School District, Unified School Districts, as well as Alhambra, Arcadia, Beverly Hills, Duarte, Garvey, Glendora. You can see them all on your screen right there. We're talking about many, many, many school districts and many people.
Now, these schools will be closed for the week. Burbank Unified School District, Glendale Unified School District, La Cañada, Pasadena Unified School District. And here is what LA Unified School District Superintendent Albert Carvalho had to say about the closures during a news conference yesterday.
My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust, have permeated into our communities. making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lusd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that, unfortunately, the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities.
And since classes are canceled, we know that a lot of students and a lot of families, they need help, and the YMCA can help with free childcare. YMCA centers will be open today for kids TK through 8th grade, and here's a list of some of the centers that will be open. North Valley, Ketchum Downtown, Culver, Palms, East Valley, Westchester, Mid Valley, West Valley, and Burbank.
And as you just heard, Superintendent Carvalho mentioned the district will distribute grab-and-go meals to LAUSD students. That will happen this morning from 8 in the morning until 10 at the following schools: Mulholland Middle School, Sepulveda Middle School, Hollenbeck Middle School, Southgate High School, Fremont High School, Harry Bridges Span School, Marina Del Rey Middle School, Sonia Sotomayor Arts and Sciences Magnet School.
I want to show you the evacuation zone for the Palisades fire right now. More than, again, 30,000 people have been evacuated since Tuesday. So this extends from north to Mulholland Road, east to Kentner Road, to south PCH, all areas of Santa Monica, north of Montana Avenue, from the beach to 11th Street, all areas north of San Vicente Boulevard. In Santa Monica, the following area is under an evacuation warning, which is below an evacuation order. North of Montana Avenue from 11th Street to 26th. All areas north of Wilshire Boulevard between the beach to 10th Street.
Now, you know, it's not only people who are evacuating these areas because of the fires burning all over California. This is video from Topanga Canyon Boulevard. This mountain lion and 2 cubs had to flee from the burning areas and from the flames. The 3 crossed Topanga Canyon toward Mulholland Drive, away from the Palisades fire. Officials, though, are warning residents of possible increased sightings of wildlife as the animals have to flee to safety. They recommend you bring your pets indoors and always allow the wildlife to pass through.
I don't know if I've ever seen cubs before.
I know. You know, not only are they having to flee the flames, but it's hot. They're searching for water. There's just so much. The domino effect of what's happening. We just we're not even aware of it all.
Yeah. The majority of the evacuation zone for the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills has now been lifted. So this fire started just before 6 last night west of the Runyon Canyon hiking area. Got a lot of people's attention. It burned at least 60 acres. Firefighters are working to ensure that there are no flare-ups in the surrounding areas. And once again, we want to check in with NBC4's Robert Kovacic, who was out there last night, who talked with a woman who walked us through the moments leading up to her being evacuated.
This is Debbie. Debbie, it's good to see you. You too. Tell me from your perspective, when you first got aware of this fire, was it an emergency alert? Did you smell the smoke? Did you see the flames?
We got like so many emergency alerts, which has kind of made us really paranoid because we're like right at Mulholland, like near Laurel, and it's like, you got to evacuate. And we're like, I don't know. So that's why I came up here to see, because we got scared. We didn't know. We didn't smell anything.
Right.
But everyone kept saying, evacuate, evacuate. So.
But you're here.
I'm here, yeah, because I cover stuff on my page.
So you're looking here, but
so I'm live on my, yeah.
Are you ready to go if need be, Debbie?
Oh yeah, I've already packed a bag, and I have my cat and my son. We've already packed. Okay. So I said I'm just going to see if I can see the fire, because if it's close enough, then we probably should get out of it. We should evacuate.
Are you like me, thinking that, you know what, it hit another neighborhood, ours is probably going to get spared with this round of winds, or were you ready and on standby to go at any time?
No, I wasn't ready on standby.
Yeah.
And I kind of said to my son, I'm like, maybe we should just pack a bag just in case. And then all of a sudden he's like, Mom, I think we should pack a bag now. And I was like, oh my God. So, yeah, because you never know with the wind, the way, what happened in Pacific Palisades, it just all of a sudden just took off. So, and it's kind of windy right now. So that's why I'm kind of scared.
Firefighters are asking residents to try to be patient as they return home and crews continue with their work.
Mayor Bass is facing some tough questions about the city's response to the wildfires, and that includes a $17 million cut made to the LA Fire Department.
NBC4's Eric Leonard obtained documents filed just weeks ago when the LA Fire Chief warned about how the cuts would affect them.
Just hours into this devastating Palisades fire, lots of questions being raised about the administration. I mean, we saw yesterday an evacuation that turned into complete gridlock. We learned earlier today that firefighters ran out of water while they were trying to save homes overnight. And now, some new insight into the readiness of the LA City Fire Department. As you mentioned, the fire department was among about a dozen city agencies that were the subject of budget cuts during this last fiscal year. The city does its budget that begins July 1st, and the year ends the following June. So we're about halfway through this city's fiscal year. And in this year, the city had to make a lot of cuts because of all kinds of over expenditures and not enough revenue. And one of the departments that got cut was the LA City Fire Department. I believe it was about $17.6 million. We were trying to find out today what that actually meant in terms of the department's ability to manage a large major emergency like this. And we've gotten a hold of a memo that was written by the LA City Fire Chief weeks ago. This is dated December 4th, 2024, and it provides an assessment of how the city fire department is dealing with all of those budget cuts. I want to read you a couple of lines out of this. It said, in its opening line, the fire department is facing an unprecedented operational challenge due to the elimination of critical civilian positions and a $7 million reduction in overtime. The civilian positions is how the department absorbed most of that budget cut by not filling open jobs and cutting some of those positions. But there was still $7 million left over. And the fire department uses that money, or did use that money each year, to pay for a variety of disaster preparedness functions, including preparing its air operations and its pilots to be able to do water drops. The fire chief wrote on December 4th, weeks ago, the reduction in V hours, meaning those overtime hours, has severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And in the report, or in the chief's memo, she specifically addresses the Air Operations Division. This is the unit of the LA City Fire Department where the pilots load up with water and try to stop the progress of these fires. The overtime money is spent in support of FAA-mandated annual pilot training and seasonal helicopter coordinator training. And the chief wrote, without this funding, pilot compliance and readiness are jeopardized and aerial firefighting capabilities are diminished. Now, it's unclear how these budget cuts affected what has gone on over the last 30 hours or so. As you mentioned, Mayor Bass, the fire chief, and a number of other officials are here. We're going to put those questions to them. Separately, we heard earlier today about the firefight in the Palisades running out of water. The DWP confirming that 3 million-gallon water tanks were depleted by 3 o'clock this morning. As we were covering live on the air, that's when dozens of homes and buildings were burning in the Palisades. Mayor Bass expected to address some of those issues this afternoon, but she's been out of town for the bulk of what's happened in the last day. She arrived from overseas earlier today and was confronted in an airport by a reporter asking why she was out of town during what may be some of the darkest moments this city has seen in a generation.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
So again, the LA City Fire Chief in this memo to the city said these budget cuts to the fire department that came about 6 months ago created an unprecedented challenge for the department. Again, still unclear how it may have affected what the fire department has been able or not been able to do.
Now, in response to the memo, Mayor Bass told reporters that she was confident that the budget cuts did not have an impact on the fire department's response to the fires. She also dismissed the criticism that her trip to Ghana regarding that, saying that she was monitoring the situation and in contact with her people in L.A. the entire time.
All right, 1:52 right now. We're going to send it back over to Belinda to look at what we can expect over the next few hours.
Well, we're getting a lull in the wind activity, thankfully. A big difference from 24 hours ago where, for example, in the Palisades fire area, our reporter station in Santa Monica Mountains just 24 hours ago had sustained winds at 50, 60 miles per hour with gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Gusts still strong up to 27 miles per hour, but dramatically different than yesterday. Other observation stations around the area also showing some light wind with the occasional gust, but look at that humidity. It is so very low. The humidity was significantly low yesterday, and it's going to stay low again today. Big improvement when it comes to the weather over in the Eaton fire area as well, with calm conditions. The humidity here is in the teens, in the 20s, but I'm not seeing any major gusts, and it does look like the temperatures are chilly out there. So looking at some cool conditions. This again is been a cold Santa Ana wind event, and very different than past Santa Ana wind events that we've gotten, and I think that was one of the reasons why that helped strengthen the winds that we had and really caused those wind gusts to be so extreme, where we had wind reports of peak gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour. But again, look at the current winds, very different than 24 hours ago. Still a little breezy through the San Fernando Valley, where we have a wind advisory in effect, breezy also through Santa Clarita, and a light breeze blowing through the Inland Empire as well. But we can't let our guard down. Yesterday, we had extreme fire conditions. Today, we have elevated to critical fire conditions continuing across the area because the winds, they're not going anywhere, and the humidity is staying very low, and you guys know how dry the vegetation is out there. So here's what I've got for you. What is new this morning? We'll start off with the red flag warning. It was set to expire this afternoon at 6 p.m., but it has been extended until tomorrow afternoon. The reason? We will continue to see some gusty winds with another round expected for tonight and that very low humidity. Now, the smoke advisory, that's also new. We already know we're dealing with poor air quality, but the smoke advisory has been expanded to cover more of Southern California. So more of our area will be experiencing that challenging air quality today. And then Let's talk about that wind activity, because even though we're experiencing a lull right now, we're going to see the winds pick back up again around the middle of the day, and a high wind watch has been issued for some parts of Southern California. I've got that map for you. First of all, the red flag warning, it still covers most of our area, and this is in place until 6 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. We're watching the fire zones, but just a reminder that we can't let our guard down because fires could happen everywhere. Those conditions are certainly in place for fires to start and to quickly expand and grow out of control. Now, here is something that's new, a high wind watch. Yesterday afternoon, the high wind warning that we had in effect, it was allowed to expire, but the National Weather Service has issued another one. It goes into effect this evening. It lasts all the way through tomorrow afternoon. What we're going to see is another surge in winds pick up and gusts potentially in this area, reach speeds from 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts up to 60 miles per hour, a possibility. And you'll notice that it covers those fire zones, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire, and also the Palisades fire. So we're going to see another burst of winds as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. I want to time it out for everyone. As we check out this wind gust futurecast map, you notice how bright and colorful this map becomes around the middle of the day. That's an indication of strengthening winds. So around the middle of the day, we're going to see those strong winds blow over the mountains out towards the coast. Once again, that wind tunnel through the Inland Empire over into Orange County. Fire danger elevated, yes, but what that high wind watch indicates is that we're also going to see the potential for downed trees, power outages, and hazardous travel conditions. Now, as we head into late this afternoon, early this evening, notice how the winds, they're not going anywhere. They stick around. We'll have some very strong pockets of winds blowing up to 40, 50 miles per hour. And I'm looking at the foothills of the mountains, and you see that little red contour right there? Those are winds that could reach speeds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour, so not out of the question. Below those mountain passes and canyons, it is going to be very fierce. As we head into tomorrow morning, notice how the winds, they hold on, but not as strong as what we're anticipating this evening. And then we get to tomorrow afternoon and evening. Notice how this map looks much different. So the winds not expected to completely leave our area until we get into late Friday. Now here's a look at that smoke advisory. And yesterday when we showed you this map, it covered the San Gabriel Valley, the downtown area, the Santa Monica Mountains. But now all that smoke, not just from the fires that are currently burning, but also, unfortunately, from all of the structures that are being burned as well. All of that is just being transmitted in the air. We have lots of these particles. We have a lot of combustibles and just very chemicals, materials that are lingering in the air. If you get that in your lungs, it's very, very hazardous. So today, stepping outside, if you have to be outside for an extended period of time, we know that there's no way around that some of our viewers have to work. Please take that mask with you. You're going to need it. I'm going to wrap up taking a look at the smoke advisory and just showing you how it covers the San Fernando Valley, the Santa Monica Mountains, all the way out towards the South Bay into Orange County. We're going to see that challenging air quality over into Irvine and even for portions of the Inland Empire. So we're not out of the woods yet, amigos. Just a reminder that we're going to have those winds pick up again late this afternoon into this evening and last into tomorrow morning. That's been a check of your forecast. Now we know that travel is being impacted big time. So here's Robin with an update.
Yes, thank you. And I want to remind people that a lot of areas are still dealing with power outages. So I passed a few businesses that were completely dark. The lights were out when I hopped off the 101 at Lancashire and went over to Cahuenga. There was just a whole row of businesses that were completely blacked out. The gas station, the traffic lights were flashing. So when you're driving in the early morning hours and the late night hours, you really want to be careful. And if you encounter an intersection where the lights are out or not working properly, please remember to treat it as a four-way stop, as if you had a stop sign on both sides of the street. You don't want to just roll through it. It can be quite dangerous. This is a new closure that we have in place because one of our newest fires here impacting the Acton-Agua Dulce area. You don't have access to Soledad Canyon Road from Crown Valley all the way over to Agua Dulce Road. This is not impacting the 5 or the 14, but for folks who travel along Soledad Canyon. So I just wanted to pass that along. For the Hearst fire and folks traveling through the Sylmar area, we have closures that are completely different from yesterday. So yesterday, it was an absolute mess because we had the 5 at the 210 closed. We had the 210 at Roxford. That area was blocked off. All of those closures have lifted. It's no longer an issue. It's only the truck routes that are blocked off this morning. So
North 5, the 14, the West 210 truck routes traveling through the area will be closed until further notice. And once again, this is because of the Hearst fire. The traffic is moving well. Yesterday it was awful. Plus, we don't expect as many cars on the road, being that the schools are going to be closed today. I want to remind you that not only will we be covering the closures on surface streets and freeways, but we'll keep you impacted on mass transit, because this wind event had a huge impact on buses and trains yesterday with down power lines, with so many delays and detours. This morning, it's bus line number 2 that's being detoured over to Santa Monica Boulevard. So please plan ahead from Beverly to La Brea. So this route will not be normal this morning. And once again, this is because of the wildfire that crews are still dealing with in the Hollywood Hills. They're diverting that traffic away from the area. I have more to talk about. We'll talk about MetroLink coming up in a little bit. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
All right, it is 2 a.m. right now. Our continuous coverage of the Southern California wildfires continues this morning. I'm Lynette Romero.
And I'm Adrian Arampil, and we've been bringing you more than 42 straight hours of live coverage since these fires started. And we want you to take a look at this map here. It shows you the major fires that have really stretched firefighters thin, resources thin, across Southern California, from the ocean to the high desert to the foothills. The biggest fires are the Palisades and Eaton fires.
The Palisades fire has grown to more than 17,000 acres. The fire destroyed more than 1,000 homes and businesses, places along Sunset Boulevard into the Palisades Village, grocery stores, gas stations. They're all gone. The beautiful coastal community is not even recognizable anymore, even for people who live there. It's a similar situation about 45 minutes away from the coast. That's the Eaton fire. It changed the beautiful community of Altadena, destroying hundreds of homes and businesses there. The winds pushed the flames, the embers. It has now burned more than 10,000 acres. 5 people in this area died. Schools have been impacted by the fires and the smoke. So the schools are closed, including every single school in the LA Unified School District. Firefighters and law enforcement officers, they will be holding a news conference this morning at 8 a.m. and we will be covering that and bringing you that live here on NBC4.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado is covering the Eaton fire this morning live in Altadena. And Lauren, you were out there covering the Palisades fire yesterday. Today you're covering the Eaton fire. Can you talk to us about similarities, differences? We're really curious about your perspective.
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. As you can see, we just landed here in Altadena, and the moment that we entered the neighborhood, we already saw dozens of homes flattened. Again, just another round of difficult images to take in. When you talk about a comparison, that's one thing right off the bat, is just the immense loss, these families who don't have homes to come back to. I will say, in the Pacific Palisades area in the neighborhood, I was in the Alphabet Streets neighborhood. Blocks and blocks of homes were gone there. That doesn't appear to be the case from what I'm seeing right now here in Altadena, but there is still a lot more to explore out here. I want to give you an idea of where we're at right now. We're on Boston Street and Lake, and there are a lot of businesses in the area that appear to have been lost. It's so dark out here right now, so it's hard to take it all in. I do want to mention that I am hearing what appears to be aircraft overhead, so that's good news. How vital that strategy is when it comes to the firefight. And I also want to mention that we're right next to Elliott Arts Magnet School. Again, tough to see out here because it's dark and because it's so smoky. So there's low visibility right now, but you might be able to see an orange glow. Again, that's at Elliott Arts Magnet on Lake Avenue. We drove by and we were able to see some firefighters on the ground. So they are making sure that they're doing what they can. We're trying to give you a better vantage point. Renee Luna, who is manning the camera right now, is trying to find that good spot. You see the orange glow right there. That is the top of the school, Elliott Arts Magnet, on fire right now. We saw at least one fire engine down there. We also have seen CHP officers in the area. We know LA County Sheriff's deputies are in the area as well. And as we just arrived, we're still taking in all of these images. So let's walk down Lake right now, because we understand that this is where a lot of the businesses burned. Right across the street, you're going to see other media crews as well, but you just see piles and piles of debris. This area obviously under an evacuation order, and there's not a lot of traffic, so we are safely crossing the street to show you another vantage point. This is actually our crew with Telemundo that we are walking past right now. But take a look at this. I quickly quickly looked at maps right now as we arrived, and I understand this may have been a laundromat. It appears so. It looks like there might be some equipment there on the ground, and still a lot of hot spots, glass on the floor. You can see melted metal and just piles and piles of debris, those hot spots. I will say, when it comes to conditions, we heard Belen say that there appears to be a little bit of a lull, but like she said, winds are going to increase and pick up again. So we are waiting for that, of course. We are bracing for that. But right now, winds appear calm. This is certainly the calmest I've seen it since covering these series of fires. So that's the good news. Hopefully it gives firefighters the upper hand as they work to continue to try and stop this fire here in Altadena. I also want to mention, as you're taking in these images, oh my goodness, you're seeing all these burned out cars. I'm looking at this for the very first time this morning as well. We are right next to Alameda Street now. So now we've walked down on Lake and Alameda, and you're just seeing all of these cars burned. It's terrible, and there's still a lot of smoldering objects underneath this rubble. Renee, if you turn around, you're going to see more area now, and I don't know if you guys can see just how smoky it is out here, but it certainly is very low visibility and still a lot of areas burning. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor the situation out here, and we'll keep you guys posted as the morning continues. We'll keep you posted with anything new that's happening out here. I should mention, though, before I let you guys go, that those who are impacted by this fire here in Altadena, if you are impacted, if you are part of the evacuation zone, whether it's a warning or an order, you should know that there is a do not drink order right now, and the city is actually saying that you shouldn't even try to treat the water. So don't attempt to boil it or do anything like that, because they just don't know how contaminated the water is right now. They're asking people to drink bottled water. So that's very important information that I do want to share with you guys. Of course, we're going to continue to gather out here. Not a lot of people in the area, but we did see some firefighters around the corner. We're going to talk with them about the firefight and the strategy today moving forward. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Coronado for Today in LA.
Lauren, I know as you were walking us through that, you were seeing all of this for the first time, as you said. Does it look like those cars were in a parking lot? Were they parked in front of what might have been that laundromat? Or does it look like they were abandoned as people tried to leave?
It looks like it's multiple businesses here. So it looks like there's a laundromat, and I'm going to pull up my maps right now because this is my first time looking at this, and I want to give you guys a good idea of what it is we have in front of us here. It's got to be, I mean, maybe even a car dealership, an auto shop of some sort, because there are just so many. They're not on the main street, so they don't appear as though they were trying to get anywhere, like they were leaving. It's called Brake Masters. So yeah, it's an auto shop of some sort. And if you look beyond this wall, actually past that auto shop, you're going to see another orange glow. So still active flames right now. And that's the situation. Right next door to this auto shop is Poppy Cleaners, so that makes sense. We saw a lot of laundromat equipment. There's a wellness center right here. What's so sad is that none of it is identifiable, right? We're walking past all of it and we're saying, what was this? And that's just devastating to know that these look like small businesses owned and operated by locals, and it's just really tough to see. And, you know, this isn't the only situation. We know a lot of LA County is in this very similar situation. We just came from Pacific Palisades yesterday, and it was the same devastation. It was so many homes. We delivered the news to so many homeowners that their homes didn't make it. We had a lot of viewers reaching out. I know that that was a similar situation here in Altadena with the reporters on the ground here. I think that's going to be a similar situation today where people are reaching out. We are, of course, are happy to give them any information we can. It's just so tough that unfortunately in most cases right now, it's not good news that we're delivering. Lynette, Adrian?
And this, really gives you an idea of the scope of the damage, the breadth of it, because we've been showing the homes that have been destroyed, but then in hearing from NBC4's Tracy Leung, who grew up in Altadena, I mean, this is a busy street, you know, obviously for its commerce, all these different businesses, these are people's livelihoods, businesses that have been in their families for generations now just absolutely obliterated and gone. It really gives you an idea of how bad things are there. Lauren, yesterday we were talking about the winds and how they are so strong. Firefighters had to ground their aircraft. Have you heard any of the aircraft in the air? We know that in some other spots they are hearing aircraft, but we were curious about your location specifically.
Adrian, at the beginning of our report, I did hear what appeared to be an aircraft overhead. Couldn't see it, but I certainly heard it, and that's good news. We know how vital an air attack is when it comes to these fires, and they are desperate to stop the fire spread, especially right now when they have this opportunity where the winds have calmed ever so slightly. So I'm not hearing that aircraft again. Hopefully they're getting more water perhaps to make a water drop if that's what they're doing, but we hope to hear it again. We'll keep you guys posted. And I'm looking around, my eyes are darting right now because I'm seeing so many orange glows. The magnet school that we saw, there was a bright glow there, but then it kind of stopped. We know firefighters are on the ground over there, so it looks like they might be making some good progress at the Elliott Arts Magnet School over there. And then to my left, we're seeing that same hot spot that we had just showed you behind this auto shop, and that looks like it's picking up a little bit too. So there's still a lot to observe out here. There's still a lot to track as the fire continues to burn. We're seeing a fire engine make its way down our way as well, and there's still a lot of moving parts over here. The area's still definitely shut down to those who live in the area. And again, I just want to mention that do not drink water notice, because I know that was issued over the last couple hours. If you're just waking up, just tuning in, that's something to be aware of here in Altadena. Those impacted in the neighboring communities, do not drink water notice. Don't even treat the water is what the city is saying, just bottled water. Lynette, Adrian.
All right, Lauren, thank you for that. Well, NBC4's Lolita Lopez spoke with an Altadena woman who lost her home.
My husband, it's his childhood home, so he's going to be 50 years old. So it got passed down to us once his dad passed away, and we've been there 11 years, raised our kids there. It's just so shocked how it happened.
And this is what?
This is the front. This is the front of the house.
Yeah.
All our lawn is gone. Just our gate, and then the back of it's done. My son's coffee trailer, he just started. It's done.
Little business he had.
Little business.
Yeah. When you look at this, what do you feel?
It's gone.
Yeah.
That's all we got. I can't believe it. We tried to hose our house down before we left, but there's only so much thing you could do.
Yeah.
Our kids' school is gone. Our park, Rosebud Academy, our park that we live across the street, Farnsworth Park, is a beautiful park. It's gone.
And did it just happen in minutes? Like, how was it?
Yeah, I was at work at 7 o'clock, and then a coworker's like, you need to go to your house because Altadena is being evacuated. I'm like, what? So I called my daughter, and then she's crying. She's like, there's flames. So I had to rush down there, and then we just got what we have. We have 2 German Shepherds. We went to the Pomona Humane Society. It took us like 3 hours to board them. I took my my kids to my mom, and then came back with my husband because he didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
He didn't want to leave, and I had to like force him. We have to go.
When you left, what was that
and
scene?
We didn't even leave. We stopped at Food for Less and just parked in the parking lot, hoping, you know what, it's gonna pass. We're gonna still have our hope. And it wasn't. We had to go down further because the wind was coming down fast. So we went to the CVS parking lot. Like, we still could not leave. You know, that's our home.
And the fire was all around you?
All around, yes. The explosion. I think there's Ace Smoke Shop. It blew up too. There's Everett's hamburger stand is done. The post office on Lake is done.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, all of these things that are part of our neighborhoods and our communities.
Yes, it's gone. It was so sad going up there because it's literally gone. It's sad because it was a beautiful community. Everybody, it was just love to live there, you know.
Well, I won't belabor this anymore, and I really appreciate you, and it's an emotional moment, so I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to talk about it. and I'll keep in touch with you to see and make sure that things are progressing the same way. And you're just here trying to find resources?
Yeah, so my kids are with my mom, but we need to know what we need to do next. And they said they're in phase 1 until they get the okay, because it's still burning, that they could go to phase 2, and then they could give us more resources. So we're just sitting here waiting.
That would be like a place to stay, some hotel?
Vouchers, yeah, anything. I mean, they're giving us food, that's good, blanket, but it's still shocking. I'm hoping I just wake up and it's a dream, but it's not.
But you're with your family.
I'm with my family. My kids are safe. My dogs are safe. We're alive, but it was our home.
Yeah.
Man.
Just so overwhelming. You know, you just can't get your head around it.
Appreciate her sharing her story. But that gives you an idea. I mean, these are neighborhoods just totally wiped out. The homes, the schools, the grocery stores, the restaurants, the dry cleaners, the mechanic shops.
Everything.
I mean, just everything is just gone. And you can see it's a struggle to try to even wrap your head around it at this point. You're not even close to being able to process this just yet. And again, we're in for more conditions today, fire conditions today and through tomorrow. So again, we're still in the midst of this danger.
Let's send it over to Belinda Leon to find out what we can expect.
Thankfully, the winds have diminished enough to where we're able to get aircrafts in the air to be able to do water drops. And this morning really is a great time for firefighters to try and get some containment on these fires. I want to show you the hour-by-hour forecast in the Pacific Palisades. Over the next few hours, look at how these winds really have improved compared to 24 hours ago. Yes, it's still a little breezy, but nothing compared to the 60-mile-per-hour gusts, 70-mile-per-hour gusts that helped fan and fuel that fire and made it grow. The winds, though, are going to really give us something to look out for as we head into this afternoon and evening. And just a check of the winds right now everywhere compared to yesterday, and we're doing much better. Now, we are still tracking high fire danger today, still seeing some strong winds, that dry air and those dry fuels in place. There's still a potential also for some wind damage, more downed trees, power outages, and travel continues to be affected. Strong crosswinds, debris on the road, so watch out for that if you have to get behind the wheel this morning. What do I have for you? Unfortunately, this red flag warning has been extended until tomorrow afternoon. As I mentioned, we have all those variables and ingredients coming together to create this high fire danger, and we're going to see another burst in winds as we head into this afternoon, into this evening, and into tomorrow morning. Now, the other thing is that we have a high wind watch and a high wind warning that has been issued. Now, this map, the last time I showed it to you, it looked very different. It only covered the LA, Ventura County mountains, but I'm seeing this as well with you right here on air, that now we have a high wind warning that has been issued, reissued for the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. The reason for that, as I mentioned, we're going to get another burst in winds this afternoon, evening, potential of gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And this is once again going to cause some elevated fire danger. Now, I want to focus in on a few of these areas and show you what's going to happen with the wind activity, show you more cities, and also just get a tighter focus as to what these winds are going to be doing. So here we are looking at the wind gust futurecast map, and it's showing you what's happening over the San Fernando Valley, the LA, Ventura County mountains, and most importantly, over the Palisades fire area. So this morning, still seeing a few breezy spots, but notice as we get through the middle of the day, we start to see the contour on this map change. We start to see more orange, more purple, even pink. Those are wind gusts ranging from 30 up to about 50 miles per hour. So that's a potential in a few areas in the Ventura County mountains throughout the middle of the day. Now, as we head into this evening, still seeing that activity. Here we are looking at the weather around 10 p.m. and still seeing those gusts that are ranging from the mountains all the way out towards the coastline, seeing some strong gusts out there in that direction as well. And then here we are tomorrow morning where there's strong winds. Just hold on. We're not really going to see some relief in this area until we head into tomorrow afternoon and evening. That's when the winds are expected to subside. Now I'll take you over to the Inland Empire, where we could see the IE right here, the Santa Ana Mountains. Here you see Orange County. This morning we do have some breezy conditions, but also an area that's experiencing a lull and much calmer conditions this morning. That's going to change. Here we are looking at that wind tunnel developing around the middle of the day through the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. These winds coming straight out of the north through the Cajon Pass. If you are getting behind the wheel, watch out for those crosswinds traveling east to west or west to east, because those winds coming out of the north for any semis could tip you over. Those winds are going to blow over into the Santa Ana Mountains around the middle of the day, and they hold strong as we head into this evening. Here we are looking at the weather at 10 p.m. and notice those winds strong enough to reach the Orange County coastline. As we head into tomorrow morning, calmer conditions compared to what we're going to have this afternoon and evening. And then here we are tomorrow afternoon around 3 p.m. We're even going to see a shift in the wind direction until finally we're going to see those winds completely back off by tomorrow evening. So again, we still have that red flag warning in effect until tomorrow afternoon at 6 p.m. And now a high wind warning and high wind watch that has been reissued because of another burst of winds that we're expecting this afternoon and evening. And of course, we're watching the smoke that's being emitted from these fires and the poor air quality that it's causing. Oh, here's a look at one of our maps that we use to show you that smoke plume. The gray that you see right here on this map, that's all smoke. So we're going to take you into the future and show you what these winds are going to do to those fires and that smoke plume. It's going to make it grow, especially through the afternoon. Look at how thick that smoke is expected to become as we head into this afternoon around 3 p.m. Air quality will be affected dramatically, especially around the San Gabriel Valley, the Los Angeles area, all the way out towards the South Bay. We have a smoke advisory that's been issued that will affect the San Fernando Valley, all the way out towards the Santa Monica Mountains, and even cover the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. These smoky conditions are expected to stay in our forecast all the way through tomorrow. Even if you're not close to where those fires are currently burning, you're being affected by it because of the very poor air quality. A reminder that we have that high wind watch and high wind warning that has been reissued. So Robin, what that means is that once again, we're going to see those strong winds impact travel.
Yes, and that's going to impact the commute. It's going to impact closures, which have been extended. Some closures are changing, and it's also impacting our mass transit system, Belen, especially Metro and Metrolink. So I want to remind you, for those of you traveling on the Antelope Valley line for Metrolink, the tracks are closed from Lancaster over to Vista Canyon because of the fire activity. They are not offering bus shuttles, unfortunately, so you're just going to have to choose an alternate source of transportation, but they are offering refunds and vouchers. So definitely consider that if you're hopping on Metrolink. And then because of the Sunset fire, we have some bus lines that are being detoured. It is bus line number 2. So they're going to force those buses over to Santa Monica Boulevard from Beverly Drive to La Brea. That means you need to plan ahead, pay close attention to all the announcements being made by mass transit officials, because your route will definitely change because of the fire activity. I want to reiterate some of the closures that we've been telling you about for PCH and also Topanga Canyon. Those closures are still in place, and this is an area you pretty much should avoid until further notice. So Malibu Canyon, a PCH closed from Malibu Canyon over to the 10. Topanga Canyon, yes, still closed. Mulholland to PCH. Malibu Canyon at Piuma is blocked off, and also West 10 at Lincoln. And once again, this is all related to the Palisades fire. This is not related to the fire, but I want to mention this because we have a situation here on the 405. A car and a big rig collided. The car flipped over several times. Several lanes are blocked, so now other commuters are driving in the wrong direction to get off the freeway because they're stuck in this backup of the rollover crash northbound 405 at Sunset. So delays are building. It's a chaotic situation here. I'll stay on top of this as well as all the closures related to the fires. We'll have more details coming up. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
A lot of trouble on the road. All right. Thank you, Robin.
All right. Chris Cabezas with our sister station, Telemundo 52, is in Altadena right now covering the Eaton fire this morning. Chris, can you talk to us about what you're seeing, where you're at?
Hey, Adrian, Lynette. Well, I'm on Lake Avenue here in Altadena. You can see all this destruction. I'm going to show you a little bit of what I can see from up close. So there's metals, there's glass, a lot of glass. I'm going to be careful with that. There's blocks of some kind of wall that was here. They're all loose now. They're completely came apart, and it's all black and dark because of the smoke. And there's also flames down here. Actually, you can see there's little pockets of flames here and there everywhere. You can see this everywhere, and this is not a current big fire. There's actually no firemen here currently battling these flames, but you can see this all around Altadena as you drive. So this was a block of Lake Avenue that was a commercial area. There was businesses here. It's hard to tell what they were before, but actually you could see there that was like a laundry machine, a washing machine. In fact, this was a dry cleaning service. I looked on the map, and this is what apparently used to be here, and now it's all destroyed. The walls are down. All of the the machines are completely broken. I'm sure there's smoke still coming out. You can see, even though there's no fire here, there's smoke, and there's probably something burning in there because it's actually pretty warm still, or it was burning not long ago. But you can see it was actually this dry cleaning service, and then on this other side there's this gate. Apparently it used to be like an office of some sort for graphic design, and also like an academy, like a preschool down here, but it's hard to tell because it's also dark at this hour in the morning. You can see the name there. I mean, the name of the business is still up in the front, Motion Lit, it says, but this was also a preschool academy is what I saw on the map, and it seems like it's completely gone. And you can also see like the little pockets of flames here and there. There's smoke everywhere. And yeah, we're going to show you on this sidewalk also this vehicle completely destroyed. You can't even tell what color it was. It's all gone. Probably was parked here. But now the car is just this is what's left of the fire. So far we know that it's not much contained, 0% contained as far as I'm concerned. It's the last information they gave here, but all these businesses are destroyed, and you can see as you're driving there's no lights, street lights working. It's all dark. You could see some light because of the little pockets of fire that is pretty much everywhere. They're everywhere, not only on these businesses that we're showing you, but also on houses like all around this neighborhood. So this is Lake Avenue, but there's also Boston Street and Alameda Street, and we actually spoke to a gentleman on Alameda. He told us he was crying. I didn't want to bother him so much. I know he's going through this terrible news, but he told me that he mentioned that his home used to be there next to these businesses. So on the other side of these businesses that are now gone was also this home. And look at this, all these vehicles here. It was like a oil service, mechanics business. Now it's also gone. But you can see how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, definitely more than 10 vehicles are completely gone. They're destroyed with the fire. And you can't even tell what kind of cars these were. Some are big, some are small. The walls are gone. That's right here. That's the structure. You can still see like some of the walls, but there's no roof. It's all gone. And these cars were probably in this business waiting to get some sort of, service done. And now these cars are gone. They're completely destroyed with the fire. And I'm going to try to show you what it looks like in front of the business, because it's actually a brake service and oil change right here, but it's all gone. And this is on Alameda Street and Lake Avenue in Altadena. And also, just moments ago, we could see the fire from the mountains, but right now, because of the smoke, you can no longer see it. But Firefighters have been driving by. Look, that's the business right here. That's the one that's destroyed. Lifetime Brakes, as you can see right there, is pretty much gone. Lots of smoke everywhere. Flames still here and there. Firemen driving by. But there's just so many pockets of fires here everywhere in this neighborhood that they're probably at some other point right now where they see that it's like a growing or more dangerous. As far as the winds, it looks like they're calm right now, relatively, which is good news because it's not spreading the fire. But, you know, this windstorm is going to continue, so hopefully it's not going to pick up. But they are definitely calm right now. And you can see all this destruction, guys. We're live in Altadena. I'm Chris Cabezas. My connection just fell. Can't hear you guys, but
okay.
These are the images. We're live.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And I'm really glad he's wearing that mask because you've got cars that are smoldering, a laundromat that is smoldering. You just don't know. There are toxic fumes and toxic smoke in the air. So, you know, there's still a lot of danger out there. So, you know, I've been seeing on social media and people have been DMing me about wanting to go check on their homes and check on their jobs and see what things look like. It's just, you know, we're still, as we said, we're still in the middle of it. It's just not safe to be there because you don't know when the winds are going to pick up, and you also just don't know what's in the air.
Yeah, it's affecting every aspect of life. The air you breathe, the water you drink. Lauren was talking to us about that. There's a water order there now where they only want you to drink bottled water. So it's like all the basic necessities of life all impacted.
Yeah, it's not just the fire.
Yeah. Pasadena Humane is now caring for over 300 animals evacuated from the Eaton fire, from cats and dogs to birds. Pasadena Humane says the animals are suffering from severe burns and dehydration. Now, some of these pets were found alone outside of the scorched neighborhoods. Pasadena Humane is in need of donations to help provide emergency resources and care for some of these animals.
All right, it is now 2:30. You are watching Today in LA continuous coverage. We're going to give you some updates on things. The SoCal Edison outage map. This is what we're looking at right here. Current outages, we're told, in Los Angeles County, 39,448 customers. Orange County, 2,060 customers. Riverside County, 47,924 customers. Over 32,000 customers being impacted in San Bernardino. Ventura County, 50,561 customers. So even if you're not right in the middle of all the smoke and the flames, there are so many people who are without power and have been for days.
And the Palisades fire destroyed or damaged historic buildings at Will Rogers State Historic Park and Topanga State Park. Both were closed as a precaution shortly after the fire broke out Tuesday morning. State Park officials shared these photos of the historic ranch house at Will Rogers. You can see totally leveled there down to its foundation. They were able to evacuate horses, though, as well, and save some of the cultural artifacts. The Topanga Ranch Motel and all concessions was also destroyed. Officials have not been able to fully assess the damage just yet, but they say that at least 30 buildings have been lost.
And the iconic Getty Villa, which is located in the middle of the Pacific Palisades. We understand that it has escaped the Palisades fire mostly undamaged. The president and CEO of the J. Paul Getty Trust says the fire burned sections of the villa's landscaping. Got very, very close, but it did not reach the actual buildings. She credited the LAFD's extensive fire mitigation efforts throughout the year for saving the villa. The museum also features a state-of-the-art irrigation and air filtering system to try to protect the artwork. The Getty Villa will remain closed, though, until Sunday.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado is covering the Eaton fire this morning. She is in Altadena at a new location from where we saw just about a half hour ago. Lauren, what are you seeing there?
Adrian, we're on Altadena Drive right now, just near Lake, in front of St. Mark's Episcopal Church, which has burned down. We'll show you those images in just a little bit, but I want to let you know what's happening right now on the ground. You're going to see SoCal gas crews working right behind me. They're hard at work. I briefly asked one of the crew members, what are you guys working on? They said they're doing some repairs. They're actually also trying to shut off gas to the homes you'll see just beyond this way, right across the street here on Altadena Drive. He tells me that those flames that you're seeing right now are being fueled by the gas right now, the gas lines that are still operating. So they're working to turn that off. Our producer, Stephanie Mataqueen, tells us that her family, her cousin has been impacted by this as well, and they've been told that the gas company has been working nonstop to try to stop the line, to make sure that that doesn't continue to fuel the fires like you're seeing right now. Obviously a really dangerous situation. So that's what crews are doing on the ground right here on Altadena Drive and Lake. Now, to give you an idea, those homes that are burning, at least one of them that you see appears to be just completely destroyed. Across the street from there is going to be St. Mark's Episcopal Church, which is right here next to Home Park Avenue. Home Park Avenue, by the way, is a cul-de-sac when we opened up our maps. This may be an image you guys have already seen. We know that we had reporters out here covering this, and I just want to show you the aftermath, the devastation. It's terrible to see. You just see these brick pillars appear to be the only thing standing right now. And if we look beyond this, I mean, not only are we dealing with smoldering debris, but there appears to be active flames still here at the base of this church and beyond as well. So everywhere we go, as we continue to look around and explore the area, you're still seeing a lot of areas that are on fire. And right now, thankfully, winds are calm. But I also want to point your direction now the opposite way, Renee, our photographer, Renee Luna. It looks like there might be aircraft overhead. We had talked about that earlier because there is a hillside. You'll see that hillside on fire right now, too. And it looks like there is some kind of aircraft above. It's a little higher up than what we would normally see, so not sure if it's related to the firefight, but we did hear a helicopter earlier, probably about half an hour ago. So it's good to know that there is aircraft overhead, at least when it came to about half an hour ago when we heard that helicopter or that aircraft hovering a little bit lower. We'll have to find out more information about that. But now that we've walked down Altadena Drive, we might be able to, oh yeah, that's gotta be aircraft fighting this fire. You're hearing it a little bit better now. It's a little bit lower now, so that's got to be it. We'll have to find out how many aircraft they have overhead right now. They have a good window to take advantage of that for now. So it's good that they're doing that. We know how vital that is. As we walk down Altadena Drive, you'll get a better idea of the homes that are burning right here. This appears to be a cul-de-sac. You're seeing all the crews right here, multiple SoCal Gas crews, I should say, excuse me. You see multiple crews out here doing their best to get the job done to stop the gas. And then, of course, you see what's left of this home here. It's always a difficult image when you see these chimneys are usually the only thing standing. The brick chimneys are the only thing standing. So tough to see more and more homes that are just destroyed. Such a destructive scene that we're looking at right now. Looks like we have heavy equipment moving some debris as well. Straight ahead, we're on Home Park Avenue and Altadena Drive, by the way. Lynette, Adrian, we'll send it back to you for just a moment.
Lauren, so you were out there covering the Palisades fire yesterday at about the same time. Now you're covering the Eaton fire. You know, obviously the winds have died down, so the situation is very different. But what are you seeing as you compare the two fires in the neighborhoods there?
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting comparison because wind obviously has changed significantly, and it's such a relief to see the wind so much calmer. I mean, yesterday it was windy. There was an intense windstorm. Yesterday there were embers flying, those embers flying miles down the way, and that was a scary situation because we know how dangerous those embers are. They just spark another fire down the way. It's a terrible domino effect. We're not seeing that today. We're not seeing any of the embers flying. That's the good news. We're not seeing the raging fire like we did yesterday. Yesterday, not only did you hear popping, you heard explosions, you saw homes collapsing, you heard what I can only describe to be the sound of an ocean roaring. That's how bad the fire was in Pacific Palisades when we were here, when we were there this time yesterday. Today, it feels like we're seeing more smoldering. We're not seeing homes collapsing, certainly not to the degree that we were yesterday. So it feels as though things have calmed ever so slightly. That's where we're at right now, though, because we know the fire is still burning. We know thousands of homes are still threatened right now. We know thousands of people are evacuated. So this is still a very dynamic, moving situation. There are still a lot of moving parts, and we know, like Belen has said, just because there's a lull in wind right now, we are waiting for those winds to pick up again, and we know how dangerous it is and how difficult those conditions are because they're unpredictable. And when the wind pattern changes from one direction to the next, it really becomes an out-of-control situation for firefighters on the ground. And we know the firefighters have had no breaks. We've had a lot of resources pour in, but it's still just not enough. When I was in Pacific Palisades yesterday, there was a feeling of hopeless. You felt helpless because you would see a home burning and it was only a matter of minutes until the next home would catch fire. And there was just nothing you could do, not enough resources out, so it was really difficult despite people trying to save these homes. So I would say that is probably the big difference in terms of how quickly the fire was spreading this time yesterday on the ground in homes and neighborhoods. Right now, it seems like there's a little bit of a lull for now. Lynette, Adrian?
Right, and Lauren had mentioned that there was an order for people to just drink bottled water, folks affected by Eden Fire, and that gives you an idea. Again, we were talking about it earlier, all these aspects of life impacted by this, from the air you breathe to the water you drink, and then, of course, the loss of property as well.
Lauren, thank you for your live report. And Renee Luna, your photographer, we appreciate that.
Firefighters, they are making progress on the Hearst fire. That's been burning in Sylmar. It is now 10% contained. Cal Fire says it's burned through about 850 acres. That fire started Tuesday night near the 210, 5, and 14 freeways, a very busy area, an area where many people have horses. They had to get them out of harm's way quickly because that fire was pushed by strong winds. Evacuation orders are still in effect right now, but the situation there looking much better this morning.
Now, because of the unprecedented demand for water in the Pacific Palisades for firefighting efforts, there is a significant low water pressure that has reduced the water quality, and it can pose a health risk. So now the LADWP is strongly advising people in this specific zip code, 90272, that zip code, and also the adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard, to only use boiled tap water, boil the water, or use bottled water for drinking and for cooking purposes until further notice.
As we just mentioned, in Pasadena, where the Eden Fire is growing, Pasadena residents in evacuated areas are being told to not drink tap water, only used bottled water. Again, this order came down just a few hours ago. They also say do not use the tap water for cooking. The city will let everyone know when it is safe to drink and use again.
So if you're someone who is not being impacted by this and you're wondering how you can help the people who are affected, the American Red Cross is working with local shelters and partners to help evacuees by providing food and health services. Now, to support that effort, you can make a donation at redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. There's also an urgent need to help firefighters. The LA Fire Department Foundation is taking donations that will go toward emergency fire shelters, hydration backpacks, and in wildland brush tools as well. You can head to supportlafd.org to help them for that. You can also donate to the California Fire Foundation. Now, that is a nonprofit working with local fire agencies to provide direct financial support to impacted residents. To donate, you can visit cafirefoundation.org.
With so many people being forced to leave their homes, several hotels are offering discounts to evacuees. Some of those include the Queen Mary at Long Beach, the Pierside Hotel in Santa Monica, and even the City of Big Bear's website has information about local lodging facilities that are available. Airbnb is teaming up with 211 LA to help evacuees find free temporary housing. You will need to submit a form online, and then they'll notify you about availability. To do that, head to 211la.org.
All right, it is 2:43. You're watching our continuous coverage of the wildfire emergency here in Southern California. We're going to send it over to Belen de Leon. to talk about what we can expect. Everybody's saying, what's next? What's next, right?
Yes, I'm here to get you through it. The winds lighter this morning. Thankfully, we have been seeing the images of the water drops, and hopefully firefighters are able to get some containment on this. Right now is the period to do that. Here's a reason why. We're going to see another round of winds later today into Friday. Now, it's not going to be the extreme winds that we saw late Tuesday into Wednesday. Those extreme winds and particularly dangerous situation, as the National Weather Service has named it. This time around, it's going to be more a typical Santa Ana winds. That's what we're going to see later today into Friday. Red flag warnings have been extended and more high wind warnings have been issued. So we still have the risk for fires and also more wind damage, as well as hazardous driving conditions. Now let's talk about that red flag warning, because here it is, still covering most of Southern California. Although we are looking at what's happening near the fire zones, and you've been hearing our reporters, you've been hearing Lynette and Adrian say it as well, none of us can let our guard down. A lot of the sound bites that we're hearing from residents, unfortunately, that are going through this devastating time is that they didn't expect for that to happen in their community. This could happen in anywhere in Southern California because all the ingredients are in place. We have these strong winds, we have this low relative humidity and very dry vegetation that hasn't had any moisture since last water year. This water year, at the beginning of the water year, October the 1st, we've had about 1/10 of an inch, when around this time of year, amigos, we should be closer to about 4.5 inches or 5 inches. Now, here's what we've got as far as the winds go right now. Things looking much, much better than 24 hours ago. Still seeing some breezy spots, especially through the Santa Clarita Valley, over the San Fernando Valley, and even along the coastline. But even when it comes to the gusts, not seeing any huge issues right now. Seeing some gusts over into Santa Clarita through those mountain ridge tops and even out towards Big Bear. So that's an area that we're watching, but everywhere else we're getting a little lull. Now let me show you what's happening over in the Palisades fire area, because these observation stations doing much better. But I do want to point something out, because yesterday when I showed you this map, the fire perimeter, or the area that we were looking at that had burned, was much smaller compared to this new fire perimeter. All of this area that's outlined in this red is where that fire has burned. Unfortunately, it covers a huge area of our mountains. The Santa Monica Mountains reporting station gust up to 29 miles per hour. This is strong, but yesterday around this time, those gusts were at 80 miles per hour with sustained winds at 50 miles per hour. Right now, looking better, but those winds still strong enough to carry embers and cause new spot fires. But the conditions out there doing better than 24 hours ago. And out towards the Eaton fire, where Lauren Coronado and Renee Luna are giving us those reports. Guys, please stay safe out there. Conditions much calmer. Humidity is low. We're in the teens, we're in the 20s, but that is going to change. Now, here's a look at that high wind warning that I told you about. It is been issued for the Inland Empire over into Orange County, and a high wind watch for the LA Ventura County Mountains and out towards the Santa Monica Mountains. Why? This expired yesterday afternoon, but it has been reissued because of this new round of wind that is expected later today into Friday. By Friday afternoon, we're expecting for that to expire, but there's still a potential of seeing some gusts up to 60 and even 70 miles per hour in some isolated areas. So let me walk you through that. And we're taking a look at the timing of the winds. Calm right now, but look at how these winds activate around the middle of the day. These are the typical Santa Ana wind-prone locations. Unlike the particularly dangerous situation red flag warning that we had Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning, because it covered the San Gabriel Valley areas that don't usually see the winds, even the wind shelter locations. This is not that. This is more of a typical Santa Ana wind-prone event, and it's going to be affecting the LA Ventura County Mountains through the San Fernando Valley out towards the coastline, the Inland Empire, and over into Orange County. And you see how these winds, they don't back off. Here we are looking at the weather this evening, still remaining gusty through tomorrow morning. It's not until tomorrow afternoon, evening, where you notice that this map, we lose the colors, and that indicates much calmer conditions through tomorrow evening, and even into the weekend, we're expecting much calmer winds. Now, today, the air quality, it's going to worsen. This smoke advisory, it has been extended through this evening and expanded. Now it covers the San Fernando Valley, the South Bay, Orange County, even portions of the Inland Empire. And what's going to happen is that later today, when we get that other surge of winds, this smoke plume is going to grow even more, and that smoke is going to become more dense. It's going to become thicker, especially over LA County and all the way out towards the South Bay. We're going to get a check of traffic in just a minute, but I do want to urge you to please be very safe as you get behind the wheel this morning. There's a lot of debris out there on the road, and we're going to see hazardous travel conditions again once we head into this afternoon and evening and into tomorrow morning. Those crosswinds potentially affecting your drive. Allow extra space from those high-profile vehicles wherever you go. And just a reminder, I know that yesterday whenever I was getting on the roads, there were several traffic lights that were out, and you know, you had people that were approaching intersections, and we just had to kind of figure it out, Robin, because a lot of those intersections have traffic lights that are out.
That's right. You should treat it as a four-way stop whenever you encounter an intersection that is dark. Sometimes people blow right through it and they crash because they don't see the traffic coming in the opposite direction. We're going to go over the closures related to the Eden fire once again. For those of you who live, work, or normally travel in this residential area north of the 210, this is what's blocked off. So we have Sierra Madre from Allen all the way over to Santa Anita, New York Drive from Altadena Drive all the way over to Sierra Madre, and all of the surrounding streets. So I've highlighted the main streets that are blocked, but know that the side streets are closed as well. It's a list of about 20 streets throughout this residential area. So once again, that is a stretch to avoid. Now, with the Hearst fire, we have closures that are completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, it was awful. The 5 was backed up in both directions because of the connector ramps taking you over to the 210. Those ramps were closed. The 210 at Roxford, that was blocked off to traffic. Those closures have been lifted, so you don't have to worry about that this morning. And of course, we'll have less folks traveling on the road, too, with so many schools closed. The only thing that's going to be blocked off related to the Hearst fire in Sylmar is going to be the North 5, the 14 and the 210 truck routes. Only those truck lanes are closed. All of the other lanes are open and available to traffic, and we're definitely not seeing the delays like we saw yesterday. Yesterday was pretty bad. In the Acton Agua Dulce area, Soledad Canyon Road is closed from Crown Valley all the way over to Agua Dulce Road. So that's an area that you should not be driving, and you should never remove barriers. Like we've had incidents before where something's blocked off. People will remove the cones, remove the barriers, and drive through areas. Anyway, don't do that, please. It's not safe. If you don't have a special permit, if you're not a part of the emergency crews responding to that area, you should not be driving in an area that's blocked off. We'll talk about more closures and mass transit coming up in a little bit. Adrienne Lynette, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Robin. 2:50 right now, and we're going to check in with NBC4's John Cadiz-Klimak, who's surveying the damage from the largest fire burning in Southern California right now, the Palisades fire. He is live at what's left of Palisades Village. John?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, Palisades Village, an area full of businesses and such. This is a Bank of America in what looked like a beautiful historic building here, still smoldering on the inside here. The damage is incredible to see. And as we were driving in this morning, certainly passing all the homes that have suffered so much loss through all of this, is difficult to see as well. But this is the inside of this Bank of America. And I wanted to kind of give you a better view of what this area once looked like. So if you look at this street view I'm going to share with you here, I'm going to zoom in right here because you're going to see this ATM, this Bank of America ATM that's there. But this is what it is now. So this entire building, business after business, is completely gone. If you're familiar with this area of Palisades Village, on the corner here, you've got the Casa Nostra Trattoria, the Italian restaurant. Beyond that, right on the corner, is the Starbucks, certainly a spot where I'm sure a lot of people from this area will probably swing by on their way into work or school in the morning. It is no more. I want to walk over to it a little bit so you can take a peek. It's directly across the street from the village itself. That's got, you know, all those major stores that are over there. As we drove through that village, it's kind of the shape of a triangle, driving around that. There are some businesses within that area that burned. There was Palace Skates, a skate shop, if you're familiar with that one. That is no longer there anymore, but for the most part, the village itself is actually still standing. But this is that Starbucks on the corner, this corner spot where I'm sure so many people would come by and enjoy that cup of joe in the morning. This is what that Starbucks looks like now. Beyond this building, on the back end, there is a large shopping center strip mall that is also entirely gone. I don't know if you can kind of look through here and see the lights that are set up back in that way. That's another area that's just been destroyed. And just going up and down, this is right on the corners of Sunset and Strathmore. This is what we're seeing. You know, complete darkness in some spots, but you do see that there's some lights on here, so they got some power in some areas. But the flashing lights that kind of show, you know, there's an emergency that's here. There are fire department personnel that are standing by just in case. We haven't seen much of a lot of flames in the area, except for some of the homes that we passed, those gas lines that are still spewing the gas, so the flames are still off of that. And it's so hard to see right now. But what you're seeing in the darkness is buildings, businesses that are not there any longer. So that is why it is so dark. I did notice there's a nail salon, there's a flower shop down the street a little bit there. Everything is gone. There's a Shell gas station that's been destroyed as a result of this as well. We've been kind of just driving up and down to kind of see what we can show you. We're going to share with you some more as we make our way throughout the morning. Guys, back to you.
John, you know, just the enormity of it is just really hard to process. Now, I know you covered the fires in Maui, right, back in 2023. Give us some perspective of what you're seeing versus what you've covered before. I mean, you've covered a lot of fires and some of the biggest ones that we've ever seen. So what is your personal observation as you're looking at this?
You know, it's interesting, as you point that out, Lynette, as we stand in front of this building, just the shape of it, the way it looks, reminds me a lot of Front Street in Lahaina and the Fleetwood Mac, that restaurant there that burned. This was the first thing that kind of came to mind when I looked at that, those images of that, coming back, seeing this. And then we saw that video, those cars that had been abandoned on Sunset, and the bulldozer that went through there. The first thing I thought when I saw that was that street of Front Street, where we reported with all those cars that just burned because people did the same thing and had to jump into the water. There's so much devastation in all of these fires that so many people have had to deal with. And I'm sure even as Lahaina and Maui is trying to come back from all of that, they see this happening and all those thoughts and emotions and feelings of what happened back then. I'm sure it's flooding back to them as well, too.
It becomes so emotional, John. So you saw some of that healing begin in Maui and Lahaina when you were there. We're not there yet in terms of healing and recovery. That's going to take time. It's taken time for them too.
It is. We talked about how they're going to, you know, there's so many people saying, you know, we're going to rebuild, we're going to rebuild. There is a lot to do. Robert Kovacic was at the rec center, the tennis center earlier this morning. That's still burning. We drove past that to check on that. We saw the Corpus Christi Church. That is no longer standing. Looks like the school itself is good, but the church is no longer there. And just these are things that we don't normally see burning when we cover these fires. We see homes a lot, but when we got all these businesses added into that, it's an entire community that is affected by all this.
Yeah. Life will never be the same, that's for sure, but we do have to move forward. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate your input and your perspective on that for sure, John. We will be talking to you throughout the morning. We do want to give you a list of school closures because there's a lot going on. A lot of people are just starting to wake up and figure out what the plan is for today. We can tell you that there's a full list. The closures today because the fires and poor air quality. There's a lot of schools to tell you about. Now, this includes all of LA Unified Schools, Monrovia Unified School District, San Gabriel, Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District, South Pasadena Unified School District, Temple City Unified School District as well.
Alhambra Unified School District, Arcadia Unified School District, Beverly Hills, Duarte, Garvey School District, Glendora Unified School District as well. These schools will be closed for the week. Burbank Unified School District, Glendale Unified School District, La Cañada, Pasadena, and here is what LA School Superintendent Alberto Carvalho had to say about the closures during a news conference just a few hours ago. Okay, we will get to that in just a moment, but we can tell you that he said that he was concerned about the well-being of students, staff, everyone involved because of the air quality and obviously the fires that are burning. We do want to show you the evacuation zone for the Palisades fire. More than 30,000 people have been evacuated since Tuesday. So this extends from the north of Mulholland Road, east to Kentner Road, south to PCH, All areas of Santa Monica, north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. All areas north of San Vicente Boulevard. And in Santa Monica, the following areas under an evacuation warning, which is below an evacuation order. North of Montana Avenue from 11th Street to 26. All areas north of Wilshire Boulevard between the beach and 10th.
And Santa Monica is putting a nighttime curfew in effect. Now, this is from sunset to sunrise in areas where there's a mandatory evacuation order. The city says this is to try to help support law enforcement efforts in those areas. The city council will have to hold a special meeting to officially sign off on the nighttime curfew. LA Mayor Karen Bass is facing some criticism for being in Ghana when the Palisades fire broke out. She was there as part of a delegation sent by President Biden for the inauguration of its new president.
So reporters peppered her with questions as she returned to Los Angeles.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
During a news conference yesterday afternoon, Bass said that she took the fastest route back to LA. She also said that she was able to be on the phone the entire time during her flight.
She's gone. She came and said, the house is on fire, the house is on fire.
This place, it's still standing. We're glad to see that still standing.
These are businesses just across the street that have been completely decimated also by the fire. They are unrecognizable.
It seems like maybe half of this whole town has been leveled.
You know, the firemen, I have to commend them. A couple of us trying to stop from crossing Sunset into the Brooktree neighborhood.
Right.
And there were a couple firemen, and we were like, please, guys, please. And then sure enough, all the trucks came and they put out everything here and they saved the neighborhood.
It's hard to say right now. It's very emotional. Like, we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
Just harrowing images. Time right now is 3 a.m. Our coverage of the Southern California wildfires continues this morning. I'm Lynette Romero.
And I'm Adrian Arambula. We've been bringing you more than 40 straight hours of live coverage since these fires started, and we want to give you a look at what's going on right now. This is a look at a map here. It shows the major fires that have kept firefighters extremely busy, taxing firefighters all across Southern California. Because these span from the ocean to the desert to the foothills. The biggest fires are still the Palisades and Eaton fires.
The Palisades fire is so much larger than it was yesterday at this time. 24 hours later, it is now more than 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. The landscape of the seaside community has changed dramatically. A lot of homes, businesses, all burned to the ground. More than 1,000 are gone, 1,000 structures. The other big fire is the Eaton fire. It started in Altadena. Now it has burned more than 10,000 acres. It's destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses there. 5 people have lost their lives. We are working to get information about the victims. Evacuation orders, we want you to know, are still in effect in both areas. This is still a dangerous situation.
Many entire school districts are closed today, including every school in the LA Unified School District. The superintendent making that announcement late last night. We're going to have a list of all those school closures and school district closures on our website, NBCLA.com. We're expecting to get an update on all these fires burning in our area once again at 8 o'clock this morning, same time as yesterday. There will be a news conference with firefighters and law enforcement, elected officials, and we will bring that to you live as soon as it starts.
All right, NBC4's Brittany Hope has been covering this for us, and we're going to send it right to her. Tell us where you are and what are you looking at right now, Brittany?
Hi, Adrian, Lynette. So we're on PCH right now at Las Flores Canyon, and there's just home after home on PCH that is gone, and we're in a black hole right now. There's no power here. Obviously, most of the power lines are down. So we actually have this flashlight, thanks to Joel, our photographer, and we're just going to walk and show you. So that home there, over there, is 21348. Again, we're in the Las Flores Canyon area. To our west is Carbon Canyon. So here's one home here that's still smoldering. And this is what you see. If you're driving up and down PCH, which at this point it's just firefighters and police and us, there's no words with what we're seeing. Across the way, actually, Joe, really quick, can we show them? It's not just homes, it's businesses as well. Haricana Salon 21355 on PCH is gone. It looks like there might have been some other businesses in that complex as well. But as you walk through, it's just fascinating what still stands and what collapses. This is the entrance to what used to be 21360 PCH. And it's so weird, you guys. You can hear the crash of the waves of the ocean, but you're looking at the destruction. It's just hard for your brain to comprehend. Let's see what this next home is. I'm trying to look for house numbers. I'm sorry, some of them are just burned, so we can't. But you can see how far a lot of these homes went back. Just home after home. Adrian, Lynette, through the camera, are you guys able to see with this flashlight?
Yeah. Yes.
What we're showing? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, okay. We're going to keep walking. So up here, leading down there, this is one of the big issues we've been talking about, right, is power lines. Clearly there's no power here. We're in this black pit, but you still, Joel, will be extra careful with these. Over there, oh, it looks like that might have been either a business, Joel, across the street. Can you pan over to that? Maybe a home. There's the front steps there of that. I can't see what that sign says. It's still a little smoky. But on both sides of PCH. Up there, though, if you look, it seems a lot of the homes in the Las Flores area, at least high up, are okay. Okay, this is home 21366 here, Joel. We'll pan back to the houses over here if that works for you. This was 21366. It looks like this is maybe a cement building, which really helped it. Let's keep moving here. Wow, I think this house was maybe for sale. You know, it's so eerie. Yesterday, if you were with us, you could barely hear us because of how windy it was. But now it's quiet and everything is so still. Oh wow, that looks like that was maybe a banister to a staircase or something.
Or the steps to the beach.
Oh, or the steps to the beach maybe, yeah. What a change 24 hours does. It's, oh, this looks like, oh, okay, I think this was, Joel, a garbage can. You know, I don't know what garbage cans are made out of, but I can tell you we've seen so many of those that are somehow not completely melted. Okay, this is 21400. The garage. You can see there's actually a line. We kind of followed in a line of fire engines here to this area, but this is 21400. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're standing on PCH. We're in the Las Flores Canyon area. To our west is Carbon Canyon. What is this? 21404. I have to tell you guys, we hit Topanga Canyon, and it's all started at Topanga. If you're familiar with the area on PCH, there's that a really iconic antique store and furniture store. That was gone right on the corner across from the gas station. And starting at Topanga, this is what we've seen. Now, there are certainly homes and businesses that are still standing, but I would say a majority are not. I'm so sorry if you're learning that your home burned by watching the news, but we're just trying to show you as many homes as possible, because I know this is the only way most folks are able to get any access.
Right. Brittany, as you're showing us this, I just want to be clear.
Wow.
So these are all oceanfront properties, right? The ocean is directly beyond what we're looking at.
Yes, these are all ocean. Exactly. So where I'm shining the flashlight right now, that's the ocean.
Oh my gosh.
That's the ocean. So I think those banisters, that must have been a back patio.
Right. I just pulled up 21400 PCH on Google just to see what it is, and you're right. These are just homes, beautiful, 2-3-story homes that are oceanfront property that you're talking about. In fact, I'm looking at it now, and I remember we used to stay at a property. Charlou had this property. She was one of the founders of Carbon Beach, and we had birthday parties for Olivia, at her house. It really was. There's so many businesses and homes, and going to the Real Inn, the restaurants right there along PCH. People wondering, is Duke still there?
The Real Inn.
Right, yeah. Right. I don't know. As you drove up, could you see?
Dukes is still there. Dukes is still there.
Okay.
Yes, Dukes is still there. Dukes is still there. Yeah. So we got to. Yeah. What's still there?
You can see the waves here.
Oh, can you see the waves over there right now? So yeah, that shows you the ocean. But yes, Dukes is still standing, and that is what's so weird, Lynette. And we've been talking about this, right? You never know what is going to stand, right? What's going to survive, and what isn't. Here, Joel, I'll take your hand to get back down. But it's just so bizarre. But I can tell you, this is certainly. Excuse me. This is certainly the worst that I've seen, just in terms of how many homes. Let's see, this is 21414.
Yeah.
So it looks like the front entrance is still standing.
I'm hearing you coughing and stuff. Is there a lot more ash?
Yeah,
it looks like it's blowing. There's a lot of ash blowing, right?
So you know what it is? It's actually not ash. It's whatever was inside these homes, because a lot of them are still smoldering. I mean, yesterday there was so much smoke we could barely see. If you took your mask off when you were in the Palisades, it was going to be hard to breathe. Totally different case here. But what we're smelling, I think, because this is all homes, it's just whatever is burning inside of all of these, right? And especially when you get close, like I think where we're standing, this was probably a garage, is what I'm guessing, because of those metal things. And in the garage, right, that's where you're storing tools, cars, a lot of that. Wait, be careful, Joel.
And you
There's
guys
a barbecue that's still, so yeah, it's just, you never know what's burning.
Yeah, you guys got to be, extra careful, because air quality, obviously a huge issue. You don't know what was burning inside. You were showing us that a salon had burned down, so you know that there are chemicals in there as well. So there's chemicals, possibly combustibles as well. So we certainly hope that, I'm glad that you guys have your masks on, but very concerned about your well-being and anyone who's in that area, the firefighters, the first responders as well, because this is so harmful to breathe any of this stuff in, and you guys are right in the epicenter of it. So I certainly hope, wishing you well, and hoping that you're being safe and careful out there. But yeah, I mean, you had mentioned it's just kind of like that juxtaposition of being right against the ocean and having people's, Joel was just showing a sign a moment ago. I don't know if you saw it. It was like a green sign, and it's literally flipped upside down. And it was like people crossing a street, and it's upside. And it's like the lives and livelihoods have been flipped upside down of people in this area. And as you're showing us now, the
steps
waves,
from the water.
Right. It's just
steps from the ocean.
Just doesn't make sense, and it's really hard to wrap your head around it.
Oh. That's an amazing perspective.
I mean, Joel used this kind of right. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so Joel, he's standing on the beach. He used whatever walkway was here to get down there. But this is, some of these homes, you just wish they had a better chance because of how well they were constructed. The bones of this one are still there. The foundation is still there. This is just so heartbreaking. On the other side from where we are right now, and I know you can't see it, is 21423 on the north side of PCH. Just to give folks some perspective. But yeah, that's what we're seeing out here, you guys. Again, in the Las Flores Canyon area. So this is just east of Carbon Canyon.
Yeah, and it's just like you had said, it is just absolutely bizarre, because you're seeing fire and you're seeing things burn down to their foundation. But as you had mentioned yesterday we couldn't hear you because of the wind, and today we can hear you much better, but you're hearing the sound of the waves crash onto the shore, but you're seeing things burn. So it's really, really just strange and hard to process.
It doesn't make sense. I've had so many friends lose their homes in this. I'm just kind of trying to process all of this as well, but I can tell you, what seems to have been helpful. And yesterday we were doing a lot of neighborhood drive-bys and just posting those on social. Right now, people just want to know if their homes are standing. And as much as we can just go literally door to door and show you what we see, I really think that's the best we can do. I know we've had people calling into the newsroom saying, can you check this address, this address, this address? So that's what we're trying to do. As we drove to PCH, we drove all the way to Malibu. We took a bunch of cell phone videos, so we'll make sure that we get that into the station as well so we can get that online or on air. But the service is still, it's certainly better than it was yesterday, but it's still not great. I'm glad that I haven't lost IFB with you guys yet. I'm really surprised because we keep walking, but I think that now the winds have calmed down. The cell service is a little bit more in our favor. Oh, Joel, see here, we can look across the way there.
Yeah. We can cross the street if you want.
We're gonna cross the street, you guys.
I know
so
you're
we
able
can show
to be
you the
careful.
north side of PCH.
Yeah. As you're doing that, I'm going to just tell you,
I got Joel with me.
Joel will protect you. Oh, but you see, a lot of people park along the side of PCH and cross over. You're right at that crosswalk, but look at all those vehicles. Are these vehicles that were, I always wonder if this is a parking lot, is this another business? What is across the street from where you were?
Okay, so right across from us is that house where we were still standing at the beach. I'm pretty sure that this is a home that had a bunch of cars. That looks like a front walkway. That looks like right there a garage, just with a bunch of cars pulled up. What?
Aluminum here.
What is that?
Aluminum.
It
just melts.
Aluminum.
It just melts, yeah.
It's liquefied.
This is so, it's both sides of PCH.
Usually it's like a...
Oh, wow. Be careful, Joel.
It's like a, it's like a, now it's a stick of aluminum.
Again, if you're just tuning in right now, near the Las Flores Canyon area, and I can't say this enough, it's a privilege for us as media to come here, to get behind these roadblocks, to show you the fire lines, to show you the destruction, and it's not something that we take lightly. And I know that people just want news. I'm just so sorry if you're learning from our broadcast that your home was lost or that your loved one's home is lost. This is all just so personal, and I just hope, I just hope everyone's safe. We're seeing all these homes here, and I'm just praying that everyone evacuated. So this is still, see, it's so bizarre.
The garage is okay, but the house
The garage is perfect. This is probably a newer build. 21423. This trash can isn't melted at all. Oh, you know what? Actually, this house might be okay.
Well, the stuff behind it was bad on the other side.
Oh, it was bad on the other side?
From the other side.
Well, the front facade. Wow. Okay, so this was a two-story. Oh, you know what? There's still a lot of fire, Joel, on this one. I'm trying to find a house number for this. This looks like it might have had maybe a back house. Let's see, I'm trying to see. Okay, so the house next to us that you saw that was still standing, that was 214, is that 23 or 93? That was 21423. So for folks who are watching, this house next to it is what you're looking at, next to 2. Ooh, and across the street is 21424. Just to give you a little bit more perspective. Here, Joel, do you want to come down? I want to show folks the next house. I think this one's still standing.
Yep. Let's go.
Let's see. I'm so glad that we have these pointers and that you're able to see them. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. It looked hopeful from the side. This was certainly the garage or the front of the home with the side steps. It's weird. There's still, if it's made.
Oh, we just lost your signal. We lost your signal there. Joel Cook and Brittany Hope out there in Malibu Pacific Palisades there on
She
PST.
brought that up. It's like usually a signal issue there as
it's tough.
in general. So,
but what a way to show us all those things, and you know, the fact that you do feel you feel like you're being so invasive, but people want to know. They have, you know, residents haven't been able to get back in. So, you know, we are sorry if you're seeing that your home is burned down by watching the news. We are trying to keep you updated as much as we can, but mostly people just want answers.
yeah, and we want to show some video now, time-lapse video of how we got to that point where Brittany is. This is the Palisades fire, again, time-lapse video of it. This is from one of our UC San Diego cameras. Again, you see the smoke there in the daylight and the flames, and you can see the movement of the smoke. Obviously, there's so much of it, but how it's moving horizontally there, being blown by those
pushed,
winds.
yeah,
and being pushed, and that's what forced those embers to fly through the air so quickly. And then as we transition through nighttime, you could see it went from smoke to flames and those embers right in your face there in that camera lens, and that gives you an idea of the intensity of this, just how scary this is to see it. I mean, it looks like hell on earth.
Yeah, it's just an inferno, and there's no way to fight that. You know, you can try to stand your ground, you can try to hold on, but there's just no way to compete with that.
Assuming this is that same camera, you could see the smoke's going the other way. So if this indeed is the same camera, you can see it was going one way, then during the overnight hours it was going in every different direction, and then now, you know, that it's daylight, once again, it's going the complete opposite way. And this is just kind of one neighborhood, one patch affected, and then you kind of multiply that times all these different communities, again, spread. We've talked about from the ocean to the foothills, and you can see why this was so challenging for firefighters to save all these homes.
And the only thing we can say, and Belinda Leon is here to tell us more about that, is that 24 hours, what a difference 24 hours can make, and it's so much better today.
It is. Well, right now, it is much better. We're taking a look at the current conditions, and yesterday, this map was so bright, so colorful, it was so active because we had these very strong, powerful Santa Ana winds. And you know what? They weren't just like typical Santa Ana winds. Typical Santa Ana winds can reach gusts up to 60, 70 miles per hour. These winds were extreme, amigos. I had wind reports upwards of 90 miles per hour. So that combined with the very low relative humidity and the very dry vegetation that we have in place. Remember, we haven't had much rain so far this water year. All of these ingredients coming together to create these unimaginable circumstances. And unfortunately, we're seeing it all unfold right here in our community. Now, here's a look at the current conditions. Things are calm right now. I want to take you over to the Palisades area because, again, this is a spot where the humidity seems to be a little higher in a few locations, still pretty low around the Santa Monica Mountains. But yesterday, I'll tell you what, this observation station had gusts up to 80 miles per hour. I've never seen that before, and sustained winds at 50 and 60 miles per hour. But the other thing that is just so daunting is that yesterday we had this fire perimeter, the area that had scorched, that was already very large. But here we are taking a look at the new fire perimeter. That is the red outline that you see in all the area that has been affected. So that's the Palisades fire. Here's the Eaton fire. Again, the fire perimeter showing all of the area that has been affected and that has burned, where this fire managed to come off of the mountains and into the communities, into the streets, into the businesses. Now, the winds right now are doing much calmer here, and we are seeing that the humidity right now is low. It's in the teens, it's in the 20s, but thankfully the winds are doing much better. So here's what's happening right now and what's new. That red flag warning, it is still in place, and in fact, it has been extended. Now it's not set to expire until Friday afternoon. That smoke advisory from all of the fires that are burning and the smoke that's being emitted. And not only that, as you heard Brittany and Joel mention, there's a lot of other things that have been burning in these homes and these businesses and these communities. And all of that is just suspended in the air, all of those particulates, all of those chemicals. So smoke advisory has not only been extended, but also expanded across the area. And unfortunately, I've got some bad news. The wind activity is expected to increase as we head into later this afternoon, evening, and into tomorrow. So another strong round of winds is expected. Here's that red flag warning covering most of our area. We're watching the fires burn right now in those communities, but we can't let our guard down. What I'm hearing from a lot of the residents as our reporters go up to interview them is that they were caught off guard. They, had maybe a sense of security that it wasn't going to happen in their community. This could happen anywhere in Southern California. All the ingredients are in place. The very strong winds are going to kick up once again. In fact, the National Weather Service has reissued high wind warnings and high wind watches. These expired yesterday afternoon, but with that next round of winds expected later today and into tomorrow, they have been reissued. So not only do we have that high fire danger, but we also have the potential for more downed trees, for more power outages, and more challenging travel conditions, not only by land, but also by air. You got to check your flights to see if they are affected by these strong winds. This high wind watch, high wind warning in place until tomorrow afternoon, the potential of gusts up to 60 to 75 miles per hour. So if I have some time, let me take you through what's going to happen with the wind activity. Things are calm now. Look at the middle of the day. This map, it becomes more colorful. That means that the winds, they become stronger. So around the middle of the day, once again, we're going to see those winds kick up from the mountains out towards the coast. This time around, the winds not as widespread. This past strong wind event affected areas that were wind sheltered. But this time around, this next round of winds will affect those most typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots. That means over in the Inland Empire, you're going to feel the winds. Same goes for our friends in Orange County. So there you see the winds at the middle of the day. These strong gusts will stay on until this evening and all the way through tomorrow morning. Gusts potentially reaching speeds up to 60, 70 miles per hour. Here we are tomorrow morning. The winds, they're letting up somewhat, but it's not until we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening when we start to see some improvement. So there's a look at the wind activity. Now I want to show you that smoke advisory, because even if you're not close to where those fires are currently burning, you're being affected with this very poor air quality. And this afternoon, with those winds kicking up again, I'm expecting for those smoke plumes to grow even more, for that smoke to become more dense, thicker, affecting the San Fernando Valley all the way out towards the South Bay, the Santa Monica Mountains, Orange County, and also portions of the Inland Empire. So just a reminder to not let your guard down, have your go bag ready. That red flag warning is in place. Conditions continue to be very dry. And as I mentioned, on top of the fire risk, we're also seeing the potential for more wind damage and more impacts to you when you get behind the wheel or you're trying to get from here to there. With that, let me toss it out over to Robin Winston. What are you tracking?
Tracking closures, just a long list of closures, Belen. And we want to remind people you should limit your travel, non-essential travel, in all of the areas where these fires are burning. In addition to all of the closures that are in place, you just should not be in the area. We want to go over all the closures related to the Palisades fire. For those of you who normally travel toward Santa Monica or Malibu, the areas that we have highlighted here, PCH is closed from Malibu Canyon all the way over to the 10. You should stick with those major freeways and not travel anywhere between the 101 and PCH and Topanga Canyon. Just use the 101 and use the 405. But PCH, no. Topanga Canyon, no. You just should not be in that area. Topanga Canyon closed from Mulholland off to PCH. Malibu Canyon and Piuma is also closed to traffic. And we mentioned the 10, westbound 10 at Lincoln. They're diverting all traffic away from the area, so that may cause delays later this morning when more folks start to hit the road. The city of Malibu just released an extended list of closures. I won't name everything on the map here because there are so many, but I just want to highlight that in addition to the closures that I just showed you, these are more areas that are blocked off to traffic. PCH at Entrada, Lost Hills at Las Virgenes, Malibu Canyon at Piuma, Malibu Road at Webway. We have a full closure, Piuma at Wood Bluffs as well. So once again, not only are these streets closed, but some of the surrounding areas are blocked off to traffic, and you should never remove cones or barriers to proceed through the area anyway. In relation to the Eden fire, I've added another closure to the list. Angeles Crest Highway is also blocked off from the 210 to Upper Big Tahunga Road. You should limit your travel in the residential area north of the 210 freeway for Altadena and for Pasadena. So that includes Sierra Madre from Allen all the way over to Santa Anita. You should not be driving in that area. New York Drive is blocked off from Altadena Road all the way over to Sierra Madre Villa, in addition to other surface streets in that area. I'll give you one more. The 210. The 210 freeway is open, but because of the Eden fire, Caltrans has a hard closure in place, East 210 at Arroyo Boulevard, Windsor Avenue. So That off-ramp is blocked off to traffic, which means you'll just have to dump off the freeway before or after that exit. But the 210 is open. Traffic is moving well. We'll cover the drive through Silmar coming up in a little bit. We'll talk about those closures as well. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
All right, see you shortly, Robin. Thank you. Let's check in with NBC4's Annette Adiola right now. She's in Altadena once again this morning. Annette, you were out there yesterday morning, so can you talk to us about the similarities, the differences from what you're seeing right now compared to yesterday?
Hey, good morning to you, Adrian, Lynette. Hello, everybody. Yeah, it is eerily dark out here, I can tell you. We're at the corner of Olive and Mountain View Avenue, just east of Lincoln Avenue. And really, the only light you get to see are the spots fires that continue to burn just along these streets here. It's really sad. We've been walking around, Jeff, if you can go ahead and turn this way, with obviously not going into people's properties, but just seeing what is left of them. We still see some of these homes had Christmas decorations up. And I know Brittany Hope spoke about going door to door. There are no doors left to knock in this neighborhood here off of Mountain View and Olive Avenue. It is a devastating scene, completely scorched earth. If we continue to walk over here, it's basically the same thing for several homes after home after home. We can see the driveway entrances. We can see just cars completely gone, cinders, the entire home just down, burned down to the ground. And this fire, continues to burn across several parts of the city here. Just a few moments ago, I told Jeff, I said, hey, can you hear this? Can you listen to this? I think it's a chopper. And that's a good thing, because that means that the winds have died down enough so that firefighters can actually start an aerial attack and start doing water drops out here, because that is what is also so desperately needed. We're going to continue our walk over here, and we're doing it very carefully, folks, because as you can see right behind us here on the ground, right here, you have a lot of down power lines. And that is one of the things that officers and firefighters were warning us about yesterday as we were entering these locations. Please be careful, because there were several residents that were coming and going without knowing that they had to really slow down and pay attention to every move, where they were stepping, where they were headed, what they were doing, because there were points where we also, while we were being extremely careful, we nearly stepped on one of them. So again, that was incredibly important. Now, I can tell you that as we were driving here, making our way to Pasadena, I was driving eastbound, I was driving from Glendora going westbound on the 210. And once you hit Santa Anita Avenue, Baldwin Avenue, just getting into Pasadena, there was that wall of very thick smoke that was just looming in the air and making it incredibly tough to breathe, that is. And I know Belen talked about all those particulates that are up in the air, because so many things have been burning here. So, and that is one of the reasons why Pasadena City of Pasadena and Pasadena Fire are urging people, do not drink water right now, drink bottled water, make sure that you are staying safe and staying out of the area. Another issue that we came across right now as we were making our way into this location is the fact that there are several roadblocks. CHP and Sheriff's Department are also limiting the access that we have into these areas now. And I know that one of the officers told me, well, we have a couple crime scenes, so that is why we're restricting the access. And as we know, unfortunately, 5 people did lose their lives here in the Eaton fire. So we don't know exactly if that is what they were referring to, but they did mention that they are restricting certain areas because they have crime scenes. Now, I did see Lauren's live shot from St. Mark's Elementary School. I can tell you that is where we were yesterday. I was doing a live shot there for Telemundo 52, our sister station, and that was also an incredibly scary location to be at. Why, per se? Well, let me tell you, that place was just going up in flames. It was completely roaring. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. There was a press conference going on, so they couldn't take us live at that moment. And at 8 o'clock, you're supposed to have daylight. Well, we couldn't see daylight. It was like this. It was completely and utterly dark. We couldn't see beyond 5 feet from our hand. And we knew that there was a school because we had our cell phone, because we could see the map. You know, at some point when the flames died down, we walked towards it and we could see the structure and slowly crumbling. We saw it just go. So it's been sheer and utter devastation. Like I said, we see in the distance, we see those lights from first responders, police, as sheriffs, as CHP that are spread out all throughout the city here, again, assisting these efforts as they continue to try to battle this fire. But again, you know, it's just a devastating scene. As I mentioned, there are no doors to knock on, at least in this neighborhood. We'll send it back to you.